Please enter. Sima Yu recalled the feeling she had when she left. She nodded and took Sima Lu Xian's arm. With father, I am not afraid of anything. Let's go. There is a long way to go until we get to Eastern clan. Sima Lu Xian said. The three entered the Spirit Master Guild, paid their fee, and left through the teleportation array. After going around for several times, they slowly reached Eastern clan's zone of influence. It would be great if every state had spatial ships. Sima Yu had used a month-long of teleportation arrays, which was worse than sitting a month in space. The cost of spatial transmission was too high and the materials were not easy to collect. It was impossible for every state to have them. Unlay, how long till we get there? Sima Yu asked. If it's still far, let's rest for a while. We will be there in about 10 days. Unlay answered. We're now in Eastern clan's zone of influence. We will get there soon. 10 more days? Sima Yu messaged her waist. Forget it, we are not in a hurry anyway. Let's go to a nearby city and rest for 2 days. Sima Lu Xian and Unlay had no objections. She was the leader, so she could do whatever she wanted. In the end it was only 2 days. They went to the nearest city to find an inn to rest. Sima Yu remembered that they had been busy lately and had not taken a good rest. She took the two out for shopping, saying that she needed to go relax herself. After walking around the street for a day, the group of three entered a tea house for a break. Sima Yu had a habit of going to the tea house because recent news could be heard there. Sure enough, as soon as they sat down, they overheard the table beside them talking about some interesting things. Do you know that the Sky Splitter Devil Sword seems to have appeared near here? The man with the big beard said to his friend. Sky Splitter Devil Sword? Sima Yu and Sima Lu Xian glanced at each other. They didn't speak but listened to them talk. Is that real or fake? Why would the Sky Splitter Devil Sword appear here? The other was surprised. Didn't you tell me that it appeared in the nearby states? How long ago was that? It has been almost 2 years since the two hidden families led people to destroy Northern Du clan. How could it still be there? Big Beard said proudly. How many people died for the Sky Splitter Devil Sword after a year it appeared? Fortunately, it only appeared for a year and then disappeared. Otherwise, I don't know how many more storms it would cause. A white-robed youth at another table said. At the same table as him, there were several people in the same uniform as him. Hey, you said the Sky Splitter Devil Sword disappeared? Why did Big Beard say it appeared near here? Someone asked. Of course I personally saw it with my own eyes. Big Beard fiercely poured a bowl of wine. You don't know how I almost died at that time. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, I wouldn't be drinking here. Everyone in the room laughed out loud. Big Beard, you're boasting. If you saw the Sky Splitter Devil Sword, would you still be able to survive? You'd already be sacked a long time ago. Big Beard, you've been boasting a lot more recently. What I said is true. Big Beard thought everyone would praise him but no one believed it. At this time, a waiter came with tea and noticed Sima Yu's group was paying attention to Big Beard's side. He smiled. Guests, don't listen to Big Beard boasting. He never says anything accurate. Oh? Then why do so many people listen to him? Unlay asked. Aren't everyone spending time here for fun? The waiter replied. Big Beard is a frequent visitor and oftentimes brags. It sounds like it happened before and gives everyone entertainment. When it comes to fun, no one will pursue those things. But everyone knows his words are not to be trusted. Guests, your stuff is ready. Please enjoy your leisure. After he spoke, the waiter went down with the tray. Sima Yu sipped her tea and focused her attention on Big Beard. Big Beard, since you've seen it, please tell us what it was like at that time. Someone booed at his words. I'll talk. Big Beard poured another bowl of wine and then began talking of how he saw the Sky Splitter Devil Sword. According to him, 10 days ago, he was on a mercenary mission to hunt spirit beasts. While chasing after an injured spirit beast into the mountains, he witnessed two people fighting. Realizing that the other party was stronger than him, he did not come close, but chose to hide and watch the situation from a distance. The battle between the two came to an end. It didn't take long for one person to kill the other and snatch the sword from the deceased's hand. The person mocked, a waste like you deserves to possess a Sky Splitter Devil Sword? You're biting off more than you can chew. When Big Beard heard Sky Splitter Devil Sword's name and thought of the man's terrifying strength, he kept hidden and did not leave until the man left for a long time before escaping from there. He also described the appearance of the Devil Sword. After he finished, he looked at the crowd triumphantly and waited to hear their applause. As a result, everyone burst into laughter after a moment of silence in the tea house. Ha ha ha, Big Beard, this is the worst story you ever made. That's right, your skill in telling stories has fallen a lot. Big Beard, you're still talking about things before. Don't embarrass yourself with this. Yes, ha ha ha. Big Beard flushed red at their laughter. It was unknown if it was because of a lie benign expose or people didn't believe him. What I said is true. This time I really experienced it. Big Beard tried to persuade others, but no one believed him. Instead, they laughed even more joyfully. You usually believe in the false. Why can't you believe it now that I am telling the truth? Big Beard was depressed. Big Beard, it's not that we don't believe in you. It's just that this thing you said is really too fake. If you really witness someone snatching a Sky Splitter Devil Sword and is also such a powerful person, wouldn't he kill you instead of letting you live? Escaping? Big Beard, do you think it is possible? Why is it impossible? I can escape if only they didn't notice me. Big Beard explained, but you said that the person is very strong. I have a knack for shielding my aura. He didn't find me because I hid my aura. Boasting, keep on boasting. Ha ha ha. I won't talk to you anymore. Big Beard still saw that no one believed him. He was so angry that he threw 2 middle-grade crystals on the table and left. The laughter in the tea house followed him and floated far away. The translation. Humph, how could you doubt my words? Pfft, you people who have no character wouldn't be able to see the real side of Sky Splitter Devil Sword. Wait till I have the power. Big Beard swayed as he walked because he was drunk as he mumbled non-stop. When he turned into an alley and saw someone at the other end, he narrowed his eyes as he swayed. I've seen you before, at the tea house. Tell me, why are you following me? Sima you didn't think that he would be so alert even when he was intoxicated. She rested her hand behind her back as she stood deep inside the alley and said, I'm here to listen to the rest of the story. What story? Big Beard was astonished, not knowing what she meant. The story that you didn't finish in the tea house. Sima you said. You believe what I said? Big Beard was elated. He didn't expect anyone would believe him and even came over to hear what he had to say. Sima you smiled at him. Yes, I believe you. Why? Big Beard looked at her doubtfully. Why did she believe him when everyone in the tea house didn't believe him? Sima Yu's eyes brightened but also darkened. The smile on her face slowly disappeared. Because I've seen it. Seen it? What did she see? Sky Splitter Devil Sword? Big Beard's thoughts were stopped. I've seen the Sky Splitter Devil Sword. It's just like what you described earlier on. So I believe what you say. Sima Yu continued, can you describe it in detail? Young lady, I'll give you a word of advice since you're pretty. Don't even think of getting our hands on the Sky Splitter Devil Sword or else, you'll lose your life. He became sober just thinking of the scene that very night. Sima Yu knew that things weren't that simple from what he said in the tea house just by the look on his face. As I've seen the Sky Splitter Devil Sword, I'm curious about its owner. Just tell me what you know, it's up to my own decision if I decide to get it or not. Sima Yu said as she threw a spatial pouch to him. It was filled with crystals. Big Beard was elated after seeing so many crystals. He put the Cosmos sack in his interspatial ring and started talking. That very night, what I saw wasn't 2 people battling each other, it was someone killing a group of people with the Sky Splitter Devil Sword. Moreover, there were a few hundred monarch rank elites, TSK, none of them survived. Sima Yu frowned, she didn't think that it would be like this. Did you get a clear look of who that person was? How could I have taken a clear look? That person was wearing a cloak that can block divine senses, and he didn't take it off from the start to the end. I don't even know what he looked like. Big Beard said, but I think he's a madman. Why? Because I noticed that he was delirious while he was killing people, or should I say that he couldn't control himself. There were a few times that he was hesitating, but he killed them ruthlessly. Big Beard continued, I told you that the Sky Splitter Devil Sword can control humans' wisdom. I think he's being controlled as well. Where was the place you said? The Azure Dragon Mountain that is a few 100,000 kilometers from here. Did you do anything at that time? Did you bury the bodies? I was too shocked, and when I came back to senses, my first instinct was to escape, so why would I have thought so much? Big Beard said. I understand now, you may leave. Sima Yu nodded, let me give you a word of advice, don't even mention this ever again if you want to live. You might not be able to talk loudly in the tea house again if that person knew that you've witnessed the whole thing. She disappeared into thin air after she spoke. There wasn't any fluctuation in the air, so Big Beard doubted himself and wondered if he was hallucinating. He knew he wasn't hallucinating as he saw the Cosmos sack in his interspatial ring. He shivered as he remembered the warning she gave before she left. She was right, if that person knew about it, he wouldn't be able to stay alive. He checked the alley back and forth and quickly left the city. He never came back. Sima Yu went back to the tea house, where everyone was still talking about Big Beard's boasting. Did you ask? Sima Yu sat down and repeated what she asked, should we go to Azure Dragon Mountain to take a look? Young miss, Azure Dragon Mountain is the Azure Dragon clan's territory. Did the Azure Dragon clan do it? Anlay asked. They might have. Sima Yu guessed. Let's go and take a look since it's not far away from here. Sima Lu Xian said. He knew Sima Yu had always been brooding over the birth of the Sky Splitter Devil Sword. The Sky Splitter Devil Sword wouldn't be like this if it wasn't for her, and it wouldn't cause so many deaths and troubles. They were now so close to the Devil Sword, so she would definitely want to investigate. Young miss, the Azure Dragon clan functions as the Eastern Light clan's eyes in the outer regions. Should we put on a disguise if we go? Anlay asked. There's no need to. We didn't come here sneakily anyway. Sima Yu continued, and if I'm not wrong, Eastern Light clan must know that we're coming. So, 3 of them went back to the inn and checked out as they rushed to Azure Dragon Mountain. As it wasn't far, Sima Yu got Halcyon to transport them and they reached the place Big Beard had told her about in 2 days. The whole mountain and valley was filled with bodies. Judging from the state of the bodies, they were actually dead for more than 10 days. Sima Yu took a look at the surroundings and noticed a few footsteps made of fresh blood. Seems like someone got here first. It seems like we're not the only ones in the tea house that believed what Big Beard said. Young miss, look. Anlay pointed at one of the bodies. It's that Big Beard. They walked over as they saw Big Beard lying on the floor with his eyes staring into the sky, his eyes filled with regrets before he passed. He died in less than half a day. Sima Yu continued, those people must have captured him and brought him here and killed him after they couldn't find any information about the devil sword. Who asked him to boast in the tea house? Lei wasn't sympathetic to Big Beard's death as he brought it upon himself. These bodies. Sima Lu Xian took a closer look at the bodies. There are so many bodies here but there isn't a lot of blood on the floor. Yue, have you seen how it kills? Sky Splitter Devil Sword absorbs blood, it must have sucked up all the blood. Sima Yu's heart sank. Cultivating a sword with blood. They took a look around but didn't find any clues. That person who killed them was straightforward. Even if there were some clues, it would have been found out by those who came before them. Seems like we won't find anything. We can't bury one by one when there's so many of them. Let's just cremate them all together. Sima Yu said. Young miss, their uniforms are of the Azure Dragon clans, I think it's better to inform the Azure Dragon clan to collect their bodies. Lei warned. After all, she was familiar with this and knew more about what to do. Alright. Sima Yu continued, let the Scarlet Bees inform them, we'll be on our way. Aren't you going to investigate the Devil Sword anymore? Lei questioned. We are completely lacking in information about the Devil Sword and this happened 10 over days ago. We don't have a clue at all, and it won't help if we just stay here. Sima Yu continued, although I really want to solve this problem, I won't dive into it blindly. You're right. We can continue investigating if we come across it. If we insist and dive into it blindly, it will be a waste of time. Sima Lu Xian agreed with her. Previously he was worried that she would waste time on an unsolvable problem, but now he was relieved. Someone is here. Sima Yu continued, since we're outnumbered, it's better to hide aside and avoid confrontation. She brought Sima Lu Xian and Lei into the Spirit Pagoda as she spoke and paid close attention to the situation outside through Spirit Pagoda. Young miss, it's a member of the Azure Dragon clan. Lei warned as she saw them flying over. Sima Yu noticed that their clothes were the same as those on the floor, long green robes with hair tied high and a purple gold belt which made them look alert. Big senior brother, it's actually our brothers who went missing. Who killed them? The eyes of the Azure Dragon clan members filled with anger and reddened as they saw how their clan's brothers and sisters' bodies filled the mountain. It seems like the person who sent us the information was right, they were killed by the Sky Splitter Devil Sword. The person who was addressed as Big Senior Brother investigated the bodies and realized their bodies were different from other bodies. He looked around as he frowned, this is strange. A lady walked to his side and said, is something wrong? I felt someone's aura when we came here. We came here so fast but they are already gone. Big Senior Brother said. Is it an illusion? Big Senior Brother took a look around and confirmed there wasn't anyone. Maybe. If not, they escaped. He summoned the brothers beside him, checked their token plate to see which level they belong to and bury them here after collating. Yes, Big Senior Brother. Sima Yu and the others were watching in Spirit Pagoda as they were searching the bodies and registering them. They were jotting down their identities and took out their items as they dug a huge hole and buried all the bodies together. They left after they were done. Lei said that they could get out as they were gone but Sima Yu waited for a while longer. A few minutes later, those people came back and looked at the empty mountain but Big Senior Brother's frown hadn't gone away. Why do I feel like someone is watching us? Am I really hallucinating? He muttered as they left. Sima Yu waited for a while and came out from Spirit Pagoda after she made sure that they really left. That person is really sensitive. Sima Lu Xian sighed. I recognized that Big Senior Brother. He's a core disciple of the Azure Dragon clan, I heard that he is well gifted, meticulous and very strong, he's being nurtured into becoming the next patriarch. Lei said. Since they've already buried them, then we will wash our hands off this matter. Let's go to the Eastern Lai clan. After a long walk, they came to an ocean boundary. The Eastern Lai clan was on an island in the middle of the ocean boundary. Lei brought them to a small town by the seaside, it seemed like an ordinary small town for the outsiders as it was filled with fish nets and marinated fish. This is the entrance to the Eastern Lai clan? Sima Yu said curiously as she glanced at the small town. Wasn't this too different from the Xian Qiu clan and Northern Du clan? Outsiders can only go in through the transportation array here. Lei continued, but Eastern Lai clan's members wouldn't. But if we go in like this, I'm afraid we'll be killed as intruders before we even get close. I really didn't think that Eastern Lai clan would hide behind an ordinary small town. Sima Yu sighed, what should we do next? Let's find the town master and get in contact with him, they will start the transportation array for us after they agree. Lei said. You should know where the transportation array is, right? Why can't we go by ourselves? Sima Yu asked. For the safety of the clan, this transportation array is special, it can only be started with town master's aura and spiritual energy. He's like a key, only he can start it. Lei said. Nobody else can. What about the Eastern Lai clan? I told you earlier on, clan members won't take this path. Lei said. Alright, it was actually quite secure as, if they used a human as a key, no one could force through from here if the town master didn't agree. It would be the same even if they killed him. Let's go and find that town master. Sima Lu Xian said. Lei brought them to the town master's house. The town master quickly came out from his house after receiving the news and personally welcomed them. Young Miss Yu, please have a seat. The town master brought them to the hall happily and wasn't surprised at their arrival. Thank you. Sima Yu and Sima Lu Xian sat down with Enlai standing behind Sima Yu. Enlai, seeing you like this now, you look more cheerful after following young Miss Yu. The town master said as he smiled lightly. Young Miss is very good to me. Enlai responded lightly. The manner in which the town master spoke to her made it seem like they were very close, but Enlai's attitude was very normal, it didn't offend him nor did it look like they were close. He didn't show concern to her before, there was nothing much to talk about now. Town master of Eastern Lai, we came here today for some matters and want to get into the Eastern Lai clan. I wonder if you can help me to contact them? Sima Yu got right to the point. The clan already knows that young Miss Yu is here, so they've already sent orders that I bring you there directly without having to report if you want to get to the island. Without reporting? They already knew we were coming? They don't know. They just said that if you're coming, you can go over directly. Aren't you guys worried that I'll harm you guys? Haha, Patriarch told us that young Miss Yu isn't that kind of person. Since you guys are in a rush, I'll send you over now. Previous chapter. Sima Yu didn't think that the Eastern Lai clan would actually take out such a big show of sincerity. They knew that if they didn't provoke her, she wouldn't do anything to them, so they wanted to show their sincerity clearly. Or, perhaps, they also knew that if Sima Yu insisted on going to the island, they would be powerless to stop her. The town master went to an inconspicuous courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard stood a huge teleportation array. Once Sima Yu and the other two arrived in the center, he inserted his spirit energy and activated the array. The three of them quickly disappeared. Enlai really found a good place, if young Miss was also able to have someone like her. His later words were drowned by a long sigh. Sima Yu arrived at Eastern Lai Island, and the people guarding the teleportation array were initially a little surprised when they saw some people come over. However, when they saw Enlai, they lowered their guard. Young Miss Yu. The Patriarch has invited you. A man who looked like a steward walked in from outside. Since he had come over at this time, it was obvious that the clan over at this side had received the news of her arrival. Please lead the way. Sima Yu saw that this steward had a decent attitude, so she smiled courteously. The Eastern Lai clan was right in the middle of the Eastern Lai Island. They had built a huge palace, and Sima Yu followed that person directly to the largest one. She met the Patriarch of the Eastern Lai clan along with his wife. They also happened to be Eastern Lai Li's parents. Young Miss Yu, please take a seat. Eastern Lai Li's father waved a hand towards Sima Yu, indicating to her to take a seat below. Sima Yu and Sima Lu Xian were of a younger generation, so they bowed to them in greeting before taking a seat by the side. You must be Sima Yu. Eastern Lai Li's mother had a much colder attitude. To make her meet the one who killed her daughter must be rather uncomfortable for her. However, she didn't plan to apologize to them for that because she wasn't the one in the wrong. If Eastern Lai Li had not tried to kill her, she wouldn't have killed her either. She had retaliated, not initiated. I wonder what brings young Miss Yu to our island? Patriarch Eastern Lai asked. It's actually pretty simple. Enlai wants to retrieve her mother's grave. Since she is following me now, it is only natural that her mother's grave follows her out. That is why I wanted to ask Patriarch Eastern Lai and Madam to make things easy. Sima Yu told them the reason why she had come. The Patriarch's wife looked over at Enlai. Enlai seemed to be rather terrified of her. Her single glance was enough to cause her to shrink back unconsciously. Is that all? Ha ha ha, for a small issue like that, it would have been enough to let Enlai come on her own. There was no need for you to come here with her personally. Patriarch Eastern Lai laughed loudly. Sima Yu secretly rolled her eyes. If she let Enlai come here on her own, she probably would never have been able to leave, right? I've been rather free at home recently, so I took the chance to walk around. Even though Enlai came under me as a servant girl in name back then, we have become like sisters. I naturally had to come here with her for something like this. She said with a smile. Then, when do you plan to move her? As soon as possible. Before we came, we got someone to calculate the most auspicious time, so tonight would be the best time. Sima Yu said with a smile. She realized that, since they arrived here, Enlai had become increasingly anxious. Her nerves had been stretched taut. That was why she wanted to hurry and settle this issue before leaving. Since that is the case, we will get our men to make the preparations. Patriarch Lai said warmly. There is no need. We have already prepared the necessary things. We just have to head over when the time comes. Sima Yu said. That is fine as well. Patriarch Eastern Lai said, there are still a few more hours till then. Would you like to rest in the guest rooms or would you like my men to give you a tour around the island? Since Enlai used to be a servant girl here, just let her take me for a walk around. She should be clear on which areas are off limits or not. Enlai is no longer a servant girl of our island, so how could I let her do a servant girl's job? How about this, I will send 2 stewards to take you around. Then I will have to trouble you, Patriarch Eastern Lan. Sima Yu did not push it. To get people to follow them was not usually a form of surveillance. If this would allow them to relax and get things settled quicker, then they could go ahead and follow her. The moment she left, the madam finally let her tears fall. Patriarch Eastern Lai glared at her impatiently. What are you crying for? Wretched. I don't want to either. But when I see her, I think about my dead daughter. The madam's tears flowed even more. She only had herself to blame. If you did not pamper her incessantly no matter what, would she have ended up this way? Me? Are you blaming me right now? As Lear's parent, not only do you not avenge her death, you blame her for provoking someone that she shouldn't have? Were you not the one who taught her when she was alive? The madam cried out in anger. Weren't you the one who spoiled her? Patriarch Easternly was also sad when he talked about Easternly. Forget it, no matter what you say, it has already passed. I'm going to tell you one more time. Sima Yu is not somebody that you can touch right now. If you can think of the family's behalf at all, then just throw away those little plans you had before. Otherwise, the whole clan will be buried because of you. I know that too. Otherwise, why would I have done nothing up to this point? Sima Yu. Sima Yu. If I had managed to kill her the first time I met her, our child would not have died. What are you even thinking? Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Patriarch Easternly was helpless as well, because this wasn't the only time she had thought this way. It was obvious that she didn't even offend her, but she was thinking of killing her in the cradle, regardless of whether or not she was innocent. Some of Easternly's ways of thinking were definitely influenced by her. Sima Yu and the others were casually walking around here and there. Young miss, although it is not good for me to speak badly of my previous masters, please do not be influenced by them. Does your young miss look like such a foolish person? Their kindness towards me is merely on account of my strength, not because they truly are kind. If the Easternly clan was a kind-hearted one, you would not have suffered so greatly under them, and those who leave the clan would not be hunted down. Of course, they would not have produced a child like Easternly either. Sima Yu said, but this is good for us and helpful in helping us settle things. In this way, we won't have to investigate so much. There are many bad people in the world, but we don't have to kill every single one of them as long as they do not affect us. I was merely afraid that young miss would be fooled by them and let down your guard only to fall into their trap. Enlay said a little worriedly. Sima Yu knew that Enlay was relatively more wary against the Easternly clan. Relax. She patted Enlay's hand and suddenly understood why Auntie Feng and the others would pat her hands. Relax, nobody will be able to bully you here. Enlay said this, but she was still heavily guarded. Don't be afraid, my father and I are here. Enlay's eyes immediately turned red. In the past, when she had been bullied, how much did she wish that someone would tell her, don't worry, I'm here. Her life back then had been torturous, but nobody had ever said this to her. She didn't think that, returning back here, she would be able to. So quick? Patriarch has even said to let you remain on the island for a few more days. We have expanded quite a bit of effort to obtain some suitable land for you. We have calculated for the most auspicious time. Otherwise, it will be a long time before we can catch the next one. That is why time is rather tight. Since that is the case, then we really cannot keep you. I will send you out now. Once Sima Yu and her group of 3 had left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally able to rid themselves of this pestilence, and it was great that no conflict had happened. The guards over at that side didn't think that she would return so quickly. After retrieving her mother's remains, Enlay had finally accomplished what she had always wanted to do. Young miss, did you realize that the instant that the teleportation array activated, the expressions of those people were a sight to behold? Is there anyone who describes themselves like you do? Enlay shook her head, saying, I don't want to cremate her anymore. She rubbed her interspatial ring. As long as she was still here, her family of 3 would be here. Are we going to return now? He did not forget that time where she was in danger, and had a feeling that he would lose her, one that was extremely strong. His father and the rest had said before that her luck was too good, so she would have a great tribulation. Sima Yu realized that something was off about Sima Lu Xian and asked, Father, what's wrong? Nothing. Sima Lu Xian shook his head, I'm just thinking about how there are some things in the clan that have to be done. If you are done, then we can head back. Sima Yu looked at him suspiciously and nodded at him in agreement. In any case, she really had nothing much to do. She could use this time to cultivate. Once she was stronger, she would be able to use the secret method that Mou had given her to go to the Ghost Realm. Actually, she had thought about going to the Ghost Realm via Ghost City. However, she had asked Siyu before, and Siyu had told her that Ghost City not only had lightning calamities but other types of tribulations as well. Also, if she went to Ghost City but wasn't strong enough, she would be killed very easily. Also, her strength was almost reaching her requirements. However, before she arrived home, she received Little Roar's cry for help, saying that he and Shimonli had been captured and were being brought into the inner regions. The moment Sima Yu heard this, her heart was flustered. However, she heard that those people didn't plan to kill them yet, so she didn't charge off in a rush. Father, Lear and Little Roar have been captured. I have to go and rescue them. Why don't you return home first? Sima Lu Xian had met Shimonli back at Shimen Feng's wedding. The issues in the clan can be delayed for a moment. I'll go with you. Alright then. The Sima clan had a few enemies recently. Little Roar, where are you guys now? I don't know. I only heard them say that it seems to be the 20th state. Little Roar said, Yu, hurry and rescue me. Sob, I'm scared. 20th state. Sima Yu ran through the information on the powers in the 20th state. She eliminated the powers who didn't have any contact with her or Paramount Valley, then guessed who it was that captured Little Roar and the others. However, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out who in the 20th state had a grudge with them. How is your situation now? I'm still alright. Lear has been poisoned and cannot use her spirit energy. Little Roar replied, oh right, apart from us, there are many other women. Many other women? That's right. They're like Lear. They've all been poisoned and have been trapped inside a courtyard. There are many experts here. They seem to be monitoring us. When Sima Yu heard this, she calmed down a lot. This meant that this was not an act that specifically targeted them. It was just a coincidence. Also, the fact that they had captured so many women showed that these people were definitely looking for women with specific characteristics and that Lear had happened to fall within this category, so they had captured her. Little Roar, pay attention to the situation happening where you are. Let me know if anything changes. I got it. You, hurry up and come. Seema you didn't cut the contact that she had with Little Roar. This way, she would get notified the moment they encountered any danger. Father, we're going to rush towards the 20th state right now. As for where Little Roar was, he was currently lying lifelessly in Shimin Li's embrace. How was it? Did you manage to contact Big Sister? Although she was rather afraid, she was not flustered and even seemed rather calm. I did. However, the inner region is so big. Even if Yu rushes over, she'll still need a bit of time. We can only remain trapped here until then. I'm sorry, I dragged you down. How could this be your fault? I was the one who failed to protect you. Yu asked me to come with you so that I could protect you. I didn't expect either that although I absorbed that thing, I didn't become any stronger and only made it fall into a deep sleep. When that guy advances in rank and then returns the favor, you will advance in rank as well. Little Roar thought that Shimin Li was chastising herself for not becoming stronger. Relax, Little Roar. I will definitely make sure that nothing happens to you. I won't let anything happen to you either. Shimin Li felt his little action and poked him on the head. Let's take a look somewhere else. There was a lady staying in every house. When those people saw Shimin Li, they all revealed terrified expression. These people are really cowardly. They should have been scared. She walked to the room on the furthest end and saw a lady dressed in red, living inside. Hello. Shimin Li took the initiative to greet her. The lady opened her eyes and looked at Shimin Li. She didn't plan to respond, but when she saw Little Roar in her hands, a deep look appeared in her eyes. You really are gutsy. The lady sat up. We've all been trapped here, but you're the first one who dares to walk around outside. Little Roar had already closed his eyes and began to sleep. The lady grabbed onto his little paw and immediately pulled him over. After playing with his ears, she huffed, why can't I be here? Shimin Li watched the way they interacted and asked, do you know each other? That's right. I do know him. This guy even tried to steal my food. See you, if you keep doing this, I'll make sure Yu doesn't cook for you anymore. Little Roar couldn't escape her clutches and could only threaten her. See you heard Little Roar's threats and did not continue to ravage him. She lifted him up by his neck instead, saying, where's that cruel brat of yours? She hasn't contacted me for such a long time. Did she forget me, her friend? See you? Are you Big Sister See You? Shimin Li looked at See You curiously when she heard what Little Roar said. See You looked at Shimin Li and asked, who are you? Where is Yu? I am Shimin Li. I heard Big Sister mention you before. Shimin Li said with a light smile. See You appraised her and said, you are Shimin Li. Why do you look so different from Yu? Shimin Li smiled but she didn't follow up. She couldn't possibly say that she looked like Shimin Yu instead, right? Big Sister See You, how did you get captured here? She asked. I definitely wouldn't. See You stopped herself halfway and rubbed her nose, saying, I was careless for a moment and ended up being captured here. This was Shimin Li's first time meeting her, so she didn't know that her acting this way was obviously out of guilt. Then have you been here for a long time? That's right, I've been here for 2 months. When she thought about this, her heart ached a little. She casually tossed Little Roar to the side before patting Shimin Li's shoulder, saying, you don't have to worry. I will ensure your safety. Thank you, Big Sister See You. Seema Yu had only mentioned See You before, but had not mentioned anything else. That was why she had no idea what See Yu's identity was, nor did she know how powerful she was. That was why she did not believe that she would be able to make sure she was safe. You seem like you're not afraid at all. I am afraid, but I know that it's useless to be. Shimin Li said, I might as well check out the situation first to see if there's any opportunity for me to escape. In any case, Big Sister said that she would come to rescue me. Yu is coming. Then we'll just wait. It's been a long time since I met her. See You lay on her rocking chair. When she saw Little Roar run back, she threatened him, you'd better not tell your master that I'm here. Otherwise, I'll burn off all of your fur. Little Roar's little legs trembled before his body was frozen for 2 seconds. Then, he turned around and ran as fast as his little legs would carry him. He definitely had to stay far away from this lady who always stole his food. See You saw the way Little Roar was acting and burst out with laughter. She wondered where Yu had gotten a living treasure like him. When she returned, she definitely had to find one, so that she could mess with it whenever she was upset. Towards the one who had love for every single strand of his fur, Little Roar thought about it again and again when he returned to his room, but he still didn't tell Seema Yu about it. In any case, that lady and Yu are friends, so it's fine even if Yu doesn't know about it. If I tell her, then that woman will definitely burn all my fur off. Yu is so far while this lady is so near. I better pacify the woman here first. Yu won't blame me even if she knows. After thinking it through, he ran to Shimin Li's bed and lay down with his 4 paws facing the sky. Shimin Li realized that See You was an entertaining person, and, Big Sister See You, how do you know how powerful they are? Isn't that simple? I just had to sense it. But didn't they seal our cultivation? How are you still able to sense it? SSH, it's fine if you know it. Don't shout. See You covered her mouth, don't think that there's nobody here just because you don't see anyone. There's someone who keeps a constant watch over things here. After speaking, she pulled Shimin Li and went into the room. Shimin Li swallowed her tongue apologetically, saying, sorry, I was too shocked. I'm not of the same level of strength as you are, of course I'm not poisoned. Then why have you stayed here for 2 years? Didn't you have a chance to leave? Sigh dash, See You heaved a long sigh. I know that I'm waiting for someone to come and rescue me, but I've overestimated my importance. I've decided to wait for your big sister to come and save us before leaving with you. I won't wait anymore and I won't think about it anymore. Won't think about it anymore? Won't think about what anymore? Shimonly blinked her eyes as she looked at her curiously. Oh, nothing. Siyu waved her hands. Right, when is your sister coming? I don't know, she'll need a few days. Shimonly said, I wonder whether anything will change during this period of time. They haven't caught enough people, so there shouldn't be any changes in the meantime. Big sister Siyu, do you know why those people captured us? I don't really know why, those people have never mentioned it before. However, it seems like they're waiting for some specific type of person. Siyu said, since they caught us but are not harming us and every single one is so beautiful, it might be that they've captured us for some evil intention. Shimonly saw how excited Siyu was as she spoke and pursed her lips. The light in Siyu's eyes wasn't one of fear, right? Siyu realized that she had scared Shimonly and said, relax, if there is any danger, I will definitely protect you. Who asked you to call me sister? For the next few days, those people captured a few more beautiful women and they were poisoned just like they were and had no way to use their spirit energy. Those women had been given quite a big shock and their eyes were filled with terror. Siyu and Shimonly were at the door cracking melon seeds when she suddenly spat out a shell and said, did you see that? That's the expression that those who just come in here should have. Shimonly laughed. At that time, she had not been too flustered. The most important thing was that she knew that the dough was going to emerge soon. They've been catching more people these few days, and I don't know what they want to do with them either. Just watch, we probably don't have to wait for much longer. Siyu said, they've almost caught enough people. The one behind the scenes should appear soon. Big sister told Little Roar today that they have already arrived in the 20th district, but they don't know where this place is. That's why they can only look for us based on her connection with Little Roar. She came so quickly. It seems like she really cares about you as her sister. Siyu said enviously, it's so great to have an elder sister. If Cize and the others heard this, they would definitely be depressed. She had no elder sisters, but she had a huge pile of elder brothers, okay? Suddenly, she looked at a guard with shock and she stared directly at him. That guard was uncomfortable under her gaze and furrowed his eyebrows, saying, big bro, those two women are huddled together. Will that be a problem? That big brother of his followed his line of sight and said, no problem, it's just two women. What could they do? Could they escape? That's true. We just have to capture 10 more before we can report that we're done with our mission. The two of you, toss those women into the rooms. We're heading back. The guard that was stared down by Siyu left with his elder brother without looking back. Siyu ran to her own room and happily hopped around. Sister Siyu, are you alright? He came to save me. He came to save me. Ha ha ha, he cares about me after all. Was there someone you recognized from within the guards? He came. I just knew that, after following him for such a long time, he wouldn't not have any feelings towards me. I understand. You didn't escape all this time because you wanted to see if the one you have your heart set on would come to save you, right? Shimonly was infected by her smile and was happy for her as well. Isn't it good now, he's here. Third MO came. He really came. Third MO? Third MO is the one who you were talking about? The one who has a good relationship with my elder sister? Shimonly looked at her with confusion. Was the third MO she was talking about the third MO that she knew? That's right, that is him. He was in disguise just now but I could still recognize him. It is definitely him. Just watch, he'll definitely come and look for me tonight. Siyu felt like this was the best day she ever had all these years. If that really is the case, he will definitely know where this place is. Once he comes tonight, we can ask him. That night, a person hurriedly scuttled into Siyu's room. He was stunned when he saw the other person in the house. What are you guys doing here as well? Third MO was speaking to Shimonly and Little Roar. Once Shimonly heard him talk this way, she knew that the stranger she didn't recognize today was Third MO. She looked at his aura and it was like he was a completely different person. She secretly wondered how on earth Siyu managed to recognize him at all. Shimonly was still bewildered while Siyu ran over excitedly. She immediately grabbed onto Third MO and said, Third MO, you came to save me, right? Third MO furrowed his eyebrows and stretched out a hand to push her away, saying, you didn't get poisoned, so why didn't you escape? Obviously, Siyu wouldn't dumbly tell him that she wanted to see if he would come and rescue her, so she said, there are so many experts here, how could I defeat them? You really can't? Third MO looked at her with disbelief. Of course not. Look how many experts there are. I'm just one person. Siyu pulled on his sleeve, ignoring his attitude. Third MO seemed not to believe her, but he didn't say anything else as he looked at Shimonly and asked her, Lear, how did you get captured? Shimonly initially wanted to continue watching them interact. Her curious eyes flitted between the both of them. She hurriedly kept away her curious expression and replied, I was traveling around the central regions with Little Roar when I met that group of people. They didn't say anything before capturing us. How does your elder brother and the rest take care of you? Third Mo's expression was solemn. It was a good thing that those people didn't kill her directly, otherwise, they would regret it deeply. That. Shimonly subconsciously poked at Little Roar with her finger. Third MO immediately understood as he looked at Little Roar, he gave you the rotten idea to throw those guards off? Yes. Shimonly replied in a small voice. I also felt like I wouldn't be able to grow under their constant protection. When Big Sister traveled around, there was nobody protecting her either. You. Third MO was incensed, is the situation now the same as before? The continent is in chaos and, based on your tiny bit of strength, you dare to travel on your own. Do you know that, because of those undead, how many people hate your elder sister to the core? If they capture you to threaten your elder sister or even kill you, what is your elder sister supposed to do? What if she puts herself in a dangerous position to save you or blames herself for your death forever? Shimonly was stunned. Initially, she thought that she would be able to grow even quicker if she ventured out alone. However, she didn't think so far away. I'm sorry. There's no use in apologizing to me. Be more aware next time, got it? Third Mo lectured her, and he really seemed like an elder brother. Shimonli felt uncomfortable in her heart. It had been many years since someone had lectured her. Her older brother and sister had carried all the enmities on their own shoulders and everyone always protected her. Sima Yu had also realized that her personality was too pure. She bit her lip. She knew that although Third Mo's words were unpleasant to listen to, he wasn't wrong at all. Siyu saw Shimonli lower her head as if she was hurting from doing something wrong. She pulled on the sleeve in her hands and said, "All right, don't scold Shia anymore." She was in the central regions, so how was she supposed to know about the changes in the inner regions? Didn't you come to save us? Why are you speaking so much? Third Mo glared at her. My plans have to change. It's not a problem to save just you, but if I bring her with us, it will be very difficult without alerting those people. You don't have to make any plans. Just tell us where we are. Once Yu rushes over, with the both of you working together, are you afraid that you won't be able to rescue us? Yu is coming. That's right. Little Roar said that he contacted Sima Yu a few days ago, and she's already in the 20th state. She just doesn't know where this place is. That's why she can only rush over based on the connection she has with Little Roar. If she knows where this place is, she'll be able to come here quicker. Siyu said. Then I'll go contact her. Third Mo said. How troublesome would it be for you to get in contact with her? Just tell us where this is and get Little Roar to tell her. That will do, you'll save time. Third Mo agreed. The sooner she came, the sooner they were safe. Only now did Little Roar tell Sima Yu that Siyu was here. He also told her that Third Mo had come as well, and also told them where they were. Only now did Sima Yu know where they were. She was even more rest assured that Shimonli would be safe now. She would not have been so confident if it were anyone else, but if it was Siyu, that girl, she definitely wouldn't sit down obediently and let them bully her. When she first heard Little Roar tell her that Siyu had been shut in here for 2 months, she found it strange. Based on this girl's strength and background, how could she have been trapped for such a long time? Later on, she heard him say that Third Mo had come and she immediately understood, biting back and exasperated. You didn't tell me something so important? I'm going to deal with you once we're back. Little Roar shrunk his neck back when he heard her threat, saying grievously, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, but Siyu threatened me. She said that she would burn off all my fur if I told you. Sob sob, Yu, I'm so pitiful. I suffer under the torment of that woman every day and my days pass in darkness. I'm so terrified every day. Sob sob, hurry and rescue me from this sea of fire. I'll rush over there now. Sima Yu couldn't stand his whining and cut off their connection. She told Sima Lu Xian, father, and Lei, I'm going to set up a teleportation array to teleport there. You guys head into the spirit pagoda first. Because it was rather far, she had to set up an elaborate array. The less people the better. Sima Lu Xian and Lei did not object. However, before they entered the spirit pagoda, Sima Lu Xian told her that she definitely had to let him out if anything happened. Sima Yu kept Sima Lu Xian into the spirit pagoda, turning a deaf ear to the later half of his sentence. Her father was abnormal lately and she saw a crazed look in his eyes. It was better not to let him out. She took out a map of the 20th state and, based on the direction that Third Mo told her about, she calculated the spatial coordinates before setting up her teleportation array. After coming to the inner regions, she rarely set up teleportation array. Even if that was the case, she had to change the teleportation array once and take a few more days before she arrived at the location that Third Mo told her about. Little Roar was currently nestled in Shimonli's embrace eating spirit fruit as Shimonli and Siyu lazed under the sun chatting when she's arrived. Not yet, but I can sense that she's close by. They had already suffered here for a month and he was about to go crazy. Siyu suddenly grabbed him and said, quiet, someone's coming. It's a new aura. It seems like the person behind this has finally appeared. Shimonli started to be nervous after hearing that the one behind the scenes had come. She was not sure if there would be any unforeseen changes. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Shimonli tried to calm herself down but she couldn't but tremble when she saw the others. Siyu glanced towards the entrance of the courtyard curiously after she saw her change. Do you know that lady wearing the mourning garments? Shimonli clenched her fist and said through her gritted teeth, I know her. I'd recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Seeing you act like this, you must have deep hatred for her. Siyu became curious. Here, tell me, what happened? She looks like a fake holy and pure person. Did she steal your crush? Shimonli glared at her. She destroyed my whole clan. Siyu blanked for a second and came back to her senses. Really? This is worse than stealing a crush. How did she destroy your whole clan? Do you want me to seek revenge for you? Shimonli turned away and went back into the house before Zhong Zhenghanyu noticed her, as she couldn't fight Zhong Zhenghanyu directly since Little Doe wasn't awake yet and her poison had not been removed. Zhong Zhenghanyu turned around as she sensed hatred but could only see Siyu's and another girl's back view. Seeing her back view, a trace of doubt flashed past her eyes. Check the goods. Zhong Zhenghanyu casually took a look at the girls and realized that the goods were good. Holy daughter, your honor, these girls are picked at your request. A guy said, a total of 888 people. Zhong Zhenghanyu nodded. You did well, the higher-ups will definitely reward you. She threw a jade bottle to him as she spoke and that guy accepted it contentedly after he saw what was inside the bottle. Holy daughter, your honor, should I send them to the usual place? Zhong Zhenghanyu nodded. I don't have to tell you what to do since this isn't the first time, right? No need. I remember. That's good. You'll lose your life if you make even a small mistake. Zhong Zhenghanyu went back to the courtyard. She was prepared to leave when she saw the same back view and decided to walk towards Shimonli's room. Although Shimonly went back to her room, she continued to pay close attention to the situation. Her heart raced as fast as the footstep. The door was opened as she turned around in shock. Zhongzheng Hanyu smiled arrogantly when she saw her. It's you, she. Men. Li. Shimonly was calm when she was found out. Zhongzheng Hanyu. Holy daughter, your honor, you know her. Did he catch holy daughter your honor's friend? Zhongzheng Hanyu smiled and said, I know her, young miss of the Shiman clan, she was my best friend's little sister, how can I not know her? The guy muttered worriedly, could it really be? Zhongzheng Hanyu, you killed my clan. You don't deserve to be my elder sister's friend. True, your elder sister and elder brother sent people to exterminate my clan, we're indeed beyond reconciliation. The guy sighed in relief after hearing that. Holy daughter, your honor, what should I do with this lady? Should I send her over too? Send? Of course, but let me lure Sima Yu here first. I thought she's the most concerned about her close family. I want to kill the people she cares about the most one by one before her. I want her to feel despair once again. You can't match my elder sister. Slap. Zhongzheng Hanyu slapped Shimonly's face. Leer. Siyu ran in and held Shimonly up. She didn't expect that Zhongzheng Hanyu would. How are you? Are you alright? Elder sister Siyu, I'm fine. Zhongzheng Hanyu was aggravated and wanted to slap her again, but her hands were stopped in mid-air. How dare you bully Leer even when you saw that I'm here? Do you think I'm blind? Zhongzheng Hanyu felt something was wrong with Siyu, so she materialized spiritual energy in her other hand. Siyu blocked with her hands and let go of her right hand at the same time as she slapped Zhongzheng Hanyu in her face. Her spiritual energy slapped Zhongzheng Hanyu and she was flung away. Zhongzheng Hanyu adjusted her body before she landed so she wouldn't fall with her flat on. Your skin is really thick, even my. Zhongzheng Hanyu looked at Siyu, your spiritual energy isn't sealed. TSK, your poison can't seal elder sister's spiritual energy. Zhongzheng Hanyu glared at the guy. Holy daughter, your honor please calm down. You stayed here for so long even when it wasn't sealed. Who are you? What's your motive? Even if her spiritual energy wasn't sealed, what was she going to be able to do with so many guards around? Get her. She waved as the guy came attacking towards them but was flung outside by Siyu's slap. The commotion here attracted people from the outside. Those guards ran over and surrounded Siyu and Shimonly. Zhongzheng Hanyu came out from the house and ordered the guards in the courtyard, get them, it doesn't matter as long as they're still breathing. With that said, this meant that she didn't care if they were injured or disabled. Siyu squeezed Little Roar into Shimonly's embrace. You can protect her, right? Little Roar nodded. Go. The guy who was slapped by Siyu waved his hand as the guards came attacking them. PSSSST, Little Roar covered its eyes and roared, lady, can you don't be so ruthless? At this point of time, who cares whether it's ruthless or not? Shimonly thought Siyu was a little ruthless as well, but she decided to shut up as she thought of the current situation and covered Little Roar's mouth as well. Dark spirit energy, you're a dark spirit master. The guard screamed, no wonder she was so ruthless in her battle. Few of you, go. The guard called a few of them as those were stronger ones. With a few of them against Siyu alone, it felt a little tiring for her. Where did third MO go? Ray of light that Zhongzheng Hanyu threw over, Little Roar shouted. His beautiful fur would be gone even if it didn't die today. He covered his eyes thinking that he would be disfigured. In the dazzle, he seemed to hear you use familiar criticizing voice, you're so embarrassing. He opened his eyes, he was still in his spirit barrier and it wasn't broken, Shimonly and it wasn't injured either. And in front of them, someone they yearned for so badly was standing there. You're finally here. He flew excitedly to Sima Yu and teared up. You're embarrassing. Sima Yu picked him up with disdain. Can you make that action that you just did? Ow, baby is afraid. It was that familiar action and familiar feeling. Zhongzheng Hanyu didn't expect that Sima Yu would rush here in time. Although it was their first time meeting, they weren't strangers. After Zhongzheng clan was exterminated, the impression of Sima Yu was deeply carved in her head. You've come even before I've gone looking for you. I really didn't think that we'd meet again in this situation. For the others, everyone stopped fighting when Sima Yu came, while third MO and Siyu went to her side. I didn't think that you'd still be alive. Initially Zhongzheng clan and Yinyang palace were exterminated, but I kept thinking there was something not done yet. Now you're the only one left. Today is the day we'll end it all. I'd let you escape the other day, but I don't believe you'll be reborn again this time. Today is the day where we should put an end to everything. Zhongzheng Hanyu quickly used her spirit skill. Enough of your act. A pretentious big holy bird? Let's see how much you can put up an act. With this punch, Sima Yu had exhausted her strength. Everyone felt that her fist carried infinite power as if to destroy the world. The punch collided with the spirit power condensed white bird. How is this possible? Do you think that only you have the power of faith? How is it possible? How can it not be possible? Isn't it this? Zhongzheng Hanyu was stunned as she continued to utter the impossible. Sima Yu's power of faith was holy and pure. Compared to her, her power of faith was the difference between a genuine product versus a fake. Sima Yu watched Zhongzheng Hanyu get hit. A smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Since young, she had always wanted to. Zhongzheng Hanyu was surprised that Sima Yu also has these attributes. Seeing her smile, she panicked. Based on what she knew of Sima Yu, her smiling meant that the other had the chance of winning. Sure enough, she grabbed the water whip with one hand and condensed thunder attribute spirit power with the other hand. We found something wrong recently. We might be able to investigate something if we keep her. Third MO answered. What things? Sima Yu asked. Black-robed men. Sima Yu took a deep breath. Do you suspect that it is related to the Sage Pavilion? I didn't think so before. It shouldn't be a coincidence that these captured women are here. The black-robed men appeared nearby again recently. This woman is also involved in the matter again. This is my speculation. I don't have any evidence yet. Third Mo said. Sima Yu was silent for a while. Speaking of which, she really can't be killed. Since she is the holy daughter of the Sage Pavilion and manipulates the kidnapping of women behind. Maybe she really knows something. Let me see if I can find anything useful. Zhongzheng Hanyu was already injured. She was hit again by Sima Yu. When her spirit became weak, Sima Yu quickly entered her consciousness and attained a lot of useful information. How is it? Siyu asked. Sima Yu sighed and reluctantly said, it seems we can't kill her for the time being. Is the Sage Pavilion behind those black-robed men? Whether it is or not, is not clear. She knows the black-robed men are connected to Sage Pavilion. These women are prepared for the black-robed men. Sima Yu replied. She never had direct contact with them. Do you have plans to keep her? You know me. Sima Yu stuffed a pill in Zhongzheng Hanyu's mouth to save her life and continued, she came this time to get in touch with black-robed men. She will be able to meet with the black-robed men. Then maybe she can find out something. If she dies, her life token would be broken and the Sage Pavilion will know. Then the plan won't work. Then let her live for 2 more days. Shimanli said reluctantly. What about these women? Siyu pointed to the group of women who came out of the room to watch the bustle. When the girls saw Sima Yu and them, they had gathered together and looked scared. Sima Yu glanced at them with a headache. If these people were let go now, news would spread. Her plans might need to be changed. It really was a headache. Sister, they are all poisoned. Shimanli said. We can use this as an excuse to let them stay here for a period of time, saying that they need to be detoxified and cannot leave for the time being. This is a good plan. Sima Yu sighed. We'll set up another spirit barrier here. They cannot leave without being detoxified. After I finished with the other thing, we can give them the antidote. By the way, is the antidote hard? Shimanli took out a jade bottle and handed it to her. Third brother gave this to me. Sima Yu accepted and smelled it. Although there was no antidote inside, but the smell was there. The antidote is not difficult. I probably know what's used. I will check them later to determine the ingredients of the antidote. She confidently said. Now, you go tell them. You're not going. I need to deal with this person. When she came out, she was alone. Zhongzheng Hanyu was going to stay put in the spirit pagoda as she needed her identity. As for how the spirit beasts inside were going to treat her, Sima Yu left the room. Thank you for saving us. No need to thank me. Who will let me check their bodies to determine the poison and make an antidote for it? Let me. The girl who spoke volunteered. Come with me. Sima Yu went inside the house and asked the girl to sit on a chair and give her her hand. She took her pulse and a minute later, she said, this poison is a bit troublesome. It may take a few days. Since you're waiting here for these few days, I will send the antidote over immediately after it is developed. Are you leaving? The girl asked. We have other things to do. But it won't affect your detoxification. You can rest assured that we will have 2 people take care of you. We'll create a spirit barrier where others cannot enter and for you to wait until you recover. Afterwards, you can leave. Thank you. Siyu entered and leaned against the door. Who's staying behind? Lear is too young. Those things are not suitable for her. Sima Yu said. And she has been locked here too, so they will trust her more easily. Will she agree? She will, I am her sister. Heh. Siyu chuckled and didn't reply. Have you stayed by his side for so many years? In the beginning he didn't let me follow him, but you know, once I decide on something, I won't back down. I know there is someone in his heart. But I don't care. I won't ask him to forget that person. I just ask if he allows me in his heart. Currently, the results are good and I am very satisfied. I believe that in the end. The meeting with them was before that. However, when she disguised as Zhongzheng Hanyu and went to the appointed place at the appointed time, the black-robed men did not come. After waiting for 2 days, she had to return to the courtyard. Sister? Shimanli was surprised to see Sima Yu come back. How did the thing go? Sima Yu shook her head. Give them the antidote and let them leave. Soon, Siyu and Third Mo received news and both returned. What happened? Something happened over there. Those black-robed men did not come. Sima Yu replied. How could this happen? Did they know what happened here? Third Mo and Siyu were shocked. Zhongzheng Hanyu had some message to pass over when she met them. But she hadn't seen anyone, which was a bit abnormal. I don't know. Zhongzheng Hanyu had not received any news either. So I plan to visit Sage Pavilion. Sima Yu said her plans. You want to go to Sage Pavilion? Shimanli sent all the women away. She heard her and said disapprovingly, Sister, do you know because of Sage Pavilion's words, you have to pretend to be a man for so many years? You're going to Sage Pavilion is like a sheep in a tiger's den. Sheep in a tiger's den? What's going on? See, you didn't know why Sima Yu had to pretend to be a man. She thought she liked it. It's actually nothing. Sima Yu wasn't worried. I will be going in as Zhongzheng Hanyu this time. How can they know my identity? She had the appearance of Zhongzheng Hanyu, her aura, and her memory. It was not so easy for ordinary people to find there was something wrong with her. But Shimanli was still worried. In her mind, Sage Pavilion was a terrifying force. She came out to travel this time and knew the strength of some forces. She had an instinctive fear of Sage Pavilion. You haven't told me what is going on. Siyu was confused by them. Sima Yu explained the reason why she had to be disguised as a man was because of a message released by Sage Pavilion that all female spirit masters found must be killed. If she went to Sage Pavilion and the people in Sage Pavilion found out that she was a spirit master, no one knew what would happen. Shimonly thought Siyu would persuade Sima Yu when she knew the reason. But she didn't expect Siyu to not be worried at all. Instead the latter persuaded her, what is there to worry about? With your sister's ability, even if they found out, they would be one suffering. If your sister doesn't turn them upside down, they should be grateful. Shimonly looked at Siyu's proud face in silence. She shouldn't have told her. In the end, she didn't stop Sima Yu because she knew she couldn't stop her. Not only that, Sima Yu asked Third Mo and the others to send her back to Paramount Valley, ending her trip early. The reason was she was disobedient and dumped her guards. As for whether she could come out to practice again, she would have to get past Shiman Feng. Shimonly was reluctant, but she did not dare to refute Sima Yu because the matter was her fault. She didn't have the guts to suggest going back alone. After coming to the inter-regions, she realized her strength was too weak. It was a coincidence that Third Mo and them were investigating the black-clothed men. With Sima Yu's entrustment, they agreed to take Shimonly back to Paramount Valley. Before leaving, Siyu patted Sima Yu's shoulder. Well, although I know you shouldn't need it, please contact me if you need it. You know, I have a secret method and can rush over soon. If there is a need, I won't be polite. Sima Yu returned a smile. Siyu felt strange in her heart. She couldn't understand the feeling and suppressed it. She then left with Shimonly. Sima Yu saw Siyu's expression. She smiled slightly. Her eyes looked unwilling as if something was going to happen to the former. There is a price for every gain. But sometimes, death does not mean an end, but a beginning. Yin Lin's words suddenly rang in her mind again. The smile on her face slowly dissipated. Is her tribulation coming soon? She believed in Yin Lin's words, so she knew she would have a tribulation. Her dark and light attributes were becoming more and more difficult to balance. The power of faith was becoming more difficult to suppress. She could feel her physique was about to reach a critical point. Perhaps, in the near future, she would welcome the tribulation. It was no wonder she was feeling more flustered. I haven't saved my mother yet. Hopefully the tribulation is not too early. She murmured to herself. She could not die. Her dead soul would not have any memories when she went to Ghost Realm. She would not remember her relatives and her friends, nor would she remember that she was going to save her mother. Her years of cultivation of spirit power would be wasted. Therefore, she must stay alive when she goes to the Ghost Realm. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened it again, she felt calmer. Because she was disguising as Zhongzheng Hanyu, she could not use her spirit beast. So she had to rush to Sage Pavilion herself. Sage Pavilion's palace was built on the outskirts of the city. Sima Yu curled her lips. The palace of the Sage Pavilion was so magnificent that one could know that it was looted from many people. The two people guarding the door saluted when they saw Sima Yu. Greeting to the holy daughter. Sima Yu copied Zhongzheng Hanyu's personality and nodded indifferently. Where is the pavilion master? Meeting guests in the main hall. Which guests that requires her to personally meet? Did she not know I was coming? Sima Yu said with a solemn face. Holy daughter, please calm down. A hearty laughter came from inside. A woman dressed in a Sage Pavilion uniform came out. This subordinate of course knows the holy daughter came. Some matters were just delayed now. Please don't be offended, holy daughter. What important guests are Pavilion Master Gu seeing? Sima Yu's expression wasn't good, as if implying she wouldn't give up if the other did not answer her. It is the head of a clan. He did not know that the holy daughter would come over and ask me to go report. Gu Qing said. The head of a clan was important. Sima Yu's expression eased a lot. I wonder if you have finished the discussion. I have something to tell you. Sima Yu said. Involving Saint City Great Convention? Gu Qing asked. Saint City Great Convention? Why does Holy Daughter not know? I came out to do errands. I haven't contacted the sect for a while. Sima Yu replied. Why are we hosting a Saint City Great Convention? Please come with me, Holy Daughter. We will talk on the way. Sima Yu walked in front, wondering what Sage Pavilion was planning. Saint City here was different from Yilin Continent's Saint City. This Saint City was the main quarters. After Gu Qing finished telling her about the Saint City Great Convention, the expression on her face remained unchanged, but her heart was in a tumultuous wave. The Saint City Great Convention was not held in response to the current chaos but to unite the various forces to deal with the rapid rise of ancient spirit beasts. It is said that they were going to send invitations to thousands of clans, covering all the first-class forces in the inter-regions. If they succeeded, ancient spirit beasts would face an unprecedented situation. She did not know if Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior had received any news, or she had to find a way to inform him. Otherwise, they would suffer miserably if caught off guard. Sima Yu thought for a while. I didn't expect while I was dealing with things outside, something this big would happen. We all know that the Holy Daughter is dealing with confidential matters and has little contact with the outside world. The news lag will be temporary. Zhongzheng Hanyu had a special position in Sage Pavilion, so even the head of the branch pavilion, Gu Qing, was polite to her. Recently, ancient spirit beasts are running rampant. They killed a lot of humans and took a lot of resources. If they can be disposed of, it would be a great blessing for humans. Sima Yu said. However, if those ancient spirit beasts know of this news, won't they not let this go on? If the ancient spirit beasts knew that we wanted to unite with other forces to deal with them, I'm afraid they would stand up and hinder it. Sima Yu continued. So we need to find a reasonable reason to cover it up. Gu Qing said. This is not the only bad thing now. Sima Yu pondered for a bit. Now if they could gather those forces and prevent the ancient spirit beasts from discovering anything amiss, there were only two or things that could make that possible. Could it be the Sky Splitter Devil Sword? She guessed. Holy Daughter is indeed the Pavilion Master's favorite right now. It is the Sky Splitter Devil Sword. Gu Qing said. The Sky Splitter Devil Sword has been appearing from time to time in recent years, causing a lot of killings. In the past these years, it has become more mischievous and has become a threat. The important factor is human safety. With this as an excuse, even if the ancient spirit beasts finds out we are doing something, they would think that we are discussing the Devil Sword. That's right. These are all good plans that the Holy Sun has come up with. When Gu Qing spoke of the Holy Sun, she was proud. Alright, let's talk about business. Sima Yu looked at the people in the room and motioned for Gu Qing to have them leave. Gu Qing understood and said to the others in the room. You can all leave now. You don't need to wait for the time being. Yes, Pavilion Master. All the maids exited and Sima Yu began. Do you know of the hunting plan? I've heard of it, but I have never had any in-depth contact. Is it related to the purpose of Holy Daughter coming this time? Yes. Sima Yu nodded. This thing shouldn't be revealed to you. But the situation is urgent now, we can only let you do it. Holy Daughter, what exactly is the hunting plan? Gu Qing saw that Sima Yu was very imposing. This. Sima Yu hesitated, not willing to tell her. Holy Daughter, if you don't tell me, I won't be able to order my subordinates to do things. In case something goes wrong, how would you explain it to the sect? If you are afraid for the subordinates to know, you can rest assured, I will only order people to do things but not the reason. Gu Qing was very curious about the hunting plan. Because of her position, she was not able to know the details. Now she finally had a chance, how could she let it go? If handled well, she might get rewards from the sect. This. Sima Yu frowned. She hesitated and sighed as if she made up her mind. What you said is correct. This matter, but you must not tell any more after you know, understand? Holy Daughter, don't worry, I won't say anything. If you are worried, I can swear. Gu Qing's attitude was very sincere. You don't need to swear. Sima Yu stopped her. One of the reasons that I hesitated before was that I am afraid that you would become involved in the matter in the future. Holy Daughter, please speak. In fact, this hunting plan is to select girls from all over the continent, bring them here, and give them to others. Sima Yu deliberately spoke vaguely. Gu Qing was interested. These girls are not voluntary? Gu Qing asked. Who would be willing to be a furnace for others? This thing was done secretly. Sima Yu said indifferently as if she did not care what resulted of those girls at all. Gu Qing was a little surprised. She didn't expect the hunting plan to be like this. It seems this wasn't a good thing. Who are these girls being given to? She asked. I don't know. According to speculation, it should be the black-robed men. Sima Yu said. What? Gu Qing exclaimed. How are the black-robed men? She saw that Sima Yu did not seem to be joking, so she swallowed her words. In the sect, nothing was impossible. Sima Yu waited until she digested the matter before she continued. We have sent a lot of people a few days ago. We should have sent more, but something went wrong. What happened? The people are gone. People are gone. Those selected girls, I don't know who saved them all. Sima Yu replied. There is no one to deliver the goods now. The person who originally arranged for it hasn't come to meet me. I don't know what's the matter. Since the people are gone, let's go find people and make it up. Gu Qing suggested. No. These girls were selected carefully. The average girl does not meet the requirements at all. Sima Yu said. What does Holy Daughter want us to do? Go and get those people back? Gu Qing asked. I was delayed when I came because of something. When I got there, the people were gone. I don't know how long ago. Even if we catch them, we don't know who did it. What should we do? This thing can be left for now. I will go back to report to the Pavilion Master and see what they said. Sima Yu said. What you have to do is find who did this and kill them. I don't know if the one who says them knows how much inside information. So they cannot spread the information. Understand? I see. Gu Qing replied and at the same time was relieved. If she just killed those people, it would be much easier. There was no need to take responsibility for the matter afterwards. Sima Yu then told her where the girls were locked up at and added, this matter must be carried out in secret. If we let others know that the hunting plan is related to my sage pavilion or the black-robed men, or the result. I understand. I will be careful. Gu Qing promised. I believe in Pavilion Master Gu's ability. Sima Yu said. I have to go back to the sect and report it to the sect master personally. I won't delay anymore. Gu Qing took her to the teleportation array, which could only be used by people from the core of the Sage Pavilion. Sima Yu used the teleportation array and went directly to Saint City. Previous chapter. Saint City, the entire city was built like a palace. It was a white palace. Sima Yu's first impression could be summed up into, pretentious. The appearance of Zhong Zhenghan had its benefits here. Those who see her must salute her. And she just needed to keep smiling and nodding slightly at them. Holy Daughter, you're finally back. A maid ran over. Sima Yu recognized that this was one of her personal servants, Gu Shi. She was left behind in the Saint City when she went to perform the secret mission. What's the matter? She followed Zhongzheng Han Yu's tone and said indifferently. This servant tried to contact you before and couldn't get in touch. I thought something happened to you. Gu Shi said with some worry. Sima Yu shot her a glance. You know I was on a secret mission. It is naturally inconvenient to contact me. What's the fuss about? This servant is wrong. Gu Shi bowed her head. Let's talk after we go back. Sima Yu turned and walked out. Yo, isn't this our new holy daughter? Why did you come back in a hurry? Did you miss our pavilion master? A strange voice came from the side. Sima Yu turned around and saw a girl who was adorned in white dress embroidered with peach blossoms. The latter was surrounded by a crowd of people as she came over. She looked through Zhongzheng Han Yu's memories. Soon she knew the identity of this person and the grudge between them. Tao Shuer, one of the girls who ran for the holy daughter with Zhongzheng Han Yu last time. Her chances of winning were so huge that she already considered herself the holy daughter. Unexpectedly, Zhongzheng Han Yu became the holy daughter. Although she stayed in the head pavilion, she was always bothering Zhongzheng Han Yu. Furthermore, she always thought that Zhongzheng Han Yu was able to become the holy daughter because of her ambiguous relationship with the pavilion master. So she always looked for opportunities to run on Zhongzheng Han Yu. If it was Zhongzheng Han Yu herself, she might still argue with Tao Shuer. But Sima Yu was not her. She had no interest in intrigue between girls. So she just glanced at her and left without any reply. Huh? Did this girl have a personality change? She left without saying a word. Tao Shuer looked at Sima Yu's back in surprise. She had prepared a load of rebuttals. Now it felt that she was punching cotton, which made her uncomfortable. Miss, don't bother with this type of person. The maid on the side. Wait until she is ruined at the convention, let's see if she can still be cocky. This kind of person without family support, once rejected by the sect, she is nothing. Tao Shuer was finally happy now and praised, you are right. Let's wait for a good show. Sima Yu returned to where she was living. A group of maids rushed to greet her. Holy daughter. Sima Yu shot them a glance as she thought Zhongzheng Han Yu was enjoying the life. Gu Shi, come with me. The rest can withdraw. Yes, holy daughter. Sima Yu took Gu Shi into the room. Has anything happened in the city lately? It's about the same as when holy daughter left them. But recently, some people with higher status returned. It seems that the holy son returned. Sima Yu's breathing tightened. Holy son? Wasn't that Wu Lingyu? He was back. Why didn't she know? She suppressed the commotion in her heat and made herself sound calm. Hasn't he been away for a long time? Why is he back now? It said that Pavilion Master asked him to come back. It's probably for this convention. Gu Shi answered. Is there anything else? Sima Yu asked. The others are the same as before, nothing special. Gu Shi added, oh, yes, there is one more thing. I heard Holy Sun brought back a girl, which is very well liked by the Pavilion Master. Relying on the relationship between the Pavilion Master and Holy Sun, she is arrogant in the sect. He brought a girl back. Sima Yu suddenly felt her blood boil, as if some power was going to explode. Yes. Gu Shi saw her face change. Holy daughter, you. Sima Yu knew she reacted a little too aggressively, but she did not deny it. She coughed twice. Don't tell others. Gu Shi immediately understood what she meant. It turned out that the holy daughter liked the holy son. She nodded, this servant will not tell others. Then Sima Yu asked some other questions and Gu Shi answered them one by one. Because her tone of speech and understanding of things were the same as before, she never suspected the person before her was not Zhongzheng Han Yu. At this time, a white paper crane flew in. After Zhongzheng Han Yu looked at it, she said to Gu Shi, I'm going to meet the Pavilion Master. She would still have to face it anyway. She was going to ask Wu Lingyu on the way about why he didn't tell her that he was back. She went to the huge palace in the city. There were few people there. Everyone who could enter had some sort of identity. She walked into the empty hall. Only a middle-aged man was seated there. He had ordinary features but exuded holiness. He looked comfortable. After she saw him, she lowered her eyes. Han Yu greets Pavilion Master. Sima Yu bowed the same way as Zhongzheng Han Yu. Qiu Qi didn't open his eyes or speak, so as for her to keep her posture. After a while, he began, Han Yu, you did not handle this matter well. Han Yu is wrong. Pavilion Master, please punish me. Sima Yu didn't make excuses. Because to Qiu Qi, it was useless. Qiu Qi opened his eyes. The other side is angry. Tell me what happened. The matter is, when I got there, I checked the chosen girls first. After confirming that they were the right ones, I went to meet them according to Pavilion Master's instructions. But I waited for 2 days and no one came. When I came back, the girls had been rescued. Sima Yu continued, Pavilion Master, could they be deliberate? If I stayed back there, those girls would not have been rescued. Qiu Qi stared at her for a long time. No, they should have discovered something, so they gave up seeing you. Didn't you bring them that thing? Sima Yu took out a black box. Although she was curious about it along the way, she didn't touch it to avoid arousing suspicion. Qiu Qi waved his hand, and the box flew into his hand. After confirming the box hadn't been opened, his expression improved. At this time, the guard's voice transmitted from outside, "Greetings to Holy Son. Pavilion Master is currently seeing Holy Daughter. You can't enter without any instructions." Previous chapter. Is that so? Then I will wait. The soft voice carried over. After hearing his voice, one would be able to feel the warm smile of the person outside. Sima Yu did her best to control herself, only then did she manage to stop herself from turning back for a look. Qiu Qi kept the box away before telling those outside, "Let him enter." Then, a tall and straight silhouette walked in. Sima Yu turned around to look, and actually saw Wu Lingyu's familiar face. He had returned. Why didn't he contact her? She stared directly at him, wanting to read something from his expression, but he didn't even spare her a glance. "Greetings, Palace Master." Wu Lingyu bowed lightly to him. "Lingyu, what brings you here today?" Qiu Qi asked. "It's about the gathering. I feel that there are some things we need to discuss." Wu Lingyu said. "Since I've handed it to you, you don't need my opinion on the details. You can make the decisions." Qiu Qi said. "Indeed, but I still feel that there are some things that would be better to let you know about." Wu Lingyu said. "Say it, then." Wu Lingyu told him about the preparations of the gathering, and Sima Yu stared at him the entire time, until Qiu Qi had realized it as well. "Han Yu, what are you looking at?" Qiu Qi asked. Wu Lingyu looked over as well. It was as if Sima Yu had ascertained something as she laughed, saying, "Others told me that the Holy Son is handsome beyond compare. There are still others who say that a man who is focused on work is the most appealing, so I was captivated by Holy Son. Natural and unrestrained without the slightest hint of shame." It was as if the one who was staring intently at him wasn't her at all. Wu Lingyu glanced at her and the corner of his lips hooked onto a light smile. "Thank you, Holy Daughter, for your high praise. I was merely pointing out the facts." After speaking, Sima Yu did not look at him again as she cast her gaze to Qiu Qi instead. After a short moment, Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu walked out together. When they arrived outside, when nobody was around, Wu Lingyu spoke. "Initially, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter were supposed to do it together. Initially, I was the one doing it, but since you have returned, you can come and help me." Sima Yu cast him a light gaze. "Since Pavilion Master has said that you are to take complete responsibility, great Holy Son, you can take responsibility to the end." After speaking, she walked off without even looking back. Wu Lingyu watched her leave and he muttered, "Interesting, interesting." "What's interesting? Who's interesting?" A fiery red silhouette appeared in front of him. "Are you stealing glances at other women behind my back again?" "I just met an interesting person, that's all." Wu Lingyu said. "Are you talking about that woman? Has she caught your fancy?" The red-robed lady pursed her lips. "That is very dangerous. You're thinking too much." Wu Lingyu patted the lady on the head before leaving. The red-robed lady gave a dissatisfied huff as he left, then smiled as she looked at Sima Yu's silhouette. As for Sima Yu, she did not return to Zhongzheng Han Yu's pavilion. Instead, after leaving the main hall, she entered a palace by the side. "Great Holy Daughter." The guards bowed to her, but they were actually blocking her path. "I want to meet the Vice Palace Master, please notify him." Sima Yu said to the guard. The guard cast her a suspicious glance, but he still turned around and entered. "Zhongzheng Han Yu wants to meet me?" Tang Yun was a little puzzled. It didn't seem like he was too familiar with this Zhongzheng Han Yu, right? No, it was more accurate to say that Zhongzheng Han Yu knew that he didn't like her. She had never come to see him before, so why had she come here today? "I'm not meeting her. Tell her that I'm busy." Tang Yun didn't want to meet her, so he rejected her directly. The guard left, but returned a short while later, saying, "Vice Palace Master, Holy Daughter said that she was reminiscing about the time you met outside Fair Eastern City. If you don't meet her, you will be struck by lightning. She said that you would definitely meet her if she said this." Tang Yun was stunned, then he said to the guard, "Invite her in." The guard went out with the order and quickly returned with Sima Yu. Tang Yun waved his hands, dismissing the people beside him. "You really are bold, you actually dare to sneak in here." He looked at Sima Yu, attempting to figure out how she managed to make herself look like Han Yu. "I heard that your Sima clan has a spirit skill that allows you to fuse yourself. Did you actually fuse with Zhongzheng Han Yu?" "I have a contracted beast who can disguise himself." Sima Yu found a seat and sat down. "How did you end up infiltrating this place?" Tang Yun asked. Sima Yu explained the story to him simply before asking, "What's up with that fake Holy Son? Where's Lingyu? Has he returned? How do you know that the fake one isn't him?" Tang Yun asked. Although he looks exactly like Lingyu, and his actions are even very similar, he merely looks similar at a glance. "I know that he is a fake." Sima Yu said. "You don't resemble your original self at all, it's not strange that he wouldn't be able to recognize you." Tang Yun said, "If he was loving to you, you would probably be exposed. It's not the way he looks at me, but the way he looks at others." Sima Yu sighed. "Say it, who is that person? Do you think that I would know? If you don't know, then who would?" Sima Yu looked at him. "That person is from the Devil Clan too?" "No, but he obeys Lingyu." Tang Yun said, "Do you know that Lingyu has a body double? Is that him?" Then where is he?" "Still in the Devil Realm." "How is the Devil Realm like now? It's been so many years, but he still can't deal with that Devil King?" "The situation in the Devil Realm has always been complex." Tang Yun said, "The Devil King has ruled the Devil Realm for a few tens of thousands of years. Generation after generation, you can imagine just how much his powers have grown. As for Ling Yu, even if some of the later generations of some clans are willing to follow him, to face that kind of colossal monster. There was no need to finish his sentence. Sima Yu understood what he meant. She didn't need to guess much to know how bad his situation was. Is there anything I can do for him? She rubbed the space in between her eyebrows, her heart anxious. The biggest help you can be to him is to be okay. Tang Yun said, it's complicated over there. You cannot think about going over. I know, I'm not strong enough yet. I won't go and cause trouble for him. Sima Yu said. That's good then. Tang Yun knew that she wasn't a person who acted without thinking. Now that you mention it, when are you leaving? I remember that Ling Yu said you were investigating those black-robed men. Yes, but it has been so many years without any result. Tang Yun shrugged. He was able to ascertain now that there was no denying the link between that at the Sage Pavilion. I initially came here to investigate the black-robed men, but isn't it going to be the opening of the Alliance gathering? I'll wait till this situation is over before looking at how things unfold. Sima Yu stood up, I'll leave the black-robed men to you. I'm thinking that, with these, you should be able to reap some results. I'm going to head back first, let's link up again if anything happens. After coming out from Tang Yun's palace, Sima Yu's mood was pretty down. Wu Lingyu was facing so much difficulty in the devil realm while she was powerless to do anything to help him. Strength, strength, if she was only a little bit stronger. She gripped her hands into fists and took deep breaths to relax. The rate at which she was growing stronger was really too disappointing. Hey, you. Stop there. A red silhouette came from the roof and appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Who are you? Sima Yu appraised her, you're the woman that the Holy Sun brought back with him. How did you know? The lady was a little puzzled. All the people in the Sage Pavilion are dressed in white. At most, they will have different embroidery on them. On the other hand, your red robes are so conspicuous. Aside from the woman that the Holy Sun brought back, who else could you be? Sima Yu said. Your reaction is pretty quick. My name is Hong Wei. Hong Wei said. Sima Yu nodded towards her. Then she wanted to step past her and leave, but Hong Wei just took a step back and continued to block her path. What do you want to do? Sima Yu looked unkindly at the woman in front of her. You are such a rude person. I've told you who I am, so why won't you tell me your name? It's only proper to return politeness for politeness, don't you know? Hong Wei chided her. Although she knew that someone that the Holy Sun brought back should be a person under Wu Lingyu, she was in a bad mood. She didn't care about anyone, much less a woman who kept making a racket. She glanced at Hong Wei, saying, others may pamper you, but you should know that this world does not revolve around you. Today, I will let you off on Wu Lingyu's account. There won't be a next time. She ground out the 3 words, Wu Lingyu, and emphasized them heavily. Hong Wei should know that she meant Wu Lingyu and not this fake Holy Sun. After speaking, she walked past Hong Wei, not even deigning to glance at her. Hong Wei was extremely angry about being threatened, and wanted to block Sima Yu again, only to realize that she was unable to move at all. What did you do to me? She was shocked. She actually didn't notice a thing. Just a little bit of discipline, you'll be fine in 2 hours. Sima Yu's voice came from behind her, angering her till she wanted to stamp her feet. Although Tang Yun's palace was not as lively as the ones owned by the other vice pavilion masters, there were still many who came and went along. Those who passed by saw that she didn't move an inch from where she stood and couldn't help but point at her and talk about her. What are you looking at? If you keep looking at me, I'll dig your eyes out. She yelled at those people. Those from the Sage Pavilion naturally knew her unique identity. After she yelled at them, they left the area obediently. Hong Wei arduously waited for those 2 hours to pass before she was able to move her body again. She ran over to Tang Yun's palace in an angry rage. When she saw him lazing on the low couch, her fury was ignited even more. You just watched me get bullied with your eyes wide open. She sat opposite Tang Yun in a huff as she raged. Tang Yun lifted his head and looked at her, you were looking for trouble. Are you my brother or not? I am your younger sister, okay? You just watched me get bullied outside, and even said that I was the one looking for trouble? Hong Wei immediately snatched the book out of his hands. It's not that I didn't want to help you but that I couldn't. Tang Yun said, I dare not offend that woman, but you actually went to harass her when she was in a bad mood. You still say that you were not asking for trouble? You dare not offend her? I am a holy daughter, and you are a vice pavilion master, okay? Unreliable. Hong Wei said peevishly. She's not your average holy daughter. You said that you wanted to come here and play around, which is why I got them to bring you in here. In order to prevent you from getting me into trouble, I'd better tell you that, in this world, she is the #1 woman whom you cannot offend. Also, you better not cause trouble for her again. It's a small issue to expose our identity, but to be punished by Master would be a big problem. Tang Yun nagged. TCH, although Master is the Holy Sun, he only cares for the one named Sima Yu, right? To punish you for the sake of some holy daughter? He's not someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Unless that holy daughter is. Hong Wei spoke up to this point before her expression turned to shock and she covered her mouth. You're saying that she is that woman? Sima Yu? Tang Yun snatched his book back, looking at her as if it was a good thing that she wasn't a complete idiot. Hong Wei was stunned. She had actually offended that woman just now. Sob sob sob, she wouldn't get her skin peeled off and tossed into the drain, right? right? Why didn't you warn me earlier? Are you my elder brother or not? She looked at Tang Yen with grief. Well, who asked you to make trouble for her without asking me first? Tang Yun didn't pity her at all. You never use your brain whenever you do things. You should gain some self-awareness. Was it because I was upset that she had caught Holy Sun's attention? Who knew that it was her? Hong Wei whined, Aya, brother, don't read anymore. Hurry up and help me think of a solution. I don't want Master to toss me into the drain. You can relax. Since she has already punished you, she won't harp on it anymore. She's not that kind of petty person. Tang Yun wasn't worried at all, just don't harass her anymore. That's all? You're sure? Hong Wei said worriedly. Alright, hurry and get out. Stop staying here and annoying me. Tang Yun waved his hands with annoyance and chased her away. Hong Wei came outside the palace and mumbled, I have to tell Holy Sun not to do something so stupid like I did. When Sima Yuyu returned to Zhongzheng Hanyu's quarters, her emotions had stabilized. When she thought of what that fake Holy Sun said, she felt like there was a chance that the alliance would go through because the conditions that the Sage Pavilion had set were too enticing. This won't do, I have to notify them not to wait for the alliance to complete. It will be too late to think of a solution by then. She got me air to change into Zhongzheng Hanyu's appearance before she turned into an inconspicuous servant girl to leave the area stealthily. After finding a safe space, she called out Little Lucky along with his protective ancient spirit beasts. Little Lucky, I have something to tell you. She told Little Lucky about her current situation before saying, I'll think of a way to get you out of this city, so can you find a way to look for your father? Little Lucky nodded. When you leave, tell your father this piece of news, then stay by his side and don't leave, alright? As she spoke, she called out Little Roar will go with you guys. If there's any news, I will tell you guys through him. Little Roar and Little Lucky were on very good terms. Now that the ancient spirit beasts were in trouble, there was no way he would shirk his duty. However, the little scheme in his heart was known only to himself. Although Little Lucky didn't want to leave her, he had become a lot more mature. He understood the severity of this situation and could only agree. Sima Yuyu said to the sky, I'll have to trouble you to send them out. The guy in the air hesitated for a moment, then a portal through space appeared in front of Little Lucky. It only closed once Little Lucky and the others went through it. Although there were so many experts in Saint City, nobody noticed a change in space. She would not have been able to do it if it were up to her. For the rest of the days, Sima Yuyu often went for walks around the Sage Pavilion. She wanted to find out more information about the black-robed men, but she couldn't find out anything. It was only now that she understood how good the Sage Pavilion was at their covert operations. It was no wonder Tang Yun had not managed to find any direct link to them although so many years had passed. As for this period of time, the Safe Pavilion was currently sending out its invitations to invite them over to discuss the Devil Sword. Most of the powers who received the invitations would send men to participate. At the same time, there was a rumor being spread around outside that the Sage Pavilion had links with the secretive black-robed men, as well as the Sage Pavilion sending men to hunt down those female children. For this kind of news to appear at this point in time infuriated Qiu Qi to the point that he scolded Sima Yuyu. He knew that the problems had risen over at Gu Qing's side, so he directly sent his men to capture her. As for Sima Yuyu, she was also locked up to reflect on herself and was not allowed to come out until the gathering. By the time Holy Song and Tang Yun had received the news, Sima Yuyu had already been locked up. Although they were worried, they could not directly go and plead on her behalf. After all, they were not apparently close to one another. On the other hand, Sima Yuyu was not anxious at all. Wasn't she just locked up? It wasn't a big deal. However, when she came to the place for self-reflection, she finally knew that the punishment of the Sage Pavilion was rather perverted. The place for self-reflection was called Unmoving Cliff, which was at the base of a cliff. One was not allowed to fly here, so once she got to the bottom, if nobody picked her up, there was no way she could get up on her own. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the most important thing was that this cliff was weirdly cold and one was now allowed to use their spirit energy to resist it. This would make them freeze taut air bones. When those who came to send her down knew her position in the Sage Pavilion, they didn't make things difficult for her. They gave her a bottle of pills and said, these will help you resist the cold somewhat. Sima Yuyu took the pills and said gratefully, many thanks. Holy daughter, just stay near the barrier of this palace for the next few months. Don't go deeper inside. Is there anything inside? We don't know either. However, every single person who went deep inside, when the time came and we went down, they were all. So, great holy daughter, it is better for you not to head deep inside. I understand. Thank you both for this information. Sima Yuyu smiled at them. Those two people saw that she had gone in after listening to them and did not tarry any longer. They sat on their flying spirit beasts and went up, disappearing quickly into the dense fog. Sima Yuyu waited for them to disappear before taking a proper look around the base of the cliff. The entire base was like a blanket of white, with the thickest part of it being 100 meters deep. She sensed her surroundings. The white fog seemed to suppress her spirit energy, so she was unable to use it here. Furthermore, the temperature in this white fog was low but there was no ice. It really freezed one to their core. After sensing again, she realized that her light attribute spirit energy was suppressed, but not her ghost aura. As such, she kept her light attributes into her dantian before pulling out her ghost aura. Very quickly, she stopped feeling the chill. She kept away the pills that the guards had given her before heading deep inside. The more they didn't want her to, the more curious she became. In the beginning, she thought that those people had died because the white fog had sealed their spirit energy. However, the deeper she went in, the more she realized that the suppression on her spirit energy actually lessened. Before long, she found many piles of bones. Based on their clothing, she could tell that they were from the Sage Pavilion. Furthermore, they were all female. These people died, but didn't the Sage Pavilion want to keep their bodies? She disdained the way the Sage Pavilion did things, but she still had no plans to keep those corpses either. I wonder where this path leads to. She continued to head forward and found another pile of bones. She saw that a long time had already passed, and it seemed like they had been killed by spirit beasts. They make themselves look so pure and holy, but they don't even care about these people who've died. She really looked down on the Sage Pavilion more and more. It seems like these people have been attacked by spirit beasts, which is why they fell here. Based on the aura that the bones left behind, she could tell that these people were not weak. Furthermore, there were even a few of them huddled into a group. Under circumstances where their spirit energies were not suppressed, they actually still died here. It seemed like this place was really dangerous. I can sense a powerful aura. Little Seven suddenly said, it's even one that's familiar to me. You're familiar with it? Could it be a rank similar to Qing Yi's? Sima Yu called out Little Seven. Little Seven appeared and even took Qing Yi along. After Little Seven appeared, she sensed her surroundings, saying, we'd better not continue any further. Is it really another ancient creature? Sima Yu wondered. She thought of how Qing Yi was 1-2 and laughed, I didn't mean you. Qing Yi didn't mind her words as he said, there really is a powerful aura here. Is it a vegetation-type beast like you guys are? Sima Yu guessed. It is. Qing Yi nodded, I'm guessing that it's around the same level as my aura. Sima Yu frowned. The Sage Pavilion actually had such a powerful guy. Under ordinary circumstances, it is really only our types that can live for so long. Little Seven said, but you don't have to worry. Those like Qing Yi don't casually attack others. Sima Yu recalled what Qing Yi said before and said, it won't casually attack and can even offer the Sage Pavilion some resources. Otherwise, the Sage Pavilion wouldn't be able to rise above the other powers. The guy here wouldn't be the divine medicine, Phoenix Nirvana, right? It's not. Qing Yi said confidently, even if it is a divine medicine, it's not as valuable as that guy. Sima Yu's eyes shone as she said, since it won't attack me randomly, I can go and meet it, right? I might be able to take it away and destroy one of the Sage Pavilion's foundations. Qing Yi. Little Seven, though, was excited. She pulled on her hand, saying, all right. All right. This Sage Pavilion has caused you so much bitterness, it's time for us to collect the interest. Little Seven, can you defeat that guy? Although I can't figure out who that is yet, my sixth sense is telling me that that guy shouldn't be an enemy. As long as it isn't an enemy, it will be easy to deal with. Aya, let's go, let's go. Little Seven cheered happily. Qing Yi was always powerless against Little Seven's requests, so he had to follow her ahead. However, before they managed to make it far, a spirit beast suddenly jumped out and blocked their path. Sima Yu looked at it. It was like a tiger but wasn't a tiger, like a leopard but wasn't a leopard, like a bird but wasn't a bird. Its aura was powerful and she knew at a glance that it was an ancient one. It was stronger than her spirit beasts, and seemed like its strength was already on the same level as advanced rank Paragon experts. Sima Yu looked at the spirit beast and finally understood why those people would all die here. She inwardly appraised her strength versus her opponent's strength and the chances of victory were 0. However, she glanced at Qing Yi, who was by her side, and managed to control her limbs that wanted to run away. He was still the most powerful one here. However, the other party did not directly try to kill them like she expected. Instead, it stared at the three of them for a long while before saying, my master extends an invitation. After speaking, he turned around and gracefully walked away. Sima Yu and Little Seven exchanged glances. They blinked in confusion before following after that spirit beast. Qing Yi saw the both of them acting like them and shook his head helplessly as he followed after them as well. The spirit beast took them very far. Sima Yu could sense that there were the auras of multiple spirit beasts on the way here. They were even very strong. Those auras were trained on them the moment they entered their territory, all the way till they left. If not because of that spirit beast leading the way, they would have probably already charged out. Do these spirit beasts belong to the Sage Pavilion? Little Seven asked, if they do, that would be problematic. In her heart, Sima Yu would eventually fight with the Sage Pavilion because the Sage Pavilion had participated in too many events involving the extermination of the Shimmer clan. Furthermore, Paramount Valley had exterminated the Zhongzheng clan and the Yin Yang Palace. She had also acted against the benefits of the Sage Pavilion, and the most important was that she had taken away the dignity of the Sage Pavilion. Based on the nature of the Sage Pavilion, they would never put up with it and would definitely find an opportunity to retaliate. Also, the fact that, if they knew that Sima Yu was the complete spirit master that they were looking for, they would definitely kill her. If these spirit beasts belonged to the Sage Pavilion, then it was very problematic for her and they were definitely a formidable opponent. When the spirit beast walking in the front heard what Little Seven said, it sneered, in this world, apart from Master, who would be able to get us to form an alliance? That tone showed complete disdain for the Sage Pavilion. Sima Yu pursed her lips. In her heart, she wondered what the heck they were doing with the Sage Pavilion then. After walking for a long time, Sima Yu thought that they hadn't really gone that far, but it was later on that she realized that they were already quite a distance from the Sage Pavilion. She thought about how leisurely the spirit beast was walking before and it looked so simple. Every step was extremely calculated. Sima Yu was shocked as she secretly thought, flying steps. We're here, let's go in. Sima Yu didn't know where they had walked to. She took a step forward and felt as if she had entered a forest. She felt a lot more comfortable. This is the power of the soul. Qingyi felt the aura floating in the sky and knew who it was. Little Seven had thought of it too as she pulled Sima Yu's hand and cried out excitedly, Yu, I know who this guy is. These things in the air are extremely good, you should absorb more of it. When we return, we should con it into coming back with us. Then we would have profited a lot. Sima Yu was incredibly surprised, is it that powerful? Do you know what it is? It's the tree of souls that Qingyi mentioned about before. If you can absorb its essence, it will be very beneficial in increasing the strength of your soul. Little Seven took a deep breath, this is the aura that it releases. Don't you feel so comfortable after breathing it in? Sima Yu was stunned. It was actually a divine tree that was as famous as the tree of life. Huh, this brat. It's been so many years but you're still the same. An elderly voice sounded beside them. It was as if the person speaking was standing right beside them. Grandfather White, Grandfather White. Little Seven let go of Sima Yu's hand and jumped up excitedly. Elder White. Qingyi greeted him respectfully as well. This tree of souls was even older than the tree of life. Qingyi, you have finally become a true tree of life today. Elder White sounded excited, I never thought that we would live till today. Grandfather White, where are you? Little Seven pouted her little lips when she couldn't see the tree of souls. A white ray of light surrounded them, and they immediately appeared in another place. Its body was different from Qingyi's large one. Sima Yu only saw an aging tree stump. Its circumference was just a few people's width, and was only a few meters high. On it were a few white leaves. Grandfather White, how have you become this way? Little Seven saw the tree of souls and her eyes were red. She ran over to support the branches, touching those white leaves gingerly. Her tears slowly dripped down. Don't be sad. A soft shoot grew from the tree of souls' branches, cupping her face gently. Grandfather White, how have you become this way? Where is your expanse treetop? Your branches. Little Seven was devastated. She thought that she could have a reunion between old friends, but she didn't expect that he would actually end up in this state. Child, do not cry. To be alive and meet again is something that we should be happy about. The tree of souls comforted her. Elder White, how did you? Qingyi walked over and touched the creases of the tree of souls, his voice a little hoarse. Qingyi, you've grown up. Qingyi blinked, holding back his tears as he asked, Elder White, what is going on? How did you end up this way? Sigh. The tree of souls let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he sensed that Little Seven's aura was off and a bout of energy lightly passed through her body. You formed a contract with a human? I did. Little Seven nodded. She pointed at Sima Yu and said, this is my contracted master. How did you form a contract with a human? Were you forced into it? I wasn't, Grandfather White. You did it to save me. Little Seven told him what had happened. With Qingyi as her witness, Tree of Souls did not make things difficult for Sima Yu. However, Sima Yu still sensed a bout of energy entering her consciousness. She saw the scene of the day that she had formed a contract with Little Seven, as well as her usual interactions with Little Seven. That energy quickly retracted. Not bad, it is rare for there to be a human like you. Little Seven grabbed onto Tree of Souls' branches and said, Grandfather White, you haven't told us how you ended up this way. How did you end up like this? Did the Sage Pavilion do anything to you? It's nothing much. Tree of Souls was not willing to say much about it. Qingyi plunged his energy deep into the ground before crying out, you've been imprisoned. What? Imprisoned? Grandfather White, how did you end up imprisoned here? Did the Sage Pavilion do that? Little Seven immediately hopped up, I just knew that the Sage Pavilion was trash. I didn't expect that they would actually dare to hurt you. Sima Yu saw that Qingyi and Little Seven had such a big reaction and asked, what's wrong? Little Seven immediately ran back to Sima Yu's side and pulled her hand, saying, Yu, save Grandfather White. Grandfather White is so pitiful. Sima Yu patted her hand, saying, do you still need to say these kinds of things? But don't you first have to let me know what's going on? After Qingyi and Little Seven explained, Sima Yu finally understood why the Tree of Souls was imprisoned here and why they were so anxious. It turned out that the Tree of Souls was free like they were in the past, but 10,000 years ago, some people had plotted against him and used a seal on the ground all around this palace, trapping him inside here. Being unable to leave this soil wasn't a big deal for vegetative beasts, but the seal was a dark type. It slowly stripped the soil of nutrients and the Tree of Souls was no longer able to receive any nutrients. Also, the dark energy on the seal was even eroding the inner body of the Tree of Souls, sapping it of its strength. Why? If Elder White dies, then the Sage Pavilion would no longer be able to obtain another power, right? Sima Yu asked. Because this is the only type of seal that can trap Elder White. Based on Elder White's strength, a few tens of thousands of years would be needed before he dies. They would be rich within those few tens of thousands of years. Qingyi said, also, look at the people from the Sage Pavilion. The power of their soul has compatibility with the average person, which is all due to Elder White's efforts. So you're saying that, while trapping Elder White, they're also exploiting Elder White's strength? It's no wonder that the Sage Pavilion has been growing so shamelessly. Grandfather White is growing weaker. If he continues to remain here, he will die in a few years. Qing and I cannot do anything, so we can only depend on you. Little Seven said. Sima Yu did not know why Little Seven and Qing were unable to do anything, but after investigating the situation here, she came to an understanding. The seal below was completely made of dark spirit stones. These types of spirit stones were hard to obtain. Although every single one was filled with dense spirit energy, very few people dared to use them. That was because the spirit energy was of the dark fire attribute, and most people were unable to absorb it. As for dark fire attributes, they were like arsenic for divine trees like Qing and Elder White. If they touched it even a little bit, it would bring them much pain. They used dark spirit stones to form their seal, no wonder Elder White was trapped for so many years. After examining the situation around them, she had even more respect for Elder White. The vegetation can no longer survive here. They have no ability to stand up against the energy of the dark spirit stones. However, Elder White has been using his own power to absorb all of the energy from the dark spirit stones into his roots to ensure the other vegetation can survive. Yu, how is it? Can you break the seal? Little Seven looked at Sima Yu eagerly. It's a little difficult, but it's not like I have no way to deal with it. Sima Yu's expression was solemn. The seal is rather complex, but the good thing is that many years have passed, so its power has also weakened. If the seal's power disappears, will Grandfather White be okay? Little Seven asked. No, once the seal reaches its end, it will exterminate the creature that it seals. Sima Yu said. Then we have to get rid of it before it runs out of power. I'll leave it to you. Qing looked at Sima Yu. He did not speak any pleasantries, but his words were heavy. Relax, just leave this to me. The dark energy is useless against me. Sima Yu said, however, before that, we have to get rid of the vegetation here. Otherwise, when the energy explodes outwards, they won't be able to handle it. Leave that to us. Qing said. Alright. Sima Yu began to move the soil. Once the soil surrounding Elder White was all moved away, a dark pit finally appeared. Elder White's roots were in the middle of the pit, intertwined with some of the dark spirit stones, while those dark spirit stones had some spirit energy pulling at it, surrounding the roots in the center. It really is complex. She looked at those dark spirit stones and wondered which one she should start with. Little Seven left Qing alone to move the vegetation as she ran to Sima Yu's side. She saw that she was zoning out as she looked at those black stones. Yu, do you not know how to deal with this? Little Seven asked. Sima Yu pointed at one of those dark spirit stones. This should be the key to the entire seal. If you break this, you will have completed half of it. You have worries about what happens next. Sima Yu nodded. Half of these things have grown into Elder White's roots. If I get rid of those dark stones, it will harm Elder White. I am not familiar with Elder White, and have never encountered something like this before, so I don't know what the outcome will be. I don't know whether or not Elder White will be able to hold on either, so I cannot act rashly. No problem. In any case, the outcome will not be worse than before. Just do as you were thinking of doing before. You do not need to think too much about anything else. Elder White comforted her. But what happens if? If anything happens, then that is my fate. No matter what, it is better than remaining here. Imprisoned here without freedom, having to battle with the dark energy every day. This kind of life made it hard for him to continue on much longer. If he was exterminated, it was still better than his current state. Yu, Grandfather White is in pain, but I don't want Grandfather White to disappear. Little Seven looked tearfully at her. Sima Yu patted her head, saying, I will not let Grandfather White disappear. To get rid of this seal, there should be more than one way. We also have time, so let me do more research and find out another way. If there really isn't one, then we'll just try this way. Alright. These stones will harm you. Wait for me up here. I'm going down to take a look. Sima Yu said as she flew down into the huge pit. She landed amongst Elder White's roots. Yu, do you want to let Mi-Air try? Little Seven suggested from up there. Mi-Air is so powerful and came out from a stone as well. He might know how to deal with these stones. Sima Yu agreed when she thought about it, so she called out Mi-Air. Mi-Air looked at those stones and shook his head, saying, the spirit energy comes from inside the stones. If you want me to break them apart, it will be easy. However, it won't work if you want to research them. So that meant that, if she wanted him to confirm that Elder White would not be harmed, he couldn't do it. Sima Yu was rather disappointed. She thought that Mi-Air would be able to do it. She didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to. If I want to get rid of the seal, I'll first have to find a way to get rid of the power in these stones. The moment I move the stone, the spirit energy will definitely rebound. She furrowed her eyebrows. If she did this, she might harm Elder White. These stones, if they weren't dark fire attributed, would destroy one with every punch. Little Seven pursed her lips, extremely upset. Why don't we let Blackie try? If you were to mention someone that Mi-Air was afraid of, that would only be Blackie. He couldn't do it, but maybe Blackie could. Sima Yu recalled Blackie's identity. He might really have a way to deal with these stones. Although he looked like a useless thing now, he might be able to deal with this. Sima Yu called out Blackie, and that rascal jumped into her embrace while gnawing her arm like how a pet dog welcomed their owner. She held Blackie's neck and said in disdain, You're not a dog. I'll throw you into a dog's meat restaurant if you act like one again. Blackie whined as it nodded. Those big round puppy eyes stared at Sima Yu as if it felt wrong. Of all things, the most she couldn't bear was this kind of eyes from her beasts. Alright, I won't throw you into a dog meat restaurant. She sighed, try this and see if it works for you. She put Blackie down and got Blackie to try to attack the dark spirit stone. Blackie glanced at her and those black stones as it extended its paw, those dark spirit stones split instantly. Woof woof woof, Blackie was excited while it lowered its head and started swallowing one of the dark spirit stones when the smell of the stone spread out. Crack, crack. While everyone was in shock, Blackie quickly ate those dark spirit stones. It used its paw to break another one as it still wasn't satisfied after eating one of it. Another dark spirit stone was broken into pieces again and it started to chew on it. A smile tugged on Little Seven's lips, this rascal. The dark spirit stone's power had no effect on Blackie when Sima Yu saw how happy Blackie was eating it so happily as it wagged its tail. With that, it didn't touch the seal so it didn't have any effect on Elder White. Blackie, try this one. Sima Yu carried Blackie to another piece of dark spirit stone as she patted its head. Blackie shook his tail. Although he didn't know why Yu changed place, he followed her order and broke the piece that Yu asked for. At that moment, Sima Yu could sense that a tremble from the seal as Elder White muttered melancholically. Elder White, are you alright? She asked with concern as she didn't know Elder White's condition. I'm alright. I felt like something that had stuck in my body was plucked out. It was painful for that moment but it got better after a while. Elder White responded. It'll get better after a while. The seal was built up by the 100 pieces of dark spirit stones, but it was only made by 10 of the main pieces out of the 100 pieces. Now that we found one of them, we'll only need to pluck the other 9 of it. Sima Yu knew it wasn't going to be as easy as a momentary pain as her voice sounded weaker. 9 more times? Little Seven cried out, it's already so painful once, Grandfather White will die of the pain. Blackie has already resisted most of its power, he can't completely remove all of it. Sima Yu couldn't help it either. After plucking out the second piece of stone, Sima Yu got Blackie to stop. Go, and play with Little Seven for a while. Sima Yu carried Blackie and flew to the shore to stop it. Otherwise, Elder White wouldn't be able to take it. Little Seven carried Blackie from her arms and asked, how's Elder White? I haven't taken a look, he should be fine. Sima Yu comforted her, let me take a look first. I'll leave Elder White to you. Qing Yi said. Sima Yu nodded to him and flew back to the roots of Elder White. Elder White, I need to sense your condition, don't hold back on me. She told Elder White as she put her hands on his branch, inserting spiritual energy to check on his condition after getting Elder White's response. However, she was unfamiliar with other plant-type beasts other than her own contract beasts so she couldn't find out anything. She shook her head at Qing Yi, who flew towards Sima Yu after a moment of silence. Qing Yi. Little Seven shouted in shock and pulled Qing Yi's clothes subconsciously. Stay here. Qing Yi said as he landed beside Elder White. The power of the dark spirit stones made him so uncomfortable that he frowned. Why did you come down? Sima Yu asked. I can tell Elder White's condition. Qing Yi said as he put his hands on the branches and started to check on Elder White's condition. He is much weaker than before. Qing Yi continued, we've only taken out 2, Elder White surely can't pull through the rest of it. Then he can only rest for now. Sima Yu continued, we'll see after he rests for a few days. Qing Yi shook his head, not enough. He can only get a little power every day if the seal isn't removed, it's not even enough for one day. Then. How? Before Sima Yu could speak, she saw Qing Yi shone golden rays of light from his body and imbued his vitality into the Tree of Souls. No, Qing Yi, no. Elder White didn't allow him to do that, this will use up a lot of your vitality. Qing Yi didn't speak and he didn't stop what he was doing. Qing Yi. If you continue doing this, this will lead to twice the effort for half the result. Elder White's voice was much more energetic. Sima Yu looked at Qing Yi as his face became pale with his body trembling, she gripped his arm asking him to stop. That's enough. She brought him to a pit as his body shook. Qing Yi, how are you feeling? Little Seven threw Blackie away from her embrace and went up to hold Qing Yi. I'm fine, let me take a rest. Qing Yi shook his hands. Sima Yu gave him a pill, this was prepared for the beasts, I'm not sure if it works on you. But I added some spirit fluid in it, it should help you to feel better. Thank you. Qing Yi took the pill and he felt much better. Spirit fluid. Sima Yu thought of something and went back to Elder White. She reached out to touch the branches to feel the vitality of those creases. It seemed like the vitality that Qing Yi gave was not in vain. Elder White, since your Tree of Souls, the spirit items should be useful to you, right? Yes. Let me try this. Sima Yu took out a bottle of spirit fluid, she split the tree barks and dripped the spirit fluid into it and half a bottle of it was dripped on it. Elder White then absorbed the spirit fluid, many of his branches felt better as a few white leaves bloomed. Thank you, it's been a long time since I felt this good. Elder White said. Seems like it's useful to you. Sima Yu smiled, so how many times can you tolerate it? With Qing Yi and this, I might be able to tolerate 2 times. Elder White saw hope. Alright, we shall continue, after this, we shall rest and wait till Qing Yi recovers and we'll continue. Sure. After repeating these steps, Sima Yu finally removed all the stones after 3 months. To be exact, it was all eaten by Blackie. Sima Yu snatched the rest of the dark spirit stone from Blacky's mouth and kept it in Spirit Pagoda. You might choke. She flicked Blacky's head and did not allow him to eat anymore. Without the seal, Little Seven and Ching Yi came down as well. Grandfather White, how are you feeling now? Little Seven asked as she hugged his branch. Much better. Although White Elder's voice was tired, it sounded relieved. Thank you. It's great that you're fine. Sima Yu smiled. She felt heartache as some of her spirit fluid was used up. But she didn't feel that it was a waste seeing how Little Seven and Ching Yi were so happy. Naturally, she wouldn't be this generous if it was anyone else. Sima Yu put back the soil and went to take a walk with Blacky. I'll go and gather with those spirit beasts. She carried Blacky and walked to the side of the forest and found the spirit beast that brought her here. My name is Ling, thank you. He said it with so much pride even if he was giving thanks. Sima Yu. Sima Yu saw the kindness in his eyes. Have you been protecting White Elder? He is protecting the lives here. Ling said. What about the other beasts? This is where they stay. Everyone minds their own business, but some are friendlier. The others are from Sage Pavilion? No. Those that are willing to follow Sage Pavilion have already left. Those that didn't leave just want to stay here carefreely. Ling continued, these are ancient antiques of age. If we fight Sage Pavilion, will they jump out to help Sage Pavilion? In the past, they wouldn't, but who knows about the future? They imprisoned White Elder for so long. We only stayed here for so long because of White Elder's grace. We won't sit back and do nothing if White Elder wants revenge. But it's all for White Elder. White Elder will be happy with all your sincerity. Sima Yu said. Woof woof woof. Blacky ran out without Sima Yu's knowledge and came back with a bone in its mouth with its tail wagging proudly. Heavens. Sima Yu slapped her own forehead as she was so angry to the extent that she was speechless. Haha, how did this rascal think he's a dog? Sima Yu said helplessly while squatting down as she took the bone from Blacky's mouth and threw it away. I have one or two spirit beasts that are like this. Woof woof woof. Blacky barked at her twice, not knowing if it was agreeing with what she said. Then you must have a headache. Ling looked at her sympathetically. Sima Yu smiled, sometimes. But you dote on it a lot. Ling said affirmably. Anyone who's with me is my family. Sima Yu responded. No, you specially dote on it. Ling said. Sima Yu stared at it as she smiled without denying. She actually doted on Little Roar, but this kind of doting was harmless. You. Little Roar's voice was shouting in her head that she thought she was hallucinating. What happened? She could hear that it was excited but wasn't anxious. It must have found something interesting again. You, we're coming to the holy capital. Aren't you happy that you're going to see the cute me? Little Roar said excitedly. I don't want to. Sima Yu threw a wet blanket over him. I don't think you miss me too. Shoot, what is it that made you so excited? Holy Capital Convention is opening soon, we're on the way. I'll contact you when I get there. You have to miss me. Sima Yu rolled her eyes even though Little Roar couldn't witness it. Is that the rascal that gives you a headache? Ling said affirmably. Yes, it's that rascal. Sima Yu said helplessly but dotingly, something exciting must be happening that made it so happy. I'm leaving. She brought Blacky back while Little Seven and the rest were still chatting. Little Seven, we're leaving. Little Roar is coming back. I think Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior should be coming back as well. Holy Capital is going to be lively, we should go back. Sima Yu told Little Seven and the other two, you guys can stay and chat for a bit more and come back when you're done. She thought that they must have had a lot to talk about since Little Seven and Ching Yi hardly met the same species of past generations. Grandfather White said he'll be coming with us. Little Seven came over and pulled her hand. Grandfather White said it has been here for too long and wants to follow us because he heard that it'll be fun following you. He'll stay after he finds a place he likes. Alright. He can recuperate in the Spirit Pagoda as well. Sima Yu agreed, then she put White Elder and Little Seven into Spirit Pagoda after it left the ground. She looked at Blacky who kept retreating and said while shaking her head, no, you have to go back too. My identity will be exposed if they see you. Ow. Blacky didn't bark this time and just looked at her with big round eyes. I'll let you out to play next time. Sima Yu continued, others might recognize me as they all recognize you. No, you can't unless you can change into another form. Blacky whined as it turned 2 rounds and became a cute white dog then stared at her with round eyes. Sima Yu. In the end, she left with this little white dog which had low intelligence and only knew how to act cute. Ling somehow knew what was happening and said, let me take you there. Sima Yu didn't reject it. With it around, she didn't have to worry much. Goodbye. Ling said as it sent her to the place where they met and left proudly. Sima Yu brought Blacky to the bottom of the cliff and felt her spiritual energy being suppressed when she came here. Woof. Blacky barked ahead of them. Sima Yu squatted down and patted its head. She vigilantly looked at the person who walked out from the thick smoke and tried to look closely as she was curious who it was. Vice Pavilion Master? Why did you come down here? Tang Yun sighed a relief after seeing that she was fine. Why are you at the bottom of the cliff? Just looking around since I have some time. Sima Yu pacified Blacky and got up while looking at him. Are you here to ponder about your misdeeds as well? Of course not. Didn't you ask me to check on the relation of the Black-Robed Man and Sage Pavilion before you came? I have news. There's news? Yes. Tang Yun continued, not only that, we also found out that Sage Pavilion is not working alone. Someone else is behind it as well. We also found out that the people behind it had something to do with the Chi spirit. What? Sima Yu was flabbergasted. How is it related to the chi spirit? We were amazed at first, but whatever we found out had us believing in it. And what? We suspect that this might be connected to the hidden families. With which hidden families? Sima Yu stared at Tang Yun even though she already had an idea. Xianqiu clan. Tang Yun continued, I know you're on good terms with the young patriarch of Xianqiu clan, so I came to notify you immediately after I've gotten the news. Sima Yu muttered as expected. She suddenly remembered what happened with the chi spirit as she wondered why the Xianqiu clan appeared out of thin air while she was saving her master. The guards told her that someone was looking for her when she went back, but that was a few days before it happened. Why did they look for her in such a rush? Unless they were already there and saved Feng Zhixing in order to not get involved deeper into that. And they knew she could activate a tribulation and had vermilion bird divine flame, so they emptied the tomb before she could find anything. She didn't ponder over this as she had already treated her father when they went back. If not, she wouldn't wait till now to think that it was odd. She closed her eyes and said, does he know about this? I'm not sure, but I feel that he, as the young patriarch, would know a little about such a big matter involving the clan. Of course, it might only be known to the higher ranks in the clan. You can ask him yourself. Tang Yun said. He came too. Xianqiu clan will participate in this convention, but they have yet to reach the Saint City. Tang Yun continued, the Saint City will be lively this time. Saint City. Sima Yu squinted her eyes. She wouldn't want the Saint City to exist on the continent if she could. Yu, what do you plan to do? Take revenge. Sima Yu continued, Sage Pavilion has done so many inhumane things, this is a good chance to expose them. But even so, you don't have the power to go against them. Sage Pavilion themselves are already powerful, and the hidden ones behind them are much more stronger. Their connections are also extremely tangled and complicated. At this time, it's not easy to overthrow them. Are you saying that the participants will help Sage Pavilion? Sima Yu continued, they can be their backups, but they can be my backups too. You want them to fight against Sage Pavilion? The possibility is too low. Tang Yun didn't agree with her method. He knew of Sage Pavilion's power more than Yu. You think it's impossible? Sima Yu questioned. Sage Pavilion is different from the Yang clan. They have too many subdivisions and believers, they are involved with a lot of different forces. The possibility will be low for them to go against Sage Pavilion. That just means they don't receive enough benefits. Sima Yu continued, if we give them more benefits, everything is possible. And who said that we don't have power of the same level? Tang Yun was suspicious of her confident smile. Was there something that he didn't know? Sima Yu saw his expression and laughed. Didn't you say that Sage Pavilion and other forces were complicated? The forces I mentioned are the same, what I meant is that compared to Sage Pavilion, we're more involved with the other forces. And in these years, they had never given up on investigating the black-robed man. You are saying? That's right, you've forgotten that I'm the vice-union leader of the union. Sima Yu continued, compared to Sage Pavilion, the union that Alchemist Guild, Armament Masters Guild, Array Masters Guild, Beast Tamer Guild, Spirit Seeker Guild and Spirit Master Guild formed, whose network is bigger? Ha ha ha, I forgot about that. Tang Yun laughed seeing her confident and spoiled look, and understood why he liked her so much. When black-robed men started attacking them previously, they were all enraged. Although a few decades have passed, they have never given up investigating the black-robed men. How could they wash their hands off this if they knew that Sage Pavilion was the one who did it? But the convention is about to start soon. They wouldn't be able to make it even if they rushed there. Tang Yun was worried. This is no problem, since they're already on the way, they should be here soon. Sima Yu said. How do you know? Before I came here, I'd already spread the news, they knew it long ago. Sima Yu continued, then you'll go and arrange with them and also tell them this information. Then what about you? Of course I'll continue to reflect on myself here. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him, I'm being punished here and can't go anywhere. Tang Yun. Tell them what you found and tell them what my plans are for their reference. Sima Yu then told Tang Yun her plans and said sincerely and earnestly, I'll leave it to you, you'll have to do well. Tang Yun was unhappy with how she asked others to do work but did nothing herself, then what would you be doing? I'm so weak, so of course I'll be watching from the side. Sima Yu grinned sinisterly, you guys are better at charging and breaking through enemy lines. Tang Yun felt that he shouldn't talk to her anymore as he might die of anger because of her. Being angry was one thing, but the problem was that he couldn't touch this person, so he was even more angry. This feeling was the worst. Hence, he left without even saying goodbye. When he was at the side of the cliff, he remembered that he hadn't reminded her to not go deeper as it might be dangerous. But when he thought about it, this rascal had so many ideas and had stayed there safely for 3 months, so that meant nothing would happen. Hence, he didn't go back to her. He left as he was relieved after thinking it through. Although he was unhappy about what Sima Yu asked him to do, he still had to do it. It was fated that he would have a tiring life. After Sima Yu made sure that no one was around, she brought Blackie into her spirit pagoda and the beast was shocked seeing a white Blackie. They pulled him to a side to have a chat. Sima Yu didn't mind them and went to Elder White's corner, near Qing Yi. Elder White was looking great at this point of time, he had branches and leaves on his trunk. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Little Seven saw Sima Yu walk over and she waved to her in all smiles while she was chatting. Yu, why are you here? I'm here to check on Elder White's condition and ask if he wants to seek revenge. Sima Yu said. Revenge? Elder White was shocked, showing that he had never thought of that. Yes. Although the one that trapped you is dead, all the generations of Sage Pavilion knew of your existence but never thought of letting you go even once. Instead they plundered from you, making you weak. Don't you want revenge? Sima Yu said. Revenge, of course we must take revenge. Little Seven continued, they made Grandfather White suffer so much, how can we not take revenge? But I know Sage Pavilion's strength. With my current power, it'll be tough to go against them. And I don't want to hurt the innocents. Elder White was more benevolent. Or maybe they didn't do anything to you, but after so many years, Sage Pavilion did a lot of bad things under all kinds of guises, not many of them are really innocent. Sima Yu said. I want to seek revenge from their Pavilion Master. Because for all the generations, only the Pavilion Master knew of my existence. But with my strength now, I can't fight him. Elder White continued, we'll talk about revenge later. As long as Elder White gives it a thought. Sima Yu continued, we're preparing to fight with Sage Pavilion so I came in to ask. Elder White was grateful to how thoughtful Sima Yu was, your spirit hasn't been stable recently, these are some of the leftover essence, use it. As he spoke, a tree branch bent down with a few drops of white fluid on the leaf. Elder White, how can I take your essence when you're not in a good condition? Sima Yu rejected him. You saved me and gave me such a good environment to recuperate, this is nothing much. Just take it. Elder White said. Seeing that she wanted to reject him again, Elder White said, the power in your body is getting harder to control, and your spirit is affected as well. Although your spirit fluid can increase your spirit's power, it can't strengthen it. With this, your spirit in the body will become stabilized. Don't reject it, you need it now. Sima Yu didn't expect that Elder White could see her condition so clearly so she could only accept his gift. She opened her mouth and dripped that few drops of milky white fluid into her mouth. After swallowing it, she felt that her body was relieved, every pore of her body seemed to be breathing as if it went back to its parent's body. She sat there and absorbed all the essence, and felt that her spirit energy became much stronger and stable. Even the discomfort from using a little faith energy was gone. She breathed out and opened her eyes and became more conscious. She got up and bowed in greeting to Elder White and said gratefully, thank you, Elder White, for the gift. As Elder White didn't want revenge now, she didn't want to interrupt them reminiscing and left Spirit Pagoda. She could contact outsiders from the bottom of the cliff and would be able to know the situation outside, which she was unable to when she was in Spirit Pagoda. So she had to stay there even though she had nothing to do at the bottom of the cliff. With that, the news spread everywhere. Little Roar, the guilds, Tang Yun and the scarlet bees that she left outside spread it. Her news was the most complete, even Qiu Ji might not know more than her. A day before the convention, Qiu Ji came to the bottom of the cliff on his own. Seeing Sima Yu carrying Blackie and shivering with cold, he asked, do you know what you did wrong? This subordinate knows. Sima Yu admitted obediently. Since you know, then go up. Qiu Ji gripped her hand and flew to the cliff as his spiritual energy was not restrained at all. She glanced at Qiu Ji, could his spiritual energy be different from others? Similar to her ghost aura. What are you thinking about? Qiu Ji asked. Pavilion Master, it seems like you're not affected down there. Sima Yu said softly as she acted like she was fearful of him. Qiu Ji was satisfied with her response now as it seemed like she didn't stay down there in vain. The white smoke below only restrains spiritual energy but it doesn't restrain other powers. I'm only using faith below. You can use faith like this? Sima Yu was surprised, she wondered how strong his faith could be. Seeing how shocked she was, he laughed while patting her shoulder and said, your power isn't enough for that now, you can do that when you have enough faith in your body. Really? Of course. You have to know that our faith can restrain any spiritual energy, any defense that is fixed by faith can't be destroyed by any spiritual energy. Sima Yu widened her eyes, was faith that mystical? Then there wouldn't be a battle where the Pavilion Master would lose. No matter how powerful those people are, they can't match up to Pavilion Master. Wouldn't Sage Pavilion's strength be #1 if all our clan members knew about this? Haha, Qiu Ji laughed, wouldn't it be easily suppressed by others if it's that easy? Faith is accumulated bit by bit. It's hard if you want to be like me. Even if it's for me, I wouldn't be able to make it if it wasn't for your help the other time. Sima Yu was shocked, her help? She didn't see that memory from Zhongzheng Han Yu's mind. Was Qiu Ji mistaken? No. She noticed an empty place in Zhongzheng Han Yu's memories, those were the sealed memories. Did Qiu Ji do that? Just as she thought, the way Qiu Ji treated Zhongzheng Han Yu was odd, how could she become holy daughter of Sage Pavilion with her status and even came himself to fetch her? Wondered what happened between the both of them. Nothing else can restrain us as long as we can cultivate faith. If that was the case, her plan would have to change. It's not that, just that it doesn't exist. Qiu Ji said. It doesn't exist? That's right. You know, the energy of faith came from outside, so it's not purely the energy of faith. So the only thing that can restrain us is the pure energy of faith. But such energy of faith doesn't exist in the world. Qiu Ji continued, go and cultivate till the energy of faith is enough for you, then I'll teach you how to use it. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Sima Yu lowered her head, concealing the emotions from her eyes. Now that she felt that Sage Pavilion's prediction might be true, she was the one that could restrain them. Previous chapter. Sima Yu followed Qiu Ji back. Before they left, he grabbed her shoulder, saying, once this is over, everything will be okay. After saying this, he left. Sima Yuyu watched him leave and felt like that was rather strange. She didn't know what the memory was that Zhongzheng Hanyu had sealed away. Holy daughter. Gu Shi appeared behind her and cried out respectfully. Let's go back. Sima Yuyu knew that she had come to pick her up. The moment she turned around, she realized that Gu Shi looked at Qiuji differently from others. When she returned to the place Zhongzheng Hanyu lived in, Sima Yuyu chased everyone else away and left only Gu Shi behind. Holy daughter, the great gathering is tomorrow. Do you want to take a good rest? Gu Shi asked. Gu Shi, you only became my personal servant girl after I came to the head pavilion, right? Sima Yuyu said, then where did you serve before me? This servant used to serve at the pavilion master's palace. Gu Shi replied. Then do you know what my missing memory is? What? Gu Shi looked at her, not understanding why she would ask her this. A part of my memories has been sealed, you should know about it. Sima Yuyu said, the pavilion master is acting a little odd around me, and I'm guessing that it should have something to do with my past memory. Since you're someone that pavilion master Qin has tasked to care for me, you should know what happened before. Your servant doesn't know anything. Gu Shi lowered her head. Gu Shi, since you have followed me for so long, you should know that I am not someone with a good temper. Even if you have come from the pavilion master's side. Sima Yuyu copied Zhongzheng Hanyu's threatening tone. Holy daughter, I really do not know. Gu Shi lowered her head, not allowing Sima Yuyu to see the expression in her eyes. No, you do know. You can choose to tell me or not. However, I'm guessing that the pavilion master will not blame me for killing a mere servant girl. After all, at this time, I should be more important than you are. I know that you are a smart person and should know how to choose the best for yourself. Gu Shi trembled and immediately knelt down. Her entire body shook as she said, Great holy daughter, this servant girl really does not know what happened. I will give you 2 minutes to make your decision. Sima Yuyu sat down on her seat and picked up a cup of tea to drink. After 2 minutes passed, she placed the teacup down and stared at the top of Gu Shi's head. Gu Shi raised her head and looked at her, saying, Your servant does not know what happened. I only know that stayed at the pavilion master's palace for a night. Then, your servant girl was sent to serve you. As for what happened, your servant truly does not know. Sima Yuyu looked at her, wondering whether or not her words were true. After a while passed, she stood up to leave. As she walked past Gu Shi, she stopped for a moment. I know that, apart from taking care of me, you are also here to monitor me. You can tell the pavilion master what happened if you are able to bear the consequences. When she left, Guoshit sat paralyzed on the floor. Her clothes were drenched in sweat. Earlier on, she had truly felt her murderous intent. Sima Yuyu set up a barrier when she returned to her room. Then, she entered her spirit pagoda and went to the place where she had locked up Zhongzheng Hanyu. Zhongzheng Hanyu had been ground down by her beasts until she had no more anger left. When she saw her, she merely looked up without saying anything. Sima Yuyu didn't want to waste any words on her either. She merely examined her body before nodding as if she had expected something. What else have you found on me that's made you so happy? I know what your sealed memory is. Sima Yuyu said, do you want to know? No. Based on the way you spoke, it's definitely nothing good. Zhongzheng Hanyu sneered, refusing to look at Sima Yuyu. Losers were always in the wrong. She was already her prisoner now, what else could she do? How do you know that it's not a good thing? It might be good news to you. Sima Yuyu said, but, I heard that the holy daughters of the sage pavilion have to be virgins. I wonder how Qiuji managed to give you this kind of identity. What do you mean? Zhongzheng Hanyu just stared at her. Exactly what I said. Aren't you curious? You're someone who obviously isn't a virgin, so how did you become a holy daughter? Impossible. I've never done that, so how could I not be? Zhongzheng Hanyu didn't believe her. I know that you want to defeat me, you want me to fall apart. However, fabricating something like this is useless. Is that so? How do you know that I made it up? Could it be that you don't even know about the changes in your body? Sima Yuyu smiled happily. I've already helped you check it out, and I've also seen your body. How did I never know that you were such an excellent cultivation furnace? Zhongzheng Hanyu's expression changed. Sima Yuyu was right. She was the clearest about the condition of her body, so how could she miss even the tiniest detail? However, she had never thought about this problem that Sima Yuyu had dug out today. Impossible, you're lying to me. She shook her head, refusing to believe this. Looking at the way you're acting, you don't seem very happy. That's true as well, your body has always been very important to you. You refuse to settle for anyone and feel like no man suits you. Now that your body has been broken for no rhyme or reason and your memories have even been sealed away, it's natural that you would be unhappy about it. Sima Yuyu analyzed, however, I think the most difficult thing to understand is why he wants you, but still locked your memory away. Do you feel like he's toying with you? Shut up. Zhongzheng Hanyu covered her ears and yelled, Sima Yuyu, you don't have a shred of evidence to back up what you're saying. Don't you dare think of using this to attack me. I won't fall for it. When did I want to attack you? I merely wanted to let you know the truth of the matter. If you don't want to hear it, then I just won't speak anymore. Sima Yuyu shrugged. When she saw how she was suffering, she smirked. Actually, based on your physique, you would have a brighter future if you went to the Northern Du clan instead of the Sage Pavilion. Their cultivation methods are more suited for you. It's a pity that they've already been exterminated. Shut up. You slut. Apart from using this kind of method to deal with me, what else can you do? If you have the guts, then kill me. You want to die that badly. Sima Yu ran in front of her and sneered, I really wanted to kill you before, but now, I finally understand. Only by living will you be able to suffer more. The suffering that you have given me, I will give back to you part by part. Here, you will realize how luxurious the idea of death is. Sima Yu, you slut. Slut. I'm going to kill you. Zhong Zhenghanyu attacked Sima Yu, but Sima Yu grabbed her wrist. Sima Yu flung her away, and Zhong Zhenghanyu was tossed far. Her head hit the wall heavily. As she raised her head, fresh blood trickled down the side of her face. She glared maliciously at Sima Yu, wishing she could chop her into 10,000 pieces. Sima Yu wiped her hand then tossed the cloth on the floor. She said disdainfully, there's no use looking at me like that. When you lied and made use of me, you should have known that a day like this would come for you. Just kill me. Zhong Zhenghanyu looked at her, the you of the past would never treat your enemies like this. You said that you would just kill them all. Why would you leave me alive? That is because I've never hated anyone like I hate you. Sima Yu's expression twisted into a mask of hatred. I want you to see how I take my steps to the very top while you can only stay here in despair forever, never to free yourself, living life in pain every single day. Zhong Zhenghanyu looked at Sima Yu with disbelief. Sima Yu saw the pain, rage and hopelessness in her expression and smiled. Tomorrow, I will let you watch with your own eyes, as I exterminate the clan that you grew up in. I will crush your very last hope. After speaking, she turned around to leave. She instructed Little Spirit to remember to update Zhong Zhenghanyu on everything that was happening tomorrow. Zhong Zhenghanyu lay on the floor and watched as she left. The tears that she had held back started to flow. Sima Yu left the spirit pagoda, her mood exceptionally good. She thought of how her mother had kept crying out to tell her not to take revenge just before she died, and to live happily instead. Mother, did you tell me that because you knew that people who carried vengeance in their hearts would be unhappy all their lives? On the second day, Sima Yu went to the palace early in the morning. There was nothing that she needed to do today. She just had to accompany Qiu Ji and stay by his side. She recalled what she had found out yesterday night. When she looked at Qiu Ji, she felt like he was a beast in human clothes. Stay by my side the whole way today, understand? Qiu Ji didn't notice any difference in her behavior and instructed her. Sima Yu felt like his tone was a little off as she asked, did something happen? We only found out last night that, though we have no idea how the ancient spirit beasts managed to get the information, they are rushing over here right now. The events of today might not progress as smoothly as we hope. Qiu Ji said, Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior is very powerful. The other ancient spirit beasts aren't easy to deal with either. Just remember to stay close to me. I understand. Sima Yu replied. Seeing that the timing was around there, Qiu Ji led everyone over to the plaza. It seemed like the sage pavilion had quite a high status. After walking in, the entire plaza quieted down. Qiu Ji walked to the main seat and sat down. Sima Yu came by his side and sat beside him. Guests, welcome to our gathering today. We have been rather busy these days and have not hosted you well, please forgive us. Time is rather tight now, so I will not waste words. I will talk about the main point and discuss the main goal of our meeting today. Everyone here knows that the ancient beast clan has been more savage as of late. They massacre humans and snatch our land, chasing away the spirit beasts who originally occupied the area. Pavilion Master Qiu, did you not say that you invited us here to discuss the Sky Splitter Devil Sword? Indeed. The Sky Splitter Devil Sword is also on the agenda, but we will be leaving this topic for later. We first have to discuss the ancient spirit beast. Pavilion Master Qiu is right. The ancient spirit beasts have been very aggressive lately. The men that we have sent out have all been killed. Qiu Ji had just spoken when someone immediately agreed. Sima Yu glanced over. Wasn't he Qiu Ji's very close friend? She pursed her lips. Coming out at this time to speak was definitely to influence everyone's mood no matter how one looked at it. She could tell at a glance that Qiu Ji had specially arranged for it. However, people like him wouldn't arrange just one of them. No matter what, he would have arranged for a few of them. Only then would he be able to influence the others to agree. As expected, after that person spoke up, a few others agreed as well. They ridiculed the ways of the ancient spirit beasts, and encouraged the others to band together to fight them. Egged on by what these people said, the others began to feel engaged as well. They felt like the ancient spirit beasts had gone overboard and they should get rid of them. I wonder if Pavilion Master has thought of anything? Ancient spirit beasts are extremely powerful. If we deal with them alone, we won't have much chances of victory. That is why, in order to defeat them, we will have to think of a way to band together to form an alliance, then defeat them. Qiu Ji said. That's right. I heard that Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior is very powerful, as well as those ancient spirit beasts. If anyone can guide us, we won't have to be so scared of them. That's not the only thing. If we are able to capture those ancient spirit beasts and form contracts with them, will we not be able to become even stronger? But even if we catch them, we can't form contracts with them. They will never submit to a master, so we'll have no way to tame them and hence no way to contract them. Who said that we can't contract them? Have you guys forgotten that there's someone who has contracted many of them? Are you talking about the Sima clan from the 64th state? That's right. They can contract that many ancient spirit beasts, which means that they definitely have a way to tame them. As long as we sincerely plead with them and obtain their method of taming beasts, even if they are ancient spirit beasts, we can still use them. Sima Yu initially didn't have much of an interest in their conversation, but when she heard them mention the Sima clan, she raised her head and looked at them. Excellent, they were extremely bold and their courage was worthy of praise. She just wondered whether or not they would be able to live till then. The Sima clan isn't to be messed with. Although they aren't that powerful right now, that Sima Yu is enough to give us a headache. No matter how powerful she is, she can't make an enemy of the entire continent, right? As long as we team up, that will not be a problem. A good beast taming method should have been shared with everyone from the start. Everyone, don't you think so? Sima Yu smiled, these people were really shameless. Vice Pavilion Master, you speak with such righteousness. In that case, will you be willing to share your sex martial arts with everyone? She spoke up. The moment Sima Yu said this, the entire plaza went silent for a few seconds. Everyone was puzzled as to why she would suddenly say this. Holy daughter, what is the meaning of this? Patriarch Qin, who had been scolded by her, asked her angrily. Exactly what I said. Sima Yu shrugged, Patriarch Qin, you said it yourself, methods that benefit everyone should be shared. In that case your martial arts are very good, so can't we learn them? Han Yu has always been rather curious about this. You. Or are you saying, Patriarch Qin, that only the methods of the Sima clan can be shared while others can't be? Then you can't use this as an excuse. If you told anyone, you would throw everyone's reputation away. Sima Yu shot maliciously. Xian Qiuhe, who was sitting not far away, heard Sima Yu's words and raised his head to look over. When he saw that she was not someone he recognized, he lightly furrowed his eyebrows. Patriarch Qin blushed from her words. He was merely finding an excuse to be a bandit. He didn't think that Sima Yu would expose him like that and utterly shame him. Pavilion Master Qiu, what is the meaning of this? Patriarch Qin was shamed and he stood up in a rage, as if he would immediately leave if he didn't give him a proper explanation. Han Yu, apologize to Patriarch Qin. Qiu Qi instructed her. Sima Yu stood up and bowed to Patriarch Qin, saying, Patriarch Qin, quell your anger. Although the words I've said are difficult to listen to, it is for your sake. Truly for my sake. I just want to hear how this is for my sake. Patriarch Qin huffed icily. Alright, then I will explain it to you, Patriarch Qin. Sima Yu sighed, based on what you wanted to say, you want to force the Sima clan to bring out their beast taming method, right? Don't rush to deny it, nobody here is a 3-year-old child. We all get it. Patriarch Qin wanted to speak but she had already forced him back, so his expression darkened even farther. Although the Sima clan isn't very powerful, you cannot just look at them based on that. You have to think about the other powers baking them. The little powers like Paramount Valley and Heavenly Sect Academy that interact with them aside, have you thought about the Phone clan? Do you think that you will be able to defeat the Phone clan? There's also the entire Bird clan. Although they are not that powerful on their own, if you added up the entire Bird clan, do you think we would be assured of victory? I heard that the Violet Water Dragon clan has already united the entire Ninth Star Ocean. Can you fight against all the spirit beasts of the oceans? As Sima Yu spoke, with every sentence, it woke up a lot of those who had been blinded by their fervor from the ancient spirit beasts. So what you're saying is that the Sima clan cannot be touched? Another person hopped out to say. It's not that we cannot touch them, but that we have to switch our plans. Forcing them openly will not necessarily give us our desired outcome, but we may be able to have an exchange. Exchange. As long as we give them enough benefits, they probably won't reject it. Sima Yu said, choosing between shedding all sense of cordiality or having a mutually beneficial exchange. Which one do you think is better? After speaking, she bowed towards everyone and returned to her seat. Everyone secretly made their calculations. Although they would obtain the Imperial Beast Art, they would lose out at the end. Furthermore, although the latter would cause them to lose some benefits, it would rid them of later headaches. Sima Yu watched as their expressions slowly changed and sneered in her heart. They wanted to plot against the Sima clan? It would depend on whether or not they had the ability to lose that much blood. Will the Sima clansmen agree? It seemed like some people were influenced. As long as the Phone clan and Bird clans do not interfere, the Sima clan should have no choice. Actually, the smarter ones should know that her words could not be trusted. They wanted the Phone clan and the Bird clans not to interfere? Was that even possible? That was completely outside the realm of possibility. However, those people had already lost all their IQ and they were completely focused on the method of taming beasts. However, the Sima clan is not easy to provoke. If we don't manage to capture the ancient spirit beasts, the beast taming method would not be of much use to us. So, before that, we still need to possess those ancient spirit beasts. Qiu Qi said, otherwise, to offend a clan that isn't easy to manage would not be worth it. As such, he brought the topic back. After what happened just now, everyone started to become lively again. If they were able to obtain the ancient spirit beasts as well as the beast taming method, they would be able to climb higher and higher. These ancient spirit beasts have massacred too many. If we do not get rid of them, we will never have a peaceful day. I support the idea of forming an alliance in order to deal with these ancient spirit beasts. I agree. We do too. Qiu Qi's mouth lifted into a light smile, since everyone agrees, then we can set up the alliance. Everyone will be one team in the future, later on. Bang dash. A silhouette fell, interrupting Qiu Qi's words. Everyone looked over to the middle of the plaza. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. They had no idea how this person had appeared. This caused a feeling of terror to rise in their hearts. That the other party had done this meant that they were heartless. He had appeared in such a quiet way. You were currently discussing how to deal with my ancient beast clan, but did you ask me for our agreement? Fifth. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior. Qiu Qi's expression wasn't too great, but he was not surprised. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior, what are you doing here? Our Saint City did not invite you. This senior goes wherever I want to go. You ants have no right to question me. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior snorted icily as he attacked him with a burst of spirit energy. The fake Holy Sun immediately spit a mouthful of fresh blood and he was sent flying. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior, don't go too far. Qiu Qi yelled. Did this senior go too far? You were all discussing how to defeat me, could it be that you still want me to greet you with a smiling face? Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior, you want to kill all of us by yourself? We'll have to see if you have the ability. Everyone was scared, but they did not believe that he would be able to defeat them all by himself. Who said that I was alone? Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior just spoke when countless ancient spirit beasts appeared in the sky above Sage City. There were way more than the number of people who attended this gathering. Hey, Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior, wait. Sima Yu's familiar voice came from the place. She directly opened the door and Xia Chang Tian, He Chendong, Fang Ming and the others walked over. Little Roar was lying on his shoulder. When he saw the tense situation, his eyes shone with excitement. Sima Yu looked at them and saw that the presidents of the guilds had all come, and the group was even rather complete. When he saw the people from the guild, Qiu Qi furrowed his eyebrows. How did he not know that these people had come? President Xia, what are all of you here? Qiu Qi still asked him politely. I found out a few things, so I rushed here. Why? It seems like Pavilion Master Qiu doesn't welcome us. President Xia walked forward and looked at the people around him. He smiled as he greeted them familiarly. The others saw that those from various guilds had come and there was a variety of reactions. Some were surprised, some were puzzled while others were curious or worried. How could that be? I was merely rather curious. Without invitations, how could you enter Saint City? Qiu Qi said, his meaning deep. They didn't have an invitation and also appeared with the ancient spirit beasts. Everyone was well aware of what he was really saying. Old Xia, there's no need to waste any more words here. We have come here today because we wanted to demand an explanation from the Sage Pavilion and the Xian Qiu clan. He Chendong stepped forward and looked at Qiu Qi and those from the Xian Qiu clan. At that time, during her succession ceremony, if not for the preparations that she had made beforehand, the Armament Guild would have faced an unprecedented disaster. Sima Yu looked towards Xian Qiu He. She saw that he had furrowed his eyebrows with doubt, looking at He Chendong with some confusion. He couldn't understand what those words meant. President He, what do you mean by this? Qiu Qi asked, our Sage Pavilion did not invite you guys because we only invited the powers in the inner regions this time. It wasn't because we did not respect you. There is no need to be so angry and speak like this. That's right, President He, there's no need to focus so much on a small issue like this. Qiu Qi, whether or not you're just pretending, you know that we aren't here because of this. Fang Ming spoke as well, we have come here today for another reason. Another reason? They wondered what important issue it was that actually got the few elders of the Guild League to appear. Could it be that the Sage Pavilion had offended them somehow? Qiu Qi, we don't wish to beat around the bus with you. We just want to ask you why you're releasing so many black-robed men and causing chaos in our world, attacking our various guilds. Just what are you trying to do? Xiang Yang directly blamed them, you act all holy and righteous as you do all these dirty things. Does the deity you believe in not stop you? What? Are the black-robed men from the Sage Pavilion? President Xiang, could you have gotten it wrong? Exactly. How could the Sage Pavilion do something like that? Qiu Qi's eyes narrowed as his tone dropped a few degrees, saying, President Xiang, you cannot merely slander others like this. Xiang Yang snorted, slander? We have never done something like that. If not for rock-solid evidence, would we come and look for you demanding an explanation? Qiu Qi, you couldn't possibly think that by acting so secretively, that nobody would ever find out about what you've done, right? Xia Chang Tian said disdainfully, if you don't want someone to find out, then you shouldn't do it at all. Since you've already done it, then you should know that there would be a day that someone would discover it. President Xia, don't spout nonsense. How could the Sage Pavilion do something like that? If you continue to spout rubbish, don't blame me for being discourteous. TCH, you stupid young idiots who have been deceived by the Sage Pavilion's pretentious exterior. Do you really think that the Sage Pavilion is that great? That they would ask you to come over in order to distribute the ancient spirit beasts to you? They merely want to use you as cannon fodder. Xia Chang Tian pursed his lips, don't believe me. They asked you to come over because of the Sky Splitter Devil Sword, right? Then, do you guys know that the Devil Sword is inside the Sage Pavilion? Since that is the case, why would they still call you over to discuss the issue about the Sky Splitter Devil Sword? The Sky Splitter Devil Sword was in the Sage Pavilion? Everyone was struck by the news. Even Sima Yu looked at Qiu Qi with confusion, wondering whether or not this piece of news was true. Xia Chang Tian, if you came here to make trouble, then our Sage Pavilion will not hold back anymore. Don't be in such a hurry to chase us away. You just have to explain yourselves clearly and we will naturally take our leave. Xia Chang Tian said, didn't you say just now that you wanted evidence? Bring the men here. Sima Yu looked over and saw that some people had brought some more people in. Those people were dressed completely eye black and one could tell at a glance that those people were different from the other black-robed men. Xia Chang Tian, these people aren't the black-robed men at all. Do you want to use this to frame the Sage Pavilion? It doesn't seem too possible. Patriarch Qin said. Who said that these are the black-robed men? Can you take a good look? Xia Chang Tian rolled his eyes at them, these are men from the Sage Pavilion. Xia Chang Tian, just what are you trying to say? The situation is like this. It has been quite some time, and we need some time, you have to be patient. Xia Chang Tian told them about the hunting plan, then told them how Sima Yu and the others had rescued others. Gu Qing had sent the Sage Pavilion to hunt those people down, and were eventually captured by the Guild League, which is how they got to know about the relationship the Sage Pavilion had with the black-robed men. When those on site heard this, most of them didn't believe it. How could the Sage Pavilion do this? That was too inconceivable. Qiu Qi, one of your branch pavilion master is still here. You can't be thinking of backing out, right? He Dong said, back when I was having my succession, you even sent me a big present. I know that you abhor the black-robed men, but you caught a few of my Sage Pavilion men and want to say that they have links with us? Sima Yu lowered her head apologetically, but her eyes held no trace of guilt. At that time when she had looked for Gu Qing, it was precisely for this purpose. This was a piece of evidence that she had purposely sent to the Guild League. It's simple, do you know about truth pills? Feed her one, wouldn't that do? After speaking, he fed her the medicine and tossed her on the floor. Xia Chong Tian, that is the pavilion master of my Sage Pavilion, you actually dared to be so malicious. A vice pavilion master bellowed as he hurriedly flew over, wanting to take Gu Qing back. However, before he could even touch Gu Qing, his entire body was sent flying. He swayed a few times in the air before he finally stabilized. Protective barrier. Why are you in such a hurry to kill her? Xia Chong Tian said cockily, I've seen your hand, it looks like you're going to attack her. It's a good thing that we made preparations beforehand. To deal with such shameless people, we have no choice but to make these kinds of prior preparations. Fang Ming echoed. You guys are right. It's a good thing we set up this measure. Gu Qing, who was on the floor, began to struggle uncomfortably on the group. It was as if she was being restrained. Pavilion Master Gu, we have already fulfilled our promise to take you back to your pavilion. Right now, you can tell everyone the truth. Xiang Yang walked over to her and said. Gu Qing opened his eyes and looked at her, what are you talking about? Doesn't the Sage Pavilion have something to do with the black-robed men? Xiang Yang asked. Yes. Gu Qing replied. What do they have to do with it? I don't know much either. Then tell me what you know. The hunting plan. I only know about the hunting plan. What is the hunting plan? We will go to various parts of the continent and select a few women. Then, we will send these women to a predetermined location where the black men will take them away. Gu Qing's words resulted in an uproar. Many were completely stunned by this situation. What else? Pavilion Master Qiu, is he speaking the truth? The hunting plan failed this time. The women were all rescued. The great holy daughter was extremely angry and got me to find out who was the one behind it. For this incident, your holy daughter will know the most about it. Pavilion Master Qiu, is he speaking the truth? Does the Sage Pavilion really have something to do with the black-robed men? Someone jumped out and demanded an answer. Seeing how urgently he spoke, it seemed like he had faced quite a bit of loss as a result of dealing with the black-robed men. She is merely a branch pavilion master. Her words do not serve as evidence at all. Who knows whether or not the Guild League has done anything to her? Tang Yun stood up and said, how could we possibly believe those words? Not to be trusted? Get your holy daughter to testify whether or not that is true. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Little Roar muttered this from beside Xia Chong Tian's ear. Xia Chong Tian beamed as he replied, Pavilion Master Qiu, as long as you swear that you know nothing about the black-robed men, and that the Sage Pavilion does not have anything to do with them, we can settle this issue. Issue. Presumptuous. Our Pavilion Master has such a high standing, how could we do something like that? Then let your holy daughter swear it. Swear that she doesn't know anything about the black-robed men and that she didn't get Gu Qing to hunt those people down. Xia Chong Tian looked at Sima Yu. This request isn't too much, right? We have already compromised. If you still continue to evade this, then... Everyone's gaze landed on Sima Yu, giving her additional pressure. She raised her head and looked at them before finally looking at Qiu Qi. Great holy daughter, swear it. The Guild League continued to goad. I can't. She grit her teeth and shook her head non-stop. I can't, I don't want to go to hell. What dash? When they heard what she said, the entire place fell into an uproar. Everyone started to talk over each other. The Sage Pavilion really had something to do with the black-robed men. Qiu Qi looked at the people below. When the people from the Pill Association came here, he knew that he wouldn't be able to hide this. If it were the average power, he would have been able to deal with it directly. However, since the Pill Association had a relationship with these powers, he would not be able to stop them. Why would those from the Pill Association come here without any news? How did they know about the issue with the black-robed men, and even bring that person from the Sage Pavilion? Step by step, they were beginning to be dragged into their hands. President Xia, you said before that you still wanted an explanation from my Shua Qiu clan. What do you mean by that? What else could I mean? Of course, that the Xian Qiu clan also has a hand in the issues regarding the black-robed men. Xia Chong Tian said, young Master Xian Qiu, the last time we met, you were still unable to walk and see. Your body has recovered greatly recently. Was he reminiscing about former times? You healed your body, but you guys actually sent black-robed men to her great-grandfather's birthday celebration to kill them. You said that you are her friend, but this is how you repay her. Xian Qiu he subconsciously looked at Sima Yu. He looked at her unfamiliar face and saw her questioning gaze and replied, I didn't know about this at all. What do you not know? Did you not know about the issue with the black-robed men, or did you not know about them going to kill you and the others? The Xian Qiu clan did not participate in the issue regarding the black-robed men at all. Xian Qiu he said confidently, if you don't believe me, I can swear it. I can swear that my Xian Qiu clan. Young master, you can't. Xian Qiu Qi, who was standing by the side, did not let him swear it. Elder Ji. Xian Qiu. He looked at Xian Qiu Qi with disbelief. Could it be? Young master, you cannot swear it. Xian Qiu Qi pulled on his hand. When he saw him questioning gaze, his expression was a little mournful. Young master, you can't. How could Xian Qiu he not understand it? He placed his hand down gently and looked at Sima Yu. He opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say a word. It turned out that the clan really had something to do with the black-robed men. They really had done something so cruel, they really had tried to kill the entire Sima clan. There was no surprise in her eyes, neither was there surprise. She knew long ago. Then what else could he say to her? That he didn't know at all? Even if he didn't know, that didn't change the fact that it was something the Xian Qiu clan had done. Sima Yu saw the hurt and self-reproach in his eyes and wanted to tell him that she was actually very happy. All right. The truth is revealed. Xia Chong Tian said, Qiu Qi, right now, we should be able to collect our debt. Since you insist on seeking death, how could I not satisfy you? Men. There's no need for you to call for them. Your Sage Pavilion men have all been poisoned. Apart from those here, you no longer have any backup. How is that possible? Those from the Sage Pavilion didn't believe them. There were so many of them from the Sage Pavilion. How could they all have fallen? Doesn't your Sage Pavilion need to eat a type of medicine every month? Fang Ming didn't need to finish his sentence for everyone to understand. Those from the Guild League had tampered with the pills. After eating the pills, they had lost all ability to fight. How is that possible? Those pills are distributed internally. How could we have a spy amongst us? Not only that, but the person must be of a high position too. Qiu Qi's gaze landed on Sima Yu, thinking about how she had been at the cliff doing self-reflection, and stopped suspecting her immediately. Are you done talking? Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior, who was watching the show play out from the air, spoke. Then is it my turn now? After speaking, he glanced at those on site and the murderous intent in his eyes was obvious. These people had dared to come to discuss how to defeat them. In this case, they couldn't blame him for massacring them here now. Those people were dying with regret. Why did they promise to attend this gathering? They had obviously been tricked. Godfather, wait. Little Roar suddenly spoke and stopped Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior, who was about to act. Sima Yu's hands shook unconsciously when she heard Little Roar's voice. Godfather? When did this guy accept Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior as his godfather? Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior treated Little Roar more preferentially and was not angry. What? He flew over to Little Roar and caught him, throwing him onto his shoulder. My Yu said these people were deceived. They didn't know that from the start the meeting was aimed at ancient spirit beasts. They deserve to die if they are tempted. It's better to solve it amicably, so spare them. I believe they won't do such a dumb thing again in the future. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior frowned. Little Roar continued, My Yu said that the ancient spirit beasts are not a bloodthirsty race. We can't let them misunderstand you. As he talked, he grabbed his clothes acting like a child. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior silently glanced at Sima Yu. Sima Yu nodded slightly, indicating that was what she meant. Although the people of Sage Pavilion were stopped, there were still the black-robed men under Qiu Qi. When these people appeared, it would be a fight to the death. Today's group included thousands of first-rate and second-rate forces. If these people were to be beheaded by the Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior today, the Broken Alliance would recombine in another form. When the ancient spirit beasts were cornered and helpless, jointly intercepted by the entire continent, the ancient spirit beasts would fall into a huge crisis. It was not Supreme Fifth Spirit Elder did not understand this truth, but today's matter was an act of provocation against the ancient spirit beasts. His initial thought was to kill them all. But since Sima Yu had said so, then he would give her face. In this way, these people today owe Sima Yu's grace. Since Yu said so, I'll let you go alive. If there is a second time, I'll kill you. When these people heard his words, they walked out one after another. They met the people from the Guild's League who were guarding the gate. The latter looked back at Xia Chong Tian and the others. I heard you wanted to go against the Sima clan. I didn't expect you to save you all. Xia Chong Tian sighed contemptuously and waved to the guards. We are here to find Qiu Qi to settle today's account, not them. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior will not pursue the matter anymore. What are you doing? Let them go. The guards stepped aside. The people left embarrassingly, but they did not go far. Instead they chose to observe the situation from a safe distance. They all have a thought in their heat. Sage Pavilion was about to be finished. Soon, the only people left in the venue were from Sage Pavilion and Xian Qiu clan. Xia Chong Tian intervened, where are the black-robed men? If you don't call them out, I'm afraid you'll stand no chance. Qiu Qi didn't pretend anymore and took out a signal flare and lit it. Soon, many people in black quickly gathered around the ancient spirit beasts. Every one of them was a force to reckon with. You want to die, how can we not satisfy your wishes? Qiu Qi sneered. I heard your Sage Pavilion has a special spirit skill that can use the power of faith. Let me fight you. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior never liked to talk nonsense and directly attacked Qiu Qi. Qiu Qi greeted him and the two flew into the air to fight. This sounded the clarion call for battle. The Guild's League, black-robed men, and the ancient spirit beasts all started fighting. The entire Saint City was plunged into a war. Tang Yun did not join the battle, but pulled Sima Yu along and quickly left the battle area. Don't go participate in those people's battles. Tang Yun urged. Just watch from here. Hong Wei, stay here and protect her. Hong Wei suddenly appeared. She looked at Sima Yu awkwardly as before. Brother, are you going to fight? I have things to do. Tang Yun replied. Remember, do not leave Yu side, understand? Sima Yu grabbed him. What are you going to do? I sneaked in here, naturally I have something to do. Tang Yu said. It's safe here. You stay here and don't leave, understand? He pulled his hand back and disappeared from their sight. The two fell into a short silence. That. In the end, Hong Wei spoke first. I'm sorry about what happened last time. I didn't know you were Master's woman. I hope you don't forgive me for offending you. Then what is it? The fake Holy Sun is interested in me? Sima Yu understood her. She was just jealous, so it implicated her. I don't know at that time. Don't tell Master. I don't want to be thrown into the stinky ditch anymore. Hong Wei murmured. Thrown into a stinky ditch? When I was in the devil realm. At that time, I didn't know that he was Master, so I went up and flirted with him. In the end I was thrown into a stinky ditch. If it wasn't for my brother's sake, I would be dead. She made a motion of swiping her hand across her neck. Sima Yu was amused by her actions. So it seemed that this girl was quite straightforward. She didn't expect Wu Lingyu to do such a thing. Thinking of Wu Lingyu, she suddenly recalled Sage Pavilion's divine medicine and said to Hong Wei, stay here, I will come back soon. Where are you going? I'm going to find something. I'll go with you. My brother has ordered me to not leave your side. Hong Wei hurried to catch up and left with her. Sage Pavilion's medicine pavilion was a place that Zhongzheng Han Yu never been in but passed by several times. Sima Yu found the medicine pavilion according to her memory. The people in the medicine pavilion were dealt with. She didn't know how Tang Yun did it. This method was heavenly to be able to poison the entire Sage Pavilion. The two went all the way. Along the way, they saw people lying on the ground. Many of them holding herbs in their hands. However, their divine sense was still sober. When they saw them, their eyes widened. Sima Yu walked over and picked up a medicine boy. Where is the Phoenix Nirvana? It was you. The mole. The medicine boy glared at Sima Yu bitterly. Holy daughter, why? Before he finished speaking, a long sword stabbed from the side, directly piercing his heart. Sima Yu turned to look at Hong Wei, who drew out the sword. He had something in his hand. Sima Yu checked and there was a small black thing in his hand, either he was trying to send a message or to assassinate her. Thank you. She nodded gratefully. She sent her divine sense into the medicine boy's consciousness and knew where the divine medicine was. Sima Yu and Hong Wei entered the hall and went to the back where the medicine field was. There are so many good herbs here. Hong Wei rubbed her hands excitedly while looking at the herbs in the medicine field. Her bright eyes really resembled Little Roar. You can't use them, why do you want to take them? Sima Yu glanced at her. Haha, though I don't need it, but I can sell it and exchange the money for things. Hong Wei replied. I'll get them. Let's divide them when we go back. Sima Yu looked at the herbs. Although they were rare, they did not interest her. No need, these are for you. She bypassed the medicine field and walked to a small medicine field in the deepest area. This was her objective. In the innermost medicine field, there were herbs that were nowhere else on the other fields. There was only a short, ugly tree in this field. This is the Phoenix Nirvana. She stepped forward but was blocked by a spirit barrier. Why do these people like to use spirit barriers to protect their treasures? She pursed her lips. It was useless against her. She used her contract powers to summon Little Roar. Little Roar, who was waving the flag and shouting across the battlefield, suddenly disappeared from his place. It shocked Xia Chang Tian and the others. Yu, what did you call me for? I was ecstatic on the field. Little Roar whispered when he saw Sima Yu. There is a spirit barrier here. Help me enter. Sima Yu said. Yu, what is this? It looks so ugly. Little Roar peered at the Phoenix Nirvana. Divine medicine. This is the Phoenix Nirvana. Why is it different from expectation? Little Roar said disdainfully. It doesn't matter if it looks good or not. It's a divine medicine. Sima Yu said as she grabbed Little Roar and fused together with him and stepped into the medicine field. Yu, there is something outside the medicine field. Little Roar felt something wrong as soon as he entered and reminded her. Sima Yu nodded. She walked carefully and did not encounter any obstacles. However, she did not let her guard down. When a silent attack came from the Phoenix Nirvana, she accurately avoided it. Yu, it's a companion beast. Little Roar exclaimed. Sima Yu saw clearly that at the root of the Phoenix Nirvana, there was a small transparent snake curled around it. Little golden snake, can you handle it? Sima Yu carefully examined it and murmured. I can't, this guy is very strong. Crimson Flame can. Little Golden said. Sima Yu was curious. Even Little Golden Snake couldn't handle this transparent snake. What was its origin? The companion beasts of divine medicines are very strong. Besides, their strength, they are protected by the rule of heaven. Little Golden explained. I didn't expect the companion beast of a divine medicine to be so powerful. Crimson Flame, I'm going to have to trouble you. Sima Yu called out Crimson Flame. This guy had become more quiet after attaining the inheritance of Vermilion Bird. He often stayed in the Spirit Pagoda silently. The Phoenix Nirvana was related to the Phoenix clan. As soon as Crimson Flame appeared, the transparent little snake immediately approached him affectionately. He didn't move and already took the snake away. Sima Yu was speechless. She took a deep breath and exhaled. She walked over and dug out the soil around the Phoenix Nirvana and gave it little spirit in the spirit pagoda. You. Hong Wei ran over from outside with an anxious expression. Have you picked all the herbs? Sima Yu asked. You, my brother and the rest met with an accident. I need to go find them. Hong Wei urged. Stay here and don't leave. We will pick you up when the matter is over. What happened? I'll go with you. Sima Yu rejected. No, my task is to protect you. I'm already going against the order to have you stay here alone. If I take you over there, how will I explain it to my brother? Your strength is inferior to your brother? If even he can't handle the things, it would be useless for you to go. Your strength would be greater if I go. Sima Yu persuaded her. If there is any danger, I can still protect myself. Hong Wei thought it over and finally she agreed. I will explain along the way. She grabbed Sima Yu's hand, and they flew to the venue. A lot of corpses were seen along the way, from all sides. The former prosperous Saint City had turned into a sea of blood. Sima Yu looked at the corpses. Her mind was in a trance for a moment. Part of the reason for these deaths were because of her. If it weren't for the poison she provided to Tang Yun, the people from Sage Pavilion would not have been brought down so easily. She didn't feel that she had done something wrong. But facing so many deaths, she felt guilty in her heart. My little bug said that brother and the rest are trapped in the venue. Hong Wei's voice was trembling. Qiu Qi discovered my brother betrayed him and severely injured my brother. How? Sima Yu was shocked. There are so many of us. We still can't go against the black-robed men. The main thing is Qiu Qi, the spirit barrier he set up with the power of faith. Even the Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior can't do anything about it. Now they can't leave the venue, and we can't beat him. Sima Yu remembered what Qiu Qi had said earlier. He could use the power of faith as a defense but also attack and entrapment. Who is trapped now? My brother, Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior, Xian Qiu clan, and those from the Guild League. Sima Yu's heart sank. Even Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior couldn't beat him. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior was definitely stronger than Feng Xiang and them. If he had no way to deal with him, then they would be the same when they come. They rushed to the vicinity of the venue. More and more people were fighting. Some were fighting with their eyes closed. Hong Wei flicked her bloody red whip to finish off one. They quickly came to the outside the venue with Sima Yu. Boom. The people of Guild League and the ancient spirit beasts charged against the spirit barrier from the outside. All their attacks falling on the spirit barrier were useless and absorbed by it. I didn't expect that the power of faith would be so powerful. Hong Wei sighed at the scene. She was even more worried. Sima Yu saw Fang Ming commanding people from the Guild League. She ran over. President Fang, where are the other guild leaders? Several guild leaders knew that she was pretending to be Zhong Zhenghanyu. They recognized her when they saw her. Old Xia and Old He are in there. There are also dozens of other people. If we can't break this, they won't be able to get out. Sima Yu couldn't see what's going on inside. But from his voice, she knew the situation was very bad. If it was a normal battle, there would be sound. There was also no movement, indicating their attacks were useless and resolved by Qiu Qi. Ah, dash. An unfamiliar cry sounded from inside. Sima Yu furrowed her brows. The voice was from Wu Lingyu's substitute. When Hong Wei heard the scream, she lost her composure and frantically attacked the spirit barrier. Previous chapter. Sima Yu grabbed Hong Wei and calmed her down. It is useless. You're just wasting spirit power. What should I do? The spirit barrier can't be broken. Hong Wei was trembling. She tried to stay calm. I have to break it open. They won't be able to hold on for long. Let me go in and see. Sima Yu suggested. Can you open it? Hong Wei held her hand. Can you open it? I can cross the spirit barrier. Sima Yu affirmed. She brought Hong Wei to Fang Ming's side. President Fang, please help me take care of her. Can you go in? Fang Ming asked. I can fuse with my spirit beast and can cross the spirit barrier. I will go and see the situation inside. But, the inside. I can protect myself. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she flew towards the spirit barrier. You. Before Fang Ming finished, he saw Sima Yu's figure paused at the spirit barrier before heading straight in. Unexpectedly, she could actually go in. As soon as Sima Yu passed through the barrier, she could clearly see the situation inside. Qiu Qi and the Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior faced off midair. The rest were on the ground, each bearing some injury. Seeing her come in, everyone's expressions were different. Xiaochang Tian and He Dong brightened up. The people from Sage Pavilion were not as affected, feeling that her appearance wouldn't make much difference. Xian Qiu was shocked when he saw her. He anxiously said, "Why are you here?" Sima Yu didn't know how Xian Qiu recognized her. He gave her a strange look during the convention. Now she was more certain, he had recognized her a long time ago. She nodded at him and came before Tang Yun and Wu Lingyu's substitute, who kept vomiting blood. She handed a pill to Tang Yun. This is what Mo Sha left behind to me. Sima Yu told Tang Yun. Wu Lingyu's substitute's blood was not a normal red color. It indicated he was from the devil clan. So human pills were no use to him. Tang Yun accepted the pill and thanked her before feeding it to him. Holy daughter, they are traitors of the Sage Pavilion. The people of the Sage Pavilion warned her. I know. Sima Yu retorted. Then why are you helping him? Before they finished, they saw the familiar person turned into another person, whose name swept across the continent. Sima Yu. How could you be Sima Yu? The people of Sage Pavilion were surprised. Are you not the holy daughter? Qiu Qi and Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior stopped. Qiu Qi's face sank. Where's Han Yu? I captured her. Sima Yu replied. Qiu Qi, Sage Pavilion is finished. Why do you still resist? Was it you that gave Tang Yun the poison? Qiu Qi asked. That's right. My Sage Pavilion has no grudge against you. Why are you doing this to us? No grudge? Qiu Qi, don't you feel ashamed to say these? Sima Yu snorted. You wear such a holy cloak and still do those unconscientious things. Do you think you're still righteous? Don't joke with me. Not everyone is an idiot. Exterminating the Shiman family and attacking the Sima clan, these two matters are enough for me to hold enmity against Sage Pavilion. Hold enmity. You purposely have Gu Qing pursue these people and expose them to others. Since then, you have replaced Han Yu. Qiu Qi speculated. That's right. When I released those girls, I caught Zhongzheng Han Yu. From her memories, I knew of Sage Pavilion's involvement with the black-robed men. Then I found Gu Qing and then returned to Sage Pavilion. I passed the news to the Guild League and Ancient Spirit Beasts. Such a big convention, how can there be no parties involved? So, this is all thanks to you. You are the driving force behind the scenes, the one who destroyed my Sage Pavilion. Qiu Qi said. Then he suddenly recalled something and stared straight at her. You are the prophesized girl. The complete faceted spirit master. Sima Yu did not deny it. After covering up for so long, there was no need to hide it anymore. Wu Lingyu knew your identity a long time ago, right? Qiu Qi spoke again. In the past years, Sage Pavilion spent so much effort to find the prophesized girl. It was unknown how many people he had killed. Unexpectedly, they allowed her to grow up. If it weren't for Wu Lingyu's cover, how could Sage Pavilion never found it out? Since you know of the prophecy, it is unchangeable. Even if you kill countless innocent girls, the result will be the same. The prophecy once said that Sage Pavilion would eventually be destroyed in the hands of a complete faceted spirit master. Today, even if Qiu Qi did not die, Sage Pavilion could not be rebuilt. So the prophecy was the prophecy. It could not be changed. Ha ha ha, Qiu Qi laughed back in anger. Do you think you can really kill me? Since you pretended to be Han Yu, you should know your attacks have no effect on me. So what if there are ancient spirit beasts? You still can't break my defense. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior's face was dark. His strength was obviously higher than Qiu Qi, but all of his attacks were absorbed by the shield on Qiu Qi. Isn't it just the power of faith? As long as you break it, can you still go out alive? You know the power of faith, yet you still speak such crazy words. Even Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior can't do anything to me. Is what he said true? Sima Yu asked Tang Yun. He nodded. As soon as we combined our attacks, we couldn't move him at all. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior's attack only caused a small amount of damage to him. His protective shield seemed to be able to dissipate our attacks. He did say that the power of faith can resolve the attacks. I didn't expect it to be that powerful. Sima Yu was a bit surprised. However, he said himself that it is not without any method to restrain it. Do you have a way? Tang Yun looked at her expectantly. If Qiu Qi was not removed today, it would cause endless trouble in the future. If Sima Yu could break his defense, then they could take his life today. Sima Yu was hesitant, not because she was unwilling, but she was not certain. If she really did that, she would not be able to control it. President. A sharp cry drew her attention. She looked up and saw Xia Chang Tian fall from midair. Qiu Qi was closing up on him. President. Sima Yu was startled. Everyone was paralyzed on the ground. She did not have time to give a reaction. She jumped forward and caught him, quickly avoiding Qiu Qi's latest attack. The Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior came from the side and stopped Qiu Qi. It did not stop Qiu Qi from attacking again. Be careful. Xian Qiu he teleported behind Sima Yu and dissolved the spirit power attack for her. Xian Qiu he, which side are you on? Qiu Qi hollered. Xian Qiu he stood in front of Sima Yu. I don't care what agreement you and my father have reached or how you deal with the other people. But you cannot kill Sima Yu. She is the one who destroyed our plans. Do you still want to protect her? I've already said that you cannot kill her. Xian Qiu he still stood in front of Sima Yu, not giving way. The black-robed men looked at him, wondering if they should attack. Then I will kill you together. I believe that your father would not break the deal for you. Go. Qiu Qi was filled with murderous intent. He did not intend to bypass him because of his identity and ordered the black-robed men. Then you can try to kill me. Xian Qiu he took out his weapon and faced the black-robed men solemnly. The black-robed men did not directly attack. They still had some scruples about Xian Qiu he. Sima Yu put President Xia on the ground. The people from the Guild League hurried forward and surrounded him. She turned and looked at Xian Qiu he back. A hint of warmth appeared in her eyes. Thank you, he. Xian Qiu he turned around and saw Sima Yu's pure, warm smile. She didn't blame him nor did she dislike him. At this moment, he felt that this was the best return he got. Take them away. I can resist for a while. She could pass through the spirit barrier. It was not difficult to leave. However, Sima Yu shook her head. She looked up at the rampant Qiu Qi and the increasingly exhausted Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior. She muttered, there is no other way. You leave, I will find a way to deal with him. Do you have a way? Sima Yu tilted her head and asked. There will be. Then there is none. Sima Yu said. It seems that I can do this. Xian Qiu he held her back. What are you going to do? None of your strength can break the defenses set by the power of faith. When the Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior exhausted all his spirit power, everyone here will die. But you can't beat him. I have a way. Sima Yu replied. If I break his defense, you guys must not let him escape. It's nice to meet you. You. Xian Qiu his anxiety was increasing. But Sima Yu had already flown midair. Holy light radiated from her body. This is, Qiu Qi's eyes widened. His face expressed disbelief. How could you? Other people in the venue were stunned when they saw Sima Yu. The light washed away their irritation, anxiety, and uneasiness in their heart. Their souls felt sublimated. This is holy power. Xiaochang Tian and the others stared at Sima Yu blankly. I didn't expect her to have such power. Sima Yu gathered the power of faith in her hands. She smiled triumphantly at Qiu Qi before charging at the spirit barrier. The spirit barrier that was arranged by Qiu Qi with the power of faith now encountered another power of faith that contained the rule of heaven. It was completely pacified. With just one blow, the spirit barrier that everyone was helpless against collapsed in an instant. At this moment, those outside could see the situation inside. That power. Everyone sensed Sima Yu was different from last time. But they soon reacted. Brother. Hong Wei ran to Tang Yun and the others. Are you all right? I'm fine, how are you? Tang Yun saw a lot of blood on her body and thought she was injured. I'm also fine. These are other people's blood. Hong Wei replied. How was the spirit barrier opened? Yu opened it. Tang Yun gazed at Sima Yu. He was not as relaxed as others. Yu opened it? Hong Wei was a little surprised. Since she could open the spirit barrier, why didn't she open it now? How is it possible? How could you have the power of faith? Her power of faith was born from nature. It contained the rule of heaven, and the only power in the world that could defy him. The true power of faith is not obtained from your purposeful actions. Sima Yu remarked. You have done so much, but how much do you really get acknowledged by others? You can confuse the public, but you can only get this in the end. Ugh. Bright red blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She felt her body was in an unstable state. Yu. Xian Qiu he stayed focused on her. He could tell she was not feeling well. This world has become so turbulent because there are too many thugs like you. It started from you. It started from you. Her voice resonated the hearts of everyone with the power of faith, shaking those fanatical and numb hearts. Boom. The defensive shield around Qiu Qi was directly broken by Sima Yu's power of faith. It turned into a little light and disappeared in the air. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior, I will leave the rest to you. Sima Yu spouted a mouthful of blood. Thousand resonance and little roar that merged with her bounced out. She lost all her strength, she fell like a dilapidated doll. Bursts of white light shot through her body blinding everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned by this occurrence. Just moments ago, she was glowing holiness in front of everyone. Now she became like this in a blink of an eye. As cultivators, they all understood that her spirit power in her body was out of control. Her body was about to explode. Dark aura. Light aura. She has dark and light power in her body. She can't control those powers. Xian Qiu he flew forward, trying to catch Sima Yu. Before he got close, he was thrown off by the force of Sima Yu's explosion. Deputy Valley Master. Everyone was stunned by this scene. All this happened so fast that they did not have time to react. How could Sima Yu just die like that? Watching her body explode and being thrown away by that power, they had to believe that all of this was true. Sima Yu didn't know what became of her body. Her little bit of consciousness was dissipating. She stared at the blue sky blankly. This might be the last color she would see. Soon, she didn't feel pain. Everything became illusory, including herself. She was going to die. The sort of feeling was the same as before when she died, cold, fear, and endless darkness. Was this the tribulation that Yin Lin mentioned? Sure enough, it was here. Thinking of the anxiety and reluctantly in her heart when she left home, she had a hunch at that time that she would never see those relatives in the future. It turned out to be her tribulation. She suddenly thought of her father who was still in the spirit pagoda. At the beginning, she sensed he was a little worried. It was because he had a premonition. He was still locked in the spirit pagoda and she was dead. How could he get out? And those people in the little realm? What about them? What worried her the most was Wu Lingyu. When he knew she was dead, what would happen to him? Lingyu, I'm sorry. Father, mother, I'm sorry. She couldn't do anything for them anymore. Lingyu, I really want to see you one more time. There were thousands of memories flashed before death. But in the eyes of others, it was a momentary thing. They hadn't even seen her situation clearly. Did she, already, have no bones left? Devil Realm, Wu Lingyu was discussing matters with a group of subordinates in a camp. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his heart. He sensed something and his face turned pale. Take me over. A tear appeared in space. He didn't have time to tell everyone. His footsteps were heavy. It could be said that he crawled into the torn space. Sima Yuyu's consciousness slowly dissipated. The last thought before she lost her consciousness was still the person she hadn't seen. Lingyu, can I see you one last time? You came. I am satisfied. Following next was endless darkness. Wu Lingyu came out of the space, and when he saw Sima Yuyu's torn body, his eyes widened and were bloodshot. He was going crazy. Why didn't you save her? Did you forget what your mission was? He shouted. It was not done by an external force, but the force in her body went out of control. A voice transmitted from the air. Everyone knew that Sima Yuyu was protected by someone. If an outsider wanted to kill her, they could keep her safe. But they couldn't do anything if it was her body's problem. No, it won't be too late. I won't let you die. Wu Lingyu screamed frantically. He kept forming symbols with his hands. Majestic power gushed out from his body and wrapped around Sima Yuyu's broken body. Afterwards, it formed an encircling circle, isolating other people from outside. Time, reversal, dash. As he chanted, the picture in the circle began to blur. Everyone couldn't see what was inside, but they could feel the terrifying power. Xia Changtian and his group had witnessed Wu Lingyu use the power of time before. It was outside of Fair Eastern City when Sima Yuyu was being struck by lightning and couldn't hold on any longer. He froze time around her, which gave her strength to let her hold on. Unexpectedly, he already advanced to this point after not seeing him for decades. A white light shot from the circle, penetrating heaven and earth, breaking the cycle of reincarnation. This is the light from Sima Yuyu's exploding. Xia Changtian exclaimed. The others also reacted and looked at Wu Lingyu admiringly. He could actually reverse time. Even if it was only a small area, it was a cheat. When the light dissipated, everyone took a deep breath when they saw the situation inside. Before inside the circle, Sima Yuyu was floating in the air with broken limbs, flesh and blood. Now she was floating in the air intact. Although Wu Lingyu exhausted his spirit power, a smile finally appeared from his mouth when he saw Sima Yuyu regained her previous appearance. But the smile did not last more than a few seconds before disappearing. Why is it like this? He caught Sima Yuyu. Her eyes were closed with a gray face. There were no vital signs at all. She still did not come back alive. Why? I obviously reversed time. Why did she not come back alive? He panicked. If this was not possible, how could she be able to resurrect? PFFF. In his anxiety, blood gushed up and he spouted a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky holding Sima Yuyu. Master. Tang Yun and Hong Wei flew up together, dragged him with spirit power, so that he landed steadily. Lingyu, are you alright? Xia Changtian and them knew of his relationship with Sima Yuyu. They were worried about him when they saw his appearance. Sima Yuyu died. They couldn't accept it, let alone him. Wu Lingyu looked at Sima Yuyu's face, ignoring the concern of the other people around him. He couldn't even hear what they were saying. He was filled with self-blame and grief. He was thinking about what he should do. There must be a way to save you, there must be a way. He poured his spirit power into her body, but that spirit power seemed— Master, don't be like this. This way is useless. Tang Yun saw Wu Lingyu's crazy appearance and tried to persuade him. However, Wu Lingyu didn't even look at him. He kept watching Sima Yuyu as he poured spirit power into her body. Little Roar. Thousand Resonance. Little Lucky noticed that vitality of Little Roar and Thousand Resonance was dissipating and rushed over. Contract Beast, once the master died, their beast would die. Little Roar. Thousand Resonance. Don't die. The news hit them. He shouted to Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior, Father, save Yuyu, save Little Roar and them. Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior came beside Little Roar and Thousand Resonance. He injected spirit power into each with each hand. She would not die. Her spirit beasts would also not die. He would not allow it. 10,000 years ago, he couldn't do anything. After 100 millions of years, would he experience the same thing? Father, Yuyu mother. Little Lucky cried. She will not die. Wu Lingyu exhausted his spirit power. Sima Yuyu still had no reaction. The vitality of Little Roar and Thousand Resonance was also rapidly disappearing. It's alright. It's not too late. A sound transmitted from the air, and a space tunnel opened. Everyone saw Yin Lin, Little Helper and Feng Ru Yen walking out. The words just now were said by Yin Lin. Master Yin Lin, are you here to save Sima Yuyu? Sima Yuyu can come back alive? Will she still be saved? Xia Changtian asked. Don't worry. Everything is not over yet. Yin Lin's voice had a calming effect. Everyone's heart settled down with his words. Wu Lingyu looked at Yin Lin. What can you do? It's not me. Yin Lin shook his head. Master Feng. Feng Ru Yen stepped forward and took out a jade bottle. She poured the emerald green liquid into Sima Yuyu's mouth and then hugged Sima Yuyu's body as she poured her spirit power in and guided the power through her meridians and channels to her organs. After a while, the grayish-white color on Sima Yuyu's face began to clear away gradually. After a few minutes, everyone felt her vitality aura again. She's alive. Alive. At the sides, Little Roar and Thousand Resonance's vitality stopped disappearing. Sima Yuyu's eyelids moved, but she did not wake up. Feng Ru Yen stood up and said to the group of people. Don't call, she can't wake up. Why? Didn't she come back alive? Her soul has left the body. Without her soul, she cannot wake up. Feng Ruyen explained. Where is her soul? I'll get it back. Have she gone to the ghost realm? No. Lin shook her head. I can't divinate where her soul is. I speculate she hasn't gone to the ghost realm yet. They didn't know where her soul was. If they couldn't find it, she couldn't wake up. Tang Yun, tell the people in the devil realm to put aside everything and go to the ghost realm to find Yu's soul. We must find her. Wu Lingyu commanded. Master, the current situation in the devil realm. Tang Yun subconsciously wanted to stop him, but Wu Lingyu's glare made him unable to refute. You don't have to worry. Everything has its destiny. Lin said. Although I don't know where she is now. She will go to the ghost realm in the future. However, if you send people to find her, they won't be able to. They have no fate with her. I must find her. Wu Lingyu insisted. When it's time to come back, she will naturally return. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for us to save her body. Lin soothed. She will return. Today's matter is her tribulation and her destiny. She is destined to go to the ghost realm. You only need to protect her body. Don't let her last breath leave and wait. She will come back one day. Lin said. Hearing him say this, Wu Lingyu's mood stabilized. He bowed to Feng Ruyen and Lin. I will not forget this saving grace. I didn't do anything. Lin replied. Feng Ruyen found the thing. Aunt Feng, thank you. Although Wu Lingyu did not know what Feng Ruyen gave Sima Yu. It was definitely a common thing to be able to bring her back to life. Lin told me to prepare it. Feng Ruyen said lightly. If you have any needs, tell Feng clan directly. Alright. Wu Lingyu did not refuse. To ensure Sima Yu wouldn't die, a lot of medical herbs would definitely need to be consumed later, and the cost would be secondary. The most important thing was the need to find some geniuses. With the Feng clan, everything would be easier. Xian Qiu he had been silent since Wu Lingyu appeared. From expectation to disappointment and now hope, he experienced it all in less than an hour. He had walked back and forth between heaven and hell several times. When everyone was joyful, he saw a person moving outside, wanting to flee unnoticed. Where do you want to escape? He appeared and blocked Qiu Qi's path. Xian Qiu he, if you don't want to lose your life, don't make a big show. Qiu Qi warned Xian Qiu he, Sima Yu said to keep you here today. She paid so much for this, so I must take your life. Father, Yu said to not let him go. Little Lucky jumped on Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior and pulled his hair. Because of him, Yu died. Kill him. Kill him. The Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior stood up. The picture of Sima Yu dying overlapped with the scene from his memory. Those who hurt her deserve to die. He grabbed Little Lucky and threw him away. His body morphed into a beast. He continued to grow bigger and his aura rose steadily. Berserk transformation. Not everyone on site knew what was happening, but those who knew called it so. This is a skill of spirit beasts. They become mad when they undergo a berserk transformation. Their combat power rises a lot and as much as twice the usual. There was no suspense about the result of the battle. Qiu Ji was killed under 30 moves of Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior. Wu Lingyu sucked his soul out before it entered the ghost realm and condensed a dark flame to refine his soul. In the end, he didn't even have a chance to disappear. Wu Lingyu held Sima Yu and told Feng Ruyen. I will send her back. Sima clan is probably a mess now. I will go with you. Some things need to be explained to them. Feng Ruyen suggested. Alright. Wu Lingyu held Sima Yu, Feng Ruyen, Lin and Little Helper disappeared from the place together. Those people did not sense any fluctuations at all. So powerful. Of course, they are powerful. This is the master of the descendants from the divine clan. Xia Chong Tian praised. Well, let's solve this matter first, then go to Sima clan and see if there is anything we can help. As Wu Lingyu said, when Sima Yu's life token shattered, the entire clan was in shock. How did she die? How could she be dead? Everyone could not sit still. They all asked to find her. But it would take too long to go to Saint City. Even if they rushed over, it was already too late. Just when the whole family was in grief and panic, Wu Lingyu returned with Sima Yu in his arms. Seeing her lifeless figure in his arms, the Sima family members' eyes reddened. Lingyu, Yu, she is still alive. Wu Lingyu's words made Sima family members all calm down. What the hell is going on? Sima Ji Yuan started. Why did you use life token break? I'll talk about this later. We still have things to do now. Wu Lingyu said. He carried Sima Yu and flew to the back mountain of the Sima clan. Wu Lingyu brought Sima Yu to the back mountain. Sima Qing asked, what can we do? Prepare a spacious stone room with a good influx of spirit power. I will talk about the other things later. Wu Lingyu said. Use my close cultivation stone room, where there is rich spirit power. Wu Lingyu knew of his stone room. It was indeed the best place in the Sima clan. He flew to the mountain peak, carrying Sima Yu. When Sima Ji Yuan and Sima Xiuqi arrived, they saw Sima Yu lying on the jade bed. Wu Lingyu was arranging something around the jade bed under Lin and Feng Ruyen's guidance. Master Feng, Master Lin, how is Yu? Huang Yingying asked. She's fairly stable. Lin said. However, you can't leave here in the future. I will guard it myself. Sima Qing suggested. Anyways, this was his cultivation space. With him guarding, he felt relieved. Why did you suffer such a serious injury? Sima He-shun asked. We don't know the specifics either. Someone will explain it to you later. Lin replied. Can you get better? When will she wake up? She won't be able to wake up for a while. Lin once again explained about her soul being separated and then added, what you have to do is protect her body and keep her body intact until her soul returns. Don't let it deteriorate. What do we need to do? Sima He-shun asked. This jade bed was dug out from under the ice field. It takes tens of thousands of years to make such a bed. The cold air and spirit power in it will protect her body. Wu Lingyu's current array can control the surrounding spirit, drawing in spirit power for her. In addition, this pill needs to be taken by her once every half a month. Lin handed a pill prescription to Sima He-shun. Sima He-shun scanned through the herbs. They were not expensive but they were rare. There wouldn't be a problem for a while. But it would be hard to get after a long time. Don't worry about the herbs. As long as you tell us, someone will naturally send you the herbs. Lin said. Don't worry about this. Alright. I will let someone send the herbs over. Wu Lingyu offered. This is the first sentence he said after everyone gathered. Where are you going? Feng Ruyen asked. Going back to the devil realm to take care of some important matters. After that I'll go to the ghost realm to find her. Wu Lingyu replied. If you go into the ghost realm like this, you won't find her. Lin said. What should I do then? Lin closed his eyes and divinated. After a while, he opened his eyes. You will meet again on the side of the river of oblivion. But do you know that only souls can go there? If you want to go to the ghost realm, only your soul can go. But forcibly stripping your soul from your body would damage your strength. I see. Thank you for letting me know. Wu Lingyu said gratefully. Huh, you don't have to thank me. I am very glad my last answer is for you and her. Lin smiled. Last answer? My body being able to last until now is a blessing from you. Now that oil has been exhausted and the lamp is dead. My time is short. I won't be divining anyone else anymore. This is my last divination. Lin's words made the atmosphere in the stone room a bit heavy. He himself felt indifferent. People will die one day. There is nothing to be sad about. Lin said. Master. Little helper pursed his lips. I will go to the ghost realm to find you. When a divinator dies, he has no soul left, no reincarnation, so he cannot go to the ghost realm. When the body dies, the soul is destroyed. You don't need to worry about me. Lin smiled. Master Feng, we can go back now. The sect master of divinator sect had always passed away in the sect. With him and little helper, they wouldn't get back on time. Feng Ruyen nodded. After telling Sima Ji Yuan and the others to find Feng clan if there's anything, she took Lin and little helper away. In the future, we still would need to ask the Sima clan to take care of divinator sect and little helper. Lin's voice disappeared along with his figure. These were the last words he said to outsiders. Unexpectedly, Master Lin. Sigh. Feng Ruyen sent Lin and little helper back to divinator sect before leaving. Little helper looked at Lin's thin figure. Master, you should still have 100 years of lifespan left, how did you? He also noticed that Lin's lifespan was rapidly decreasing. 100 years of life was consumed in a few years. Come with Master. Lin took little helper to the forbidden area in divinator sect. Behind the short passage was a huge stone chamber which enshrined the memorial tablets of all the sect masters. Lin came before the memorial tablets. Little helper, kneel down. Kowtow the masters of past generations. Little helper came to the futon and knelt down. He kowtowed 3 times. Little helper, your talent is far beyond Master. Your future achievements would surely surpass that of Master. When you were young, you met Sima Yu, and your destiny has been changed. In the future, you would not follow the footsteps of Master and previous sect masters. You must cherish the gift from heaven and create more blessings for people. Your disciple will remember Master's teachings. Little helper responded. Today, I will give you the sect master's position. You have to take responsibility for the divinator sect, protect the sect members, and shoulder heavy burdens. You cannot slack off, understand? Master? Little helper did not expect Lin to pass him the position of sect master. He still did not have enough qualifications. How would he convince everyone? They all understand. Lin was not worried. As a divinator, they knew they had no fate with being the sect master. Master, you still have a long time. You don't need to do it now. Whatever Master says, you should comply. Lin's voice became severe. Yes, Master. I am willing to be the sect master of divinator sect, protect the sect members and help mankind. A bad premonition surged in the little helper's heart. Tears could not stop falling. Lin took off the ring that symbolized the position of sect master and gave it to little helper. He then went to the high platform in the center of the stone room and sat down. Master. Little helper knelt over and held onto the high platform, crying very loudly. He knew about this stone platform. The place was where the sect master would take their last breath. Lin was going there now. Did it mean that he already wanted to? Lin looked at him and sighed. How can Master rest assured when you are like this? Master, your lifespan is still long. You don't need to go there so quickly. You will understand later. From now on, you must live well. Lin stretched out his hand and rubbed little helper's head. Then he retracted and put his hands on his knees, slowly closed his eyes, and stopped breathing. Master. Little helper threw himself on the stone platform, hugging Lin's body and sobbing out loud. At the moment he hugged Lin's body, a white light burst out of Lin's body and penetrated into little helper's body. Previous chapter. Next. After the white light entered little helper's body, he immediately sensed it. He was stunned and cried harder. In addition to the grief and reluctance before, there was a trace of self-blame in that cry. This is, Sect Master. Sect Master, why did you leave like this? Sect Master. A group of people came in from outside and saw Lin sitting on the stone platform. They all yelled and ran over to kneel down. The stone room was full of cries for a while. Notice everyone that the Sect Master has passed away. Great Elder said, and immediately someone left the stone room. Everyone cried for a while. The sadness in their hearts vented a bit. When the Great Elder saw the crying little helper who couldn't help himself, he asked, wasn't Sect Master supposed to have many years of lifespan left? Why did he suddenly leave? Little helper cried even more sadly, stuttering, Master. Master, because of me. Because of me. He. Why? Everyone was shocked. They didn't foresee something would happen to little helper. Master divinated that I would have a tribulation, so he used the rest of his lifespan to change my destiny. Little helper lay on Lin's lap, crying and convulsing. Yu who he liked became a living dead person. When she came back, Master died. He died just to change his destiny. At this moment, he no longer knew how to describe the feeling in his heart. He just felt so painful, so painful. Great Elder and then were all taken aback. They did not expect Lin would give up his life to change the destiny for little helper. But what could they say? Blame little helper? No, this was the decision made by Lin. When he saw the ring on his hand, he comforted, since Sect Master has passed the ring to you, you are the new Sect Master of Divinator Sect. You must step up and be worthy of what Sect Master has done for you. Little helper nodded. We will support you in the future. Now you must step up and take care of the funeral of the Sect Master. The Great Elder said. I understand, Great Elder. Little helper came down from the stone platform and wiped the tears from his face. Just as he wiped left side, it flowed out from the right side again. The Great Elder and them saw him like this and patted him on the shoulder. You can accompany the Sect Master here first. Let's go out and take care of the others first. Thank you, Great Elder. Little helper said gratefully. With his current emotional state, he was not really suitable to face everyone. The Great Elders and the others all went out. Little helper looked at Lin's sleeping face. Tears came out again from his eyes. Master. Soon, the news of Lin's death spread throughout the continent. People in the interior were shocked. He was fine when he was in Saint City. But after only a few days, how did he pass away? No matter what the reason, everyone felt that Lin's death was a great loss for humanity. However, when they learned of little helper's talent was better than Lin, hope was rekindled in everyone's heart. There was an endless stream of people who wanted to go mourn at Divinator Sect. However, no one could enter the doors of Divinator Sect because Lin was said to have already been buried in the ground and should not be disturbed. After a long hospitality, they all left behind gifts. When Sima clan received this news, they were hosting Xiaochang Tian and the group. From Xiaochang Tian, they finally knew what Sima Yu experienced that day. Knowing that Lin and them rescued the dead Sima Yu back and hearing of his death, they remembered he said in the stone room that his last divination was for Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu. They were deeply moved. Prepare a generous gift. We will express our condolences in person. Sima Ji Yuan announced. Let us go with you. Xiaochang Tian offered. They came here to tell Sima clan what happened on that day and to see if they could do something. Now that they got the pill prescription, they took the main responsibility to search for the herbs. Soon, they went to Divinator Sect together and became the only ones to enter the gate. Pain. A gleam of light finally shot into the boundless darkness. As if the clear current of the day cut through the chaos, the world became clear. Pain? Wasn't she dead? Why could she still feel pain? Her divine sense slowly returned, and her senses recovered a bit. Finally, the eyes that had been closed for a long time slowly opened. It was still dark. Where am I? Ghost realm? She remembered what happened in Saint City that day. The result was that her body exploded. Before her consciousness completely dissipated, she seemed to see Wu Lingyu. Did he save her? How is it possible? My body exploded, and I was already dead when he appeared. How could he save me? She laughed at herself, but then she was stunned again. She was dead. Her soul should have entered the ghost realm. But such a soul had no memory, and everything would start anew. But why would she remember the events of this lifetime? She moved her hand and shook it in front of her. It was indeed transparent, indicating she was just a soul. But why was her memory saved? You're finally awake. A voice rang in her ears. She sat up in shock. Hiss. Because of her excessive action, she felt her whole soul was in pain. Your soul was injured in the explosion. Although you have rested for 2 years, it is still not very stable. The voice rang again. It's you? Sima Yu remembered this voice, a voice that she heard once, but never forgotten. She looked at the dark surroundings and asked, am I in Lin continent? You still remember me? Yes, you are the one who had been suppressed in Dragon Reflection Mountain? Did you save me? Yes, and no. The voice replied. If you hadn't taken the Tree of Soul's essence in advance, your soul would have dissipated when your body exploded. I nurtured your soul for 2 years. 2 years, 2 years have passed. She murmured. I don't know what would happen if they knew of my death. She stood up and bowed in the direction of the voice. Thank you for your life-saving grace. How should I call you? You can call me Ancestor. Ancestor? Are you my ancestor? Sima Yu asked curiously. She had felt when she was on the bottom of Dragon Reflection Mountain that the person was familiar though she did not know them. But what he said at the beginning was a bit strange, making her guess such a relationship. Yes. Ancestor replied. Ancestor, you just said my body exploded. Am I dead? Why can I still remember the events of my life? Sima Yu asked. Your body was originally dead, but you were saved by someone who changed your destiny. Now you are hanging on by a single breath. So you are not really dead. Naturally, you are not a pure ghost. You can only be regarded as a soul who left its body. Therefore, you remember what happened before death. Then, why did I come here? Previous chapter. How did you come here? Of course, I brought you here. Ancestor said. You brought me here? How is it possible? She whispered. You are suppressed here, and your strength is sealed. How could you know that I was in trouble and take my soul here? The black mist that enveloped her slowly dissipated. She could see clearly where she was standing. And her ancestor was still shrouded in black mist, making her unable to see his appearance. When you came here that year, I did something to your body. Since your body had ghost aura, you naturally can't find my clone. Ancestor replied. Did you know that time that I would have today's tribulation? Sima Yu could not hide the surprise in her heart. If this was the case, his strength would be so powerful that he could predict it so early until now. The ancestor was silent and did not answer. If he couldn't predict this little thing, his many years of living would have been a waste. Ancestor, are you really my ancestor? Are you of the Ghost Clan royal family? Sima Yu asked again, why hadn't the Ghost King sent someone to rescue you? Ghost Clan royal family? Ancestor's voice was contemptuous as he did not put the Ghost Clan royal family in his eyes at all. The true king of the Ghost Clan is not selected by those people, but by natural blood. At the foot of the 9th Underworld Mountain, where black lotuses bloom, the 3 regions of Ghost Realm do not dare not to follow. Sima Yu was shocked and thought of the vermilion black lotus on her back. At the foot of the 9th Underworld Mountain, where black lotuses bloom, the 3 regions of Ghost Realm do not dare not to follow. She repeated this sentence, as if seeing a scene of all bring surrendering themselves. That's right. The true royal clan is the 9th Underworld clan at the foot of the 9th Underworld Mountain. We have existed since the formation of heaven and earth. We are truly in harmony with heaven. Ancestors' words were born with arrogance, which belonged to the noble lineage of the Black Lotus clan. Then why are you suppressed here? Who trapped you here? Although the 9th Underworld clan is powerful, few of them had the talent and blood of their ancestors, and the 9th Underworld clan slowly withered off. Later they chose to go into recluse, and the Ghost Clan elected the Ghost King and so on. Few people know of us anymore. Ancestor sounded desolate. However, our bloodline is still the most noble and can suppress all of the Ghost Clan. 9th Underworld clan. Sima Yu murmured with pride in her heart. She suddenly wanted to go the foot of the 9th Underworld Mountain and see. As a descendant of the 9th Underworld clan, you will naturally know the glory of our clan in the future, and you will also create the future glory of it. Ancestor spoke. Ancestor? 9th Underworld clan has been silent for too long and it's time to re-emerge. Ancestor proclaimed. After you arrive in the Ghost Realm, you will become the matriarch of the 9th Underworld clan. You have to bring your clansmen to create greater glory and drive all those arrogant guys out and let them know who is the real king of Ghost Realm. Sima Yu's lips twitched. Although he said it so boldly, it seemed a bit unrealistic. Ancestor, I don't have any strength now. She reminded him. Also I want to return to my body, not go to the Ghost Realm. She had already been delayed for 2 years now. She did not know how worried these people were for her. She must go back as soon as possible. Your soul has already left the body and cannot go back. Ancestor poured cold water on her. You can only go to the Ghost Realm now. What? How could it be possible? Sima Yu was shocked. If she could not go back, would she never see her relatives and friends in the human realm again? Your soul is too weak to return to your body. Unless you cultivate to the level of the Ghost King, your soul can enter your body without dissipating. Ancestor replied. So you have only one way now. You can go to the Ghost Realm and become a ghost cultivator. Don't you still want to go to the Ghost Realm to save your mother? Do you want to give that up? It's not that I want to give up, but I am like this. I don't even have the power to truss a chicken. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive for 2 days in the Ghost Realm. Sima Yu said helplessly. I want to save my mother, but I am this way now. I don't know how long I will take in this condition. If she returned to her body, she would still have her own strength, but now she was nothing but a soul. She would have to start cultivating from scratch. When she would be able to save her mother, the cauliflowers would already wilt. Don't worry about this. You will not die easily. Ancestor assured. Sima Yu was speechless. She sighed. Since there was no choice, what could she do? She could only bite the bullet and continued down. Everything has its arrangements. Ancestor said. So you have nothing to worry about and nothing to hold you back. Yes, Yu understands. Sima Yu replied. The storm is coming. There is not much time left. Ancestor sighed. Ancestor. Sima Yu did not know why he suddenly sighed. Can I do anything for you? I do have something for you to do. Ancestor replied. Come next to me. Sima Yu walked over. The black mist slowly shrank. Only then did she discover a black array on the ground. Stand at the southwest position. Ancestor said. Sima Yu hesitated for a second before going over. If he wanted to do something bad to her, he wouldn't use 2 years to save her. Ancestor, maybe I can find a way to break the array. She said. No need. Do as I say. He declined. Sima Yu pursed her lips and stood where he said. She felt the surrounding scenery blurred as if she was in an empty space, and a warm current enveloped her. Next, some power was entering her body. Ancestor. She cried out in panic. Accept it. Ancestor's voice rang around her, which made her flustered heart calm. Ancestor, what is this? Yu, remember this, there are only 2 most powerful powers in this world. One is the power of faith that destroyed you and the other is the power of the underworld that I am giving you now. With these 2 powers combined, it will create a power that can destroy heaven and earth. Ancestor said. And this power of the underworld, our 9th underworld clan has the upper hand. Ancestor, are you giving me your power of the underworld? No, I can save you. No, it's useless. Since the moment I stepped in here, there was no possibility of leaving. I've been waiting for you, waiting till now. Why? Everything has its end. There are some things that only you can do and are waiting for you to do. Remember what I said to you before. Sima Yu's divine sense slowly dissipated, but she remembered that Ancestor murmured many things in her ear. When she completely plunged into darkness, she felt her body was about to explode again. Previous chapter. When she woke up again, she was no longer in the mountain hole. Thinking of what happened before her coma, sorrow showed in her eyes. Ancestor. She closed her eyes and recalled what he did and said. Ancestor, don't worry, I will not let you down. She clenched her fists and felt some pain in her heart when she thought of when Ancestor gave her all his power and dissipated. I have given you my strength. But your soul is too weak to bear it. So I will seal it, and when your strength grows, it will naturally be unlocked. In addition, I condensed it, so others would not be able to see your soul body and be summoned by the ghost clan. When you cultivate your soul, you can return to your physical body. Ancestor's words transmitted in her mind when her senses were in chaos. When she became more clear-headed, she saw the black mist injected power into her body and her ancestor disappeared from then on. Ancestor. Creak. The door was pushed open. 2 maids came in from outside. When they saw Sima Yu, they knelt down. Young miss, you're finally awake. Sima Yu looked at the 2 maids questioningly. Who are you? Young miss, we are Ting Shan and Ting Shui. You don't remember us? Ting Shan, Ting Shui. Sima Yu pursed her lips. Such an elegant name did not match the 2 ghost maids. Young miss, you don't remember your maids? The 2 maids looked at Sima Yu cautiously, as if they were afraid that she would suddenly beat them. Where is this? Why do you call me young miss? She said and looked around. An extremely luxurious room decorated with paintings made of various spirit stones hung on the wall and all other precious things displayed. She could tell the person in this room lived a luxurious life. Young miss, this is your boudoir. Don't you remember? Ting Shan said in surprise and then told Ting Shui who was on the side, go report to master that young miss is awake. Ting Shui ran out. Soon a group of people came in, led by a bearded young man, followed by a bunch of girls. When the man saw Sima Yu, he ran over to hug her and cried, Daughter. Daughter, you're finally awake. Father was worried to death. Sima Yu smelled a fragrance on his body. He was not as shabby as he looked. She felt out of breath from being hugged so hard. She recalled a scene. It was when she first arrived in the ghost realm. She was confused and didn't know where she was. Then she encountered a veiled girl surrounded by numerous underworld beasts. The girl angrily slashing at the underworld beasts with her weapon. Then she was muttering along the lines of wanting to kill her were just their own wishful dreams. Then what happened? At that time, she cursed, I encountered these the moment I arrived in the ghost realm. It seemed that a group of people came and surrounded her and the girl. They ran away together. Eventually, she ran out of weapons to use and was severely injured by those people. Then she fell off the cliff with the girl. At that time, she cursed, I encountered these the moment I arrived in the ghost realm. She really was someone who couldn't survive for 2 days. Because she hadn't digested Ancestor's spirit power, her consciousness was unclear, but she did not expect to wake up here. Daughter, it's because your father didn't protect you well and caused you to suffer such a serious injury. I killed all those who pursued you, so don't worry. The man cried and howled. Sima Yu guessed she was being recognized as the other girl. She struggled out of the man's arms. You are mistaken. I am not your daughter. How is it possible? How could father be mistaken? Really? Although I am thankful for your life-saving grace, but I don't know you and am not your daughter. She didn't want to deceive others. When the man heard her, he heard her face and examined, and then grabbed her hand to check. He affirmatively said, it's the same. You have little spirit power. If you are not my daughter, then who? Daughter, I heard from the doctor that you hurt your brain when you fell off the cliff, and you may have amnesia. Is this amnesia? Don't you remember your father? Sima Yu pursed her lips. She remembered the single-use underworld weapons the girl used. It was powerful but did not require much spirit power. Couldn't she cultivate? I just happened to fall off the cliff with your daughter. You are really mistaken. Impossible. You are my daughter. Doctor, quickly examine my daughter if she is in serious condition. Master, young miss may have temporary amnesia, don't worry. All the people on the side consoled him. An old man stepped forward, grabbed Sima Yu's hand and checked her pulse and then her eyes and so on. Then he told the man, Master, eldest young miss is indeed suffering from amnesia and does not remember the past. Sima Yu rolled her eyes. Although she was injured, her brain was working well. Where was the amnesia? He was a quack. But the man trusted him very much and asked, when will she recover? This will have to depend on how eldest young miss recovers. The doctor was not sure. Sima Yu resisted the urge to kick the person. I will not have those memories ever in this life. It's alright, it's alright. Memory can be just gone. I just want you to be well. The man hugged her again and patted her back soothingly. Sima Yu was speechless. As a result, she inexplicably became the daughter of this man, the only daughter of the city lord of Eternal Brilliant City, who was infamously renowned for being notorious and arrogant. Sima Yu stayed in the courtyard and looked at the eternally grey sky. She missed the blue skies and white clouds in the human realm so much. Sigh. She didn't know how many times she sighed. But she couldn't do it. Ting Shan and Ting Shui were not far behind. They looked at each other when she sighed again. Their eyes revealed incredible helplessness. Since young miss lost her memory, she had changed entirely. She no longer beats or scolds them. She sighed all day long. The number of sighs in the past 2 days were more than before. Also, she kept saying she was not the young miss, did not call master, father, and did not stick to master. It was really strange. Sima Yu laid on the rocking chair. She was ordered to rest for the past 2 days. She finally got better today. She demanded to walk around the courtyard. But her 2 maids pressed her down on the recliner and wouldn't let her get off. There was always someone following her. She had no strength and had not been able to investigate the situation in the spirit pagoda in the past 2 days. She didn't know what happened to her spirit beasts after the tribulation. She couldn't tell their situation, which made her anxious. She was taken aback when a face suddenly appeared in front of her and subconsciously slapped the person. Previous chapter. Slap. The resounding sound shocked everyone, especially the master of the handsome face. Sheer, you hit me. That handsome face was tainted with grief, you could never bear to hit me in the past. Sima Yu. When she saw the red mark on his face, she scoffed and asked coldly, who are you? His expression turned into shock as he looked at Sima Yu in disbelief. Sheer, you don't know who I am? Did you forget about me? Sob, how could you forget who I am? Sima Yu pursed her lips as she didn't want to deal with people who had such scum characters just because they were handsome. She turned her head towards Ting Shan. After the 2 days of interaction, Ting Shan knew what she meant as she went up and bowed in greeting, in reply to young miss, this is young Master Gongzi, he's your good friend. Young Master Gongzi? Damn, Sheer, you really don't remember me? I came to see you because I heard that you've lost your memories, you actually don't remember me anymore. Gongzi Yuan cried out in grief as he rushed over wanting to give her a hug. Sima Yu lifted one of her legs as she kicked his stomach to stop him, you've got the wrong person, I'm not your Sheer. You're not Sheer. It's fine that you'd lost your memories, why deny yourself? Gongzi Yuan sat on a stool and glanced at her unhappily. I'm really not Murong Shi. Sima Yu repeated umpteen times, aren't you her screw? Good friend? You should know the difference between her and me. You guys have identical looks and nonsense, who are you if you're not her? Gongzi Yuan continued, don't worry, I won't despise you even if you've lost your memories, I'll definitely bring you out to play next time. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him as she didn't want to entertain someone who had low intelligence quotient and walked back to her own house. Suddenly, she felt someone was staring at her, she saw a man in a red thin garment staring at her from the entrance of the courtyard when she turned her head to look. Who is it? That man trembled in fear from her chiding and quickly kneeled down, forgive me, eldest miss, slave came to see how you are as I heard that you're injured. Slave? Sima Yu frowned at the way he addressed himself and understood who he was as she saw how faintly discernible his body was. She rubbed the corner of her eyes as she said, Ting Shan, bring him back. She pushed open the door and went inside after she spoke. Gongzi Yuan looked at her in disbelief while he followed her into the house and said, you don't even want your gigolo anymore? That can't be, your eyes always brightened up when you saw them. Could losing memory also change your character? I'll say it one more time, I'm not Murong Shi. She emphasized through gritted teeth. Murongxi, the eldest miss of eternal brilliant city, she was lecherous and a love-struck fool. Apart from being arrogant and despotic, she stole many pretty boys and kept them in the backyard, saying that she wanted to have a harem of 3,000 pretty boys. Although those who were caught did resist as well, nobody dared to anger her father, Muronghui. Those who went to seek justice were killed by him. So everyone didn't dare to rebel against her and could only hide from her. Even so, her backyard had hundreds of pretty boys, all of them wore these translucent red garments. Now that she was seen as Murongxi, these debts of pretty boys were all on her. Gongzi Yuan stared at Sima Yu while he looked at her from head to toe as he rubbed his chin and said, "It's indeed unlike you, I almost believe it since you're that useless as well." Sima Yu rolled her eyes. She had been mistaken as that woman every day and she became lazy to explain since nobody wanted to listen to her explanation. "You're saying that I'm her? Fine, I'll just take it as I'm her." She left the room after she spoke, seeing Ting Shan and Ting Shui who were keeping watch at the door. "Bring me to Hibiscus Park." Ting Shan and Ting Shui were shocked, but they led the way with their heads lowered. They actually thought that she would change her character, but she wanted to seek pleasure just after seeing one of the gigolo. Sima Yu followed Ting Shan to Hibiscus Park. As the people residing there were bored and chatting, they froze when they saw her. Some of them trembled as they didn't even dare to look at her, while some of them looked at her in anger. "Sheer, your injuries have yet to recover, don't go overboard while playing." Gongzi Yuan was genuinely concerned for her health, but at this point when he said that, it sounded like it had several meanings. "Mind your own business." Sima Yu ignored him as she told Ting Shan and Ting Shui, "Go, bring everyone out." Ting Shan and Ting Shui acted on it immediately. She was just showing them how she was from the past. Just that they didn't know what kind of trick she was up to. Sima Yu climbed up the rockery and got those people standing below it. Very quickly, the courtyard was filled with hundreds of people all in the same translucent red garment. Her face was flushed with anger, thinking that this Murongxi really knew how to have fun. "Young miss, everyone is here." Ting Shan came to the bottom of the superficial mountain as she answered her. Sima Yu bent down with her hands on her knees and screamed through their faces one by one, "These are really some pretty boys. What do you want to do again?" A voice asked. The last time they were gathered, she brought 10 men away and none of them had ever come back. Now, they didn't know what she wanted to do again. "I don't plan on doing anything." Sima Yu curled her lips. "Today, I'm here to tell you guys that you're all free, you can change and leave." "What? What are you up to?" No one dared to move after she said that. Instead they looked at her with distrust and became on guard as they were afraid she was up to some new tactic. "I said, you are all free." Sima Yu continued, "Ting Shan, give each of them 1,000 top-grade crystals and send them out." "Sheer, are you really releasing them?" Gongzi Yuan leapt into the rockery and stood beside her as if he was going to see through her. Sima Yu slapped his head aside. "I said I'm not Murongxi, but you guys insisted that I'm her. So I should have the right to deal with these people, right? Ting Shan, am I right?" "Young miss is right, your slave will send them out now." Ting Shan said. "That's the way." Sima Yu felt Gongzi Yuan was irksome, so she kicked him down the rockery and looked at those hesitant men as she waved to them irritably. "Go, move, don't be an irksome presence here." "You said you aren't Murongxi? Then who are you?" one guy asked. You. Sima Yu spoke as she leaped from the superficial mountain and left the courtyard while ignoring those guys. Gongzi Yuan followed her. That pair of curious eyes had never left her. Previous chapter. Both of them went back to her temporary residence in silence. "I truly believe now that you're not her," he finally told Sima Yu after going back to the house. No matter how one could lose their memories, their characteristics wouldn't change drastically, so he believed that she wasn't Murongxi. "Since you know it, don't come and find me anymore." When Sima Yu wanted to close the door on him, he stopped it with both his hands. "Although you're not Sheer, I'll need to talk to you." Gongzi Yuan held the door and looked at her sternly. Sima Yu stared at him for a while before taking a step back, allowing him in. "You want to know about Murongxi?" she asked. "That's right, I want to know how you came here as well." "What about Sheer? Where is she?" Gongzi Yuan questioned. "I don't know either." Sima Yu shrugged. "When I came to the ghost realm, it was chaotic and confusing and I met her in a daze. She was being chased and we fell off the cliff together. I'm here when I woke up." "That's all?" "That's all." Sima Yu continued. "I told Muronghui that I'm not her, but he doesn't believe me. He said I must have lost my memory." "That's odd." Gongzi Yuan frowned. "Even I can tell you're fake, how can Uncle Hui not notice that? After all, it's a big difference." "So he has a motive?" Sima Yu said. "You don't seem to care at all." Gongzi Yuan stared at her, seemingly trying to read her face, but there was nothing he could make out of it. "Care? It's not something that I can care about." Sima Yu continued. "I don't have the power to rebel, isn't it?" "You're smart." Gongzi Yuan was impressed by her. He thought that she wanted to take over Murongxi's position. That wasn't it. If it was, she would definitely have said that she was Murongxi and not denying this identity. "You want to talk to Uncle Hui?" Gongzi Yuan said shockingly. "No, I'm here to recuperate." Sima Yu continued. "Isn't Murongxi your best friend? Why aren't you looking for her?" "Uncle Hui will definitely send someone." Gongzi Yuan continued. "If even they can't find her, there's no point for me to do that." Sima Yu glared at him. "You're such a rational friend." "I'm not doing worthless work." Gongzi Yuan continued. "I'll go back, see you later." Sima Yu wanted to tell him not to look for her since they weren't close, but he had already walked out of the courtyard. She looked at his dejected back view, thinking that he must be devastated. She sighed and closed the door. The news of chasing all the gigolo quickly spread throughout the residence of City Lord while the steward went to Morong Hui's study room. Patriarch, she released all the men. Steward said. Morong Hui smoothed out the box in his hand and asked with a hoarse voice, where is she? She went back to the courtyard. Also, Gongzi Yuan went back. From his expression, it seemed like he believed her. Steward continued, Patriarch, should we do something? No need. I'll talk to her. Morong Hui took the box as he went to Sima Yu's courtyard. Sima Yu wasn't surprised to see him. Please take a seat. She was brewing tea and didn't look at him after she spoke. Morong Hui stood still and watched her brewing tea quietly. He said contentedly, she never sat down quietly. She was always energetic and never stopped. With what he said, that meant he admitted that she wasn't Morong Shi. You knew about it after all. Sima Yu put the brewed tea opposite her while looking at Morong Hui. It's my daughter, of course I knew. She will never have the elegance you have. Morong Hui walked over and took a sip of the tea, and she will never brew such nice tea. Sima Yu poured a cup for herself and said, may I know why? Morong Hui put the box on the table and opened it. Sima Yu could see the broken life jade in it. Is this your daughter's life jade? That's right. It's broken before we found you. Morong Hui kept the box, but she's my precious, how can I leave her body out there? So I sent some men to look for her and found you unconscious beside her body. I would have thought that the one alive was her if it wasn't for the broken life jade. It's such a pity. My condolences. Sima Yu squeezed her lips as she comforted him while seeing that he was grieving. After I took a good look at you, I decided to bring you back. I have yet to find out who was the one that wanted to kill my daughter. If they knew she wasn't dead, they might try again. From there, I can find out who is behind it. Morong Hui explained. Oh, I see. Sima Yu found it strange that it wasn't hard to differentiate his own blood even when they looked alike. So it turned out that he already knew. You want me to lure the one who was behind it? Although this is dangerous, I can give you Shi's position. As long as you are willing to, you'll always be Eternal Brilliant City's eldest Mississippi. Morong Hui said. Sima Yu turned her cup with her hands as she was thinking about it in her head. She just came to Ghost Realm and she didn't have any power while she knew nothing at all. It would be good to have a stable place at this point of time. As for the danger, there must be give and take, right? Most importantly, if she didn't agree to it, she was thinking that Morong Hui wouldn't let her step out of the City Lord Manor alive. Alright, I will do it. Father, try the tea that daughter brewed. Sima Yu smiled as she refilled Morong Hui's tea. Good daughter, your skills are good. Thank you father for the compliment. Both of them started addressing each other father and daughter as both of them chatted like a real father and daughter. And Sima Yu stopped telling others that she wasn't Morong Shi. As she had injuries, Morong Hui sent many pills over with some supplements. She took the pills and kept the supplements. These supplements were only effective on physical body, she was in a spirit form so it would be a waste to eat it. After she got better, she chased Ting Shui and Ting Shan away and went into Spirit Pagoda after making sure that no one was around. Spirit Pagoda experienced heavy damages this time and it degenerated badly, all the blue sky and white clouds were gone, the skies were grey as similar to Ghost Realm's sky. She called for Little Spirit twice and Little Spirit didn't respond. She went to take a look at the spirit beasts, all the beasts were in there except for Little Roar and Thousand Resonance as they were spatially binded to her, they were all in deep sleep. Little Seven? Yaguang? Halcyon? Floey? Little Dream? When she went forward, she stroked her spirit beasts remorsefully. If it weren't for her, they would not become like this. What can I do to wake you all up? She rubbed the Yaguang's tarnished fur. She felt miserable that she wanted to cry. But she was just a soul body that crying was an extravagant thing. Woof woof woof, dash. Blacky's cry awakened her rom sorrow. Seeing the puppy like Blackie, she was agitated for the first time, crying and laughing. Blackie, you're fine. That's great. She picked up Blackie and buried her head into his fur. Woof woof woof, Blackie called out. Sima Yu understood his meaning and laughed. She stroked his dark hair. Black is also beautiful. Woof woof woof, dash, he wanted to be white. I like that too. Besides, you're originally black-colored. Sima Yu consoled. Useless, all you know is how to bark. Mi Er's voice transmitted from the side. Sima Yu looked up in surprise and saw his disdainful face. Mi Er, you're also fine. Sima Yu went up and hugged him. You're all fine, that's great. Otherwise, I thought I would become a lonely person. I am not an ordinary spirit breast. As long as you are not dead, I wouldn't be harmed. Mi Er said triumphantly. Sima Yu rubbed his hair. That's good. If only they can wake up too. Don't worry too much, they are just asleep. Little Spirit said before he fell asleep, because the Spirit Pagoda is contracted with your soul, it followed you here. But because your soul was injured, he also fell asleep. But as long as you can cultivate, the Spirit Pagoda could absorb your power and reopen. That's good. By the way, how's my father and the rest? Sima Yu was relieved. Thinking of Sima Lu Xian, and Lei and them were also here, she had not seen them. The Spirit Pagoda can only open this big, but the living area is still hidden. But your father and them are in the living area. When you reopen the spirit pagoda, they will come out. When my injury is recovered, I will start studying how ghost cultivators cultivate. Sima Yu said. I will go out first. It will be bad if I am discovered. Sima Yu lowered her head. Blackie bit her skirt and wouldn't let her go. She squatted down and stroked his head lightly. I need to go out. Woof woof woof, I want to go out too. Sima Yu thought of Blackie, who was an ordinary dog now. So she picked him up and went out together. Not long after she came out, Ting Shan entered the courtyard and announced, Miss, young Master Gongzi is here. Gongzi Yuan? Why is he here again? Sima Yu came out holding Blackie and saw Gongzi Yuan coming from outside. Why are you here? Sima Yu questioned. I came to see how is your recovery. Gongzi Yuan smiled. When he saw Blackie in her arms, he frowned disgustingly. Where did you get this little black dog? My contract beast. Sima Yu rubbed Blackie's head and motioned him not to be angry. Your contract beast? It can't be. How do you have a spirit beast? You don't have spirit power. Gongzi Yuan looked at her sympathetically and patted her shoulder. He comforted her, it's all right. You are a bit stronger than she are. She always wanted a contract beast but failed to do so. Although it's just an ordinary underworld dog, it is still a contract beast. Sima Yu pursed her lips, wondering how the arrogant and domineering Murong Shi would become friends with the talkative Gongzi Yuan. Why are you here today? She took 2 deep breaths so she did not kick him out. Let me see if your injury is healed. If it healed, go youth exchange in a few days. Gongzi Yuan said. Youth exchange, what is that? It is the place in the city where young guys get together to compete to see who wins and get a reward from the city lord's mansion. I used to go there every time with Sheer. I am here to ask if you want to go together. Gongzi Yuan explained. Youth exchange, I can go see. But I need my father's permission. Sima Yu replied. As for his permission, it was to tell him to send someone to protect her. If he did not agree, she didn't want to go. Who knew who was waiting to kill her secretly? She originally thought Murong Hui would disagree. She didn't expect him to not hesitate and directly agreed. I will send someone to protect you secretly. You can tell them what you need. Murong Hui said. Thank you, father. When you attend the competition, they may not be able to take care of you. You have to pay attention to your safety and don't be alone. Understand? Murong Hui urged. I got it. Sima Yu nodded. She didn't plan to take her life as a joke. But with me besides her, those people could not hurt her. Murong Hui saw that she had not left and asked, what else do you need? Father, you were suspicious about the last incident, right? Can you tell me which forces is it? What is their relationship with Eternal Brilliant City? If I know, I will not be shaken when I meet them. Sima Yu said. I will let the steward sort out the information and give it to you. Murong Hui glanced at the steward and the steward left immediately. Sima Yu went back satisfiedly. Soon, the steward sent her the information. She did not know the reason for this. Some of them had a bad relationship with Murong Hui, and some had a good relationship with him. Even some had a good relationship on the surface but were suspicious of each other. After reading the information, she curled her lips and murmured, with such a complicated relationship, it no wonder they can't find the person behind the murder of Murong Shi. It seems that my life is hanging in balance. I still have to start cultivating. However, Ancestor gave her the power of the underworld, but did not teach her how to cultivate her soul. When she was with MOU, she only learned some spirit skills, but not a way to cultivate. So, she was now like a freshman. She didn't understand anything. Ghost cultivation. It's really a headache. It seems that these people cultivate a ghost aura. I don't know how this soul body should be cultivated. Thinking about it, she still didn't go ask around. One was that they were not soul bodies, and the other was that she didn't trust them. She decided to go to the library to see if she could find a book about soul body cultivation. When Ting Shan heard that she wanted to read, she hesitated for a moment before taking her to the library. Standing outside the library and looking up exquisite calligraphy on the plaque, she was confused between reality and memory. Hidden Library Pavilion, there was one when she was in Sima Family Place. The first time she stepped in the Hidden Library Pavilion was the time when she couldn't cultivate. Now she was about to start again. But this time was different from before. She had the power bestowed by Ancestor. As long as her soul body cultivation base was raised, she could open the seal layer by layer and truly accept the power of her Ancestor. Miss, you have never been to the Hidden Library Pavilion before. What kind of books do you want to read? Ting Shan reminded her when she was in a daze. Sima Yu came back to her senses. Where are the cultivation books? On the second floor. The first floor is full of books on all aspects, the second floor is about cultivation and the third floor and up is about spirit skills. Then I will go to the second floor. You can wait for me here. Sima Yu told Ting Shan. Ting Shan remembered Murong Hui's order, which was to treat Sima Yu the same as the previous Mississippi. So she obediently stayed on the first floor. After Sima Yu went up, she saw books on cultivation on the bookshelves close to the periphery, but they were basically about cultivation of ghost energy. At most, it was mentioned in 1 or 2 sentences about soul body cultivation. Finally, she saw a thin, shabby book on the shelf at the very end. Only such a shabby book. She took the book down disappointedly. You are looking for a book on soul-body cultivation. An old voice sounded beside her, scaring her. Who? She looked around, feeling breathing behind her back. She turned around and saw a small, short old man looking at her with his hands behind his back. Hello, who are you? I'm just a cleaner. The little old man replied. Do you want to study the soul-body cultivation method? I am just taking a look. Sima Yu said nonchalantly. It's good to cultivate the soul body. It is a pity that the current good soul-body cultivation method is about to be lost. Sima Yu was shocked. How do you know? That she was a soul body? The little old man can still see. The little old man chuckled. Sima Yu felt vigilant in her heart. She remembered what ancestor told her. The body that he helped her condense could not be seen by normal people, that she was a soul body. But this old man only took a glance and found out. How high was his strength? She didn't know if Mi-Er could deal with him. The little old man saw her face change and touched his beard. He happily assured her, don't worry, this little old man won't do that to you. Then why did you expose me? I'm just curious. How did you condense a body? From your look, you haven't started soul cultivation yet? The little old man smiled, making himself friendly. Before I came to the ghost realm, one of my ancestors helped me condense this body. Sima Yu replied. By saying that, one was to tell him she had a very powerful ancestor, and second, her ancestor was not from the ghost realm, so he should not ask who he was. The little old man understood her meaning. He didn't continue to ask questions. He walked to the innermost bookshelf and squatted down. He searched for a while and took out a book for Sima Yu. This book is much better than the one in your hand. Sima Yu took the book, which was a thick one. Although the corners were missing, there were no missing words or pages. It was indeed much better than the one in her hand. Thank you. She smiled at him gratefully. This soul cultivation is more difficult than ghost cultivation. Girl, the road in the future will be difficult. The little old man sighed and left the second floor. Sima Yu looked at his back and clenched the book in her hand. Naturally, she did not believe he was a cleaner. He must be a very powerful senior in the Murong clan. But why did he expose her and help her find a book? Curiosity was not a valid reason. Forget it, if he really wanted to do something bad to her, he could still leave, even though he couldn't do huge damage with Mi-Er beside. She put both books away and went downstairs. Seeing Ting Shan standing outside the library, she asked, is there a little skinny old man cleaning the library? Little skinny old man? No. The hidden library pavilion is cleaned by maids. Ting Shan answered. Oh. Let's go back. Sima Yu was not surprised. Her guess was correct. When they returned to the courtyard, she left Ting Shan and Ting Shui outside, saying that she wanted to go into seclusion. No one was allowed to disturb her. If anyone came in, she would sell the two of them. She had no spirit power now, so she couldn't set up a spirit barrier. She could only rely on external force. Ting Shan and Ting Shui knew that Murong she had sold a maid before, and heard that maid ended up miserably. Now when they heard this, they too resolved to not even let a cat or dog enter. So when Gongzi Yuan came, he was mercilessly stopped by them too. Cultivate? Can she cultivate? Wasn't she a waste like Sheer? Gongzi Yuan muttered and left. If Sima Yu knew, she would have rolled her eyes at him. Who said she was a waste and couldn't cultivate? She hadn't started cultivating at all right. She first opened the shabby and thin book. There was really no way to cultivate from it. In the little old man's words, it was not useful. She roughly flipped through it. The book was just an introduction to ghost cultivation. Soul cultivation referred to those who had their souls entered the ghost realm after death who restarted cultivating. Soul cultivators started weak, so it was difficult to survive. Ghost cultivation refers to the ghost clan who cultivate ghost energy. When Sima Yu was alive, she would be considered a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators were more powerful than soul cultivators. Because ghost cultivators could contract with underworld beasts, and soul cultivation could be done at the same time as ghost cultivation. In addition, while using ghost energy in battle, soul power could also be used. Moreover, some ghost cultivation skills could suppress soul cultivators and even control them as their slaves or subsidiaries. But once they progressed, soul cultivators became very powerful to where they could dominate a place in the ghost realm. Because there were so many powerful soul cultivators emerging one after another, ghost cultivators had chosen to kill them in the cradle. There had been fewer soul cultivators in these years. But there was one exception, the soul region. Ancestor said before that at the foot of the 9th underworld mountain, where black lotuses bloom, the 3 regions of ghost realm do not dare not to follow. These 3 regions referred to the ghost region, soul region, and the abyss of hell. The soul region was the place where soul cultivators lived. It could be this famous as the ghost region and the abyss of hell, which was enough to show its status and strength. Previous chapter. Sima Yu narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw the abyss of hell mentioned in the book. Her mother was suppressed in the abyss of hell. When could she go save her? The spirit pagoda was damaged. She could not open the treasury pavilion which the 100 Ghosts banner was inside. She couldn't save her if she could not get the 100 Ghost banner. She did not know Deja's arrangements now. Did she need to find him? She pushed the idea aside the moment it appeared. It was not time for her to go find Deja. Without strength, she couldn't do anything she wanted. So the most urgent task now was to cultivate. When she obtained strength, she could go find him to save her mother together. She finished reading the first book. It gave her general information about soul cultivation. Then she picked up the second book. At the beginning of this book, it also gave an introduction to soul cultivation and later on the methods of soul cultivation. Soul cultivation was a much more complicated method than ghost cultivation. In addition to cultivating soul power, the soul body also needed to be cultivated. If the soul power was too strong and the soul body could not keep up, it would not be able to withstand the soul power and the body would burst. It's like when her ancestor gave her a strong soul power, but she had to have it sealed because her soul body was not strong enough to withstand all that power. Of course, if one slowly cultivates, there wouldn't be a body explosion, but the soul body couldn't advance, which would restrict the soul body and strength of the person. It's really troublesome. She put down the book and rubbed her eyebrows. Even if I have the soul power from ancestor, I don't know when I can advance if I follow this method. The soul body cultivation methods described in this book were not low level, but they were still far from what Sima Yu wanted. Suddenly, she recalled something and slapped her forehead. How stupid. I obviously know the most powerful cultivation method in the world. What am I thinking about? Wasn't it the secret soul art that M.O. Shah gave her to cultivate the soul? Could it be a normal technique from M.O. Shah? Why didn't she think of it? She put down that book and sat down cross-legged and started cultivating according to the secret soul art. Soul body cultivation was divided into 5 levels: soul condensing period, soul refining period, body condensing period, and body shaping period. The first 4 levels were divided into beginning, mid, and late stages. After the final level of body shaping, one could cultivate up a real body. She was not cultivating all again. She must first enter the soul condensing period before she could begin to cultivate her soul power. As long as she could cultivate soul power, she could reopen the spirit pagoda. Little spirit could also wake up and then provide spirit power to the sleeping beasts. Fortunately, she practiced this secret soul spirit before. She was very familiar with the cultivation and entered the middle stage of soul condensing period in just a few days. She had never had contact with soul cultivators before. So she did not know if her speed was fast. What she didn't know was that in general, that soul cultivators would take as little as half a year or as long as a few years to enter the soul condensing period. It would then take several years to move from beginning stage to the middle stage. Her speed could not be just described as heaven-defying. However, she had her inherent advantages. She had memories and knew how to cultivate, while other souls didn't. Moreover, she had cultivated her soul before and her soul was already stronger than other people. In addition, she had cultivated this secret soul art before. All these reasons added together, her speed was naturally faster. She stopped cultivating and felt her body. It was much firmer and stronger than before. Coupled with her melee attack technique, it was not impossible to fight against people with lower strength. She sensed soul power from the air entering her body. She clearly did not cultivate soul power. What was going on? She watched the soul power enter her body and stop at her, the place where her spirit pool used to be. Is this soul power? She observed for a while and found although the soul power was little, it did enter her body automatically. Could my body cultivate on its own? She remembered when she cultivated spirit power, little spirit would absorb the spirit power around her. Was this his doing? No matter what, having some was better than none. She examined the soul power in her spirit pool. It was not dark black like ghost energy, but milky white, and it was quite a lot. She should have almost reached the threshold of Ghost Master. Underworld Fiend Master, Underworld Spirit Master, Underworld Saint Master, Underworld King, and Underworld Paragon were the levels of cultivation here, with each divided into upper, middle, and upper. They did not have as many levels of cultivation as the one in the human realm. But the gap between each level was greater and more difficult to advance. Murongshi had always stayed in the lower rank of the Underworld Fiend Master. It was the same as if she did not have cultivation. She released her divine sense and felt her surroundings again. Although the range was far from comparable to before, it really felt good to have power again. Young Master Gongzi, my lady is cultivating. She ordered that no one is to disturb her, so no one can go in. Please spare us servants. Ting Shui saw that Gongzi Yuan was arrogant and unreasonable and insisted on going into the courtyard. She was so scared that she wanted to cry. You are talking nonsense. Sheer obviously can't cultivate. You just don't want me to enter. Gongzi Yuan cried out. You used that excuse last time. This time it is the same excuse. Can't you use something new? This maid did not. Young Master Gong, please don't trouble us. Ting Shan stopped Gongzi Yuan. If young Master Gong wants to go in, you'll have to step over our bodies. Sensing the situation outside, she retracted her divine sense. She got out of bed and opened the door. Ting Shan and Ting Shui, you can withdraw. She told the two maids. When Ting Shan and Ting Shui heard that, they breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside. Gongzi Yuan came over and looked at Sima Yu. I haven't sensed your ghost energy increase. It seems that these maids were deliberately making excuses to not let me see you. Gongzi Yuan, we're not familiar with each other. You know that I am not Murongshi. Why do you still come here? Gongzi Yuan's face reddened. What should he tell her? That he was heartbroken by the death of Murongshi and wanted to see her more? The feeling of seeing her was completely different from seeing Murongshi. Was it because that slap hit him to his heart? Or did the confident look in her eyes deeply attracted him? I'm trying to help you. You are pretending to be sheer. Without the help of your best friend, you can get exposed. Gongzi Yuan seemed to have found a reason to persuade her, so he was confident in his words. TSK, Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him. I have amnesia. Anything can happen. There is no need for you to cover me. I've good intentions. Gongzi Yuan looked aggrieved. Sima Yu couldn't stand him and waved her hand impatiently. Alright, don't act this way. Come on, what's the matter today? There are still a few more days before the youth exchange starts. In fact, it's nothing. I just want to ask you if you want to go to Atavistic Orchid Mountain with us. Gongzi Yuan scratched his head. I heard that it is very lively recently. Atavistic Orchid Mountain? It is the mountain range outside the city. You were brought back from there at that time. Gongzi Yuan said. How about it, do you want to go? Who's going? It's the same group of people. After Gongzi Yuan said that, he recalled that she didn't know. Anyways, their status is about the same as mine, not low. Someone will be protecting us. When do we go? Tomorrow. Youth exchange is in a few days. Are you participating? At that time, there is still matter with the Atavistic Orchid Mountain. Gongzi Yuan replied. If we get back on time, we can participate. If not, we can forget it. Sima Yu did not immediately agree if she wanted to go but turned her head to Ting Shan and asked, he always acts the moment he speaks. Ting Shan was stunned and responded, yes. In her heart she whispered, Miss, you were like that before. Sima Yu nodded and then asked, I used to ghost fool around with him? Yes. Ting Shan was thinking, what did she mean by ghost fooling? No, they were all ghosts. If this is the case, then I agree. Tomorrow, come find me in the mansion. Sima Yu told Gongzi Yuan. I'll talk to my father. Gongzi Yuan watched her leaving back and pursed his lips. Why did it feel like she was looking at a child who had not grown up when she looked at him? I will pick you up tomorrow. He shouted from behind her. I got it. Sima Yu waved her hand but did not turn her head. He was disappointed and walked away dejectedly. Murong Hui heard she was going to Atavistic Orchid Mountain with Gongzi Yuan and frowned slightly. Why do you want to go to Atavistic Orchid Mountain? I want to see where I was at. Sima Yu said. And I can't stay home all the time, so those people won't have the opportunity to do it. Weren't you going to go to the youth exchange? Won't you be busy during the youth exchange? If those people take action, do you have the energy to track them down? Sima Yu said. Maybe they didn't expect that I would go to Atavistic Orchid Mountain again. They wouldn't do anything to me. I'll just go and play. Alright. Since you want to go, then go. Take this. If something happens, I can save you immediately. Murong Hui took out a black stone. Sima Yu did not know what it was and took it as told. By the way, I heard you've been cultivating. Yes. How is the effect? If you have any doubts, come find me. Murong Hui said. Sima Yu was startled then nodded. Alright. Being able to get his guidance was something many people dream of. Although she did not need it, it was necessary to reply to his good intention. Gongzi Yuan will pick me up tomorrow. I will leave with him when he arrives. If there is nothing else, I will head back first. Alright, I will send someone to follow you. Thank you, father. She turned and left. She bumped into the steward who just came in, and the steward saluted her. Sima Yu nodded at him. Then she saw the guards outside as she walked away. The steward knew she was fake. He still performed this kind of etiquette. Could it be someone else was eyeing them? Would those people know about her going to Atavistic Orchid Mountain? No matter what, Murong Hui would not let her meet with an accident now. The preservation measure would definitely be in place. If it doesn't work, she still had me air. After returning, she cultivated for a whole night. This time she was cultivating soul power. She felt that she would be able to enter the threshold of Underworld Fiend Master soon. Early next morning, Gongzi Yuan ran to her. Seeing that she hadn't eaten breakfast, he brought her 2 buns, grabbed her hand and ran. Why are you in a hurry? Sima Yu took her hand back halfway. She rubbed her hand and glared at him. Those guys have advanced their departure time. They are now waiting at the gate of the city. If they leave, we would have to go by ourselves. Gongzi Yuan explained. We can go by ourselves. It's not like you can't find the way. Sima Yu retorted. Are you hiding something from me? It's not that I am hiding it from you. It's just that I have an appointment with that Chao Chengan to compete. If we separate, I won't know his level. Gongzi Yuan said. He will definitely laugh at me for running away. That kid has a bad mouth and keeps talking about one thing for a long time. I am annoyed by him. That's why I came to find you. Sima Yu gave him a helpless expression. Let's go. Woof woof woof, dash. Blackie chased after them from behind. Sima Yu caught him with both hands and did not let it rush to bite Gongzi Yuan. Woof woof woof, Blackie barked at Gongzi Yuan. He was upset that he took Yu away while he was eating. Be good, he didn't hurt me. Sima Yu stroked his head and then turned to Gongzi Yuan, don't run away after pulling me like this. My Blackie's mental development is not good and cannot distinguish from good and bad. It will be troublesome if he hurts you. Gongzi Yuan wanted to say could he even hurt him? But seeing Sima Yu's serious expression, he nodded. Sima Yu put Blackie down and patted his head. Grow bigger. Blackie trembled and changed into a size of a tiger. Sima Yu jumped on and told Gongzi Yuan. Let's go. Gongzi Yuan watched her go forward and stretched out his hand and covered his eyes. He couldn't imagine how those guys would react and they saw her contract beast. He suddenly thought it would be nice to take her to the mountain by himself. At least, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Sure enough, the guys at the city gate were stunned when they saw Sima Yu sitting on an underworld dog, and they all laughed. Gongzi Yuan, you said you were going to take someone. You brought this trash. Murongshi, when did you get this ghost beast to play with? Is this your contract beast? If you call trash again, beware when Uncle Hui gets angry and force you out of the city. How is it possible? Murongshi, we agreed that the affairs between juniors would not involve our families at that time. You won't break your promise and tattletale? Sima Yu looked at them and propped her chin with one hand. Since I said I'd not tell the elders, then I did not tell. When did I break my promise? That's right. But, do you plan to ride this to atavistic Orchid Mountain? Sima Yu patted Blackie on his head. What's wrong with this? My Blackie is amazing. Sima Yu looked at these people. They were all a dozen of them, and all of them were young rich masters from their clothes. But they didn't bring any guards or a page. Although the two spoke a little contemptuously, they were not bad and did not discriminate against her too much. Gongzi Yuan, you want to take her? Chao Chingen, a fat dude, asked when he approached Gongzi Yuan. Yes. Gongzi Yuan nodded. What about our competition? Of course it will be carried out according to the original plan. Gongzi Yuan said without thinking. Are you taking her with you? Chao Chingen looked at Gongzi Yuan in surprise. I know your relationship is good, but this is a competition. Don't find a reason to lose. TSK, you don't know who will win or lose. Gongzi Yuan said unconvinced. Don't deny it when you lose. You're boasting. With this trash, can you win? You will know then. Gongzi Yuan snorted. Even with Sima Yu, it was a piece of cake to win him. Mu Kaiyan, young master of Mu clan, came over and patted Gongzi Yuan's shoulder. I can't figure it out. Gongzi Yuan, you're considered a genius in the Gongzi clan. Why do you like to hang out with the trash of the city lord's manor? I want to, what can you do? Gongzi Yuan slapped his hand away and strode forward. Yeah? What's wrong with this guy? Mu Kaiyan pointed to Guizi Yuan in surprise. He didn't react so much when I said it before. He is angry at me this time. Didn't you notice now that Yuan looks at Sheer differently this time? Xiao Ruabai, the eldest miss of Xiao clan, snorted. Her eyes carried ridicule. You mean? Mu Kaiyan and Chao Cheng widened their eyes. How is it possible? Didn't they always do this? Why did this guy suddenly like that trash? This is incredible. Did you notice Sheer is different from before? Xiao Ruabai asked. It seems she's different. Mu Kaiyan rubbed his chin. Is it because of amnesia? Can amnesia completely change their temperament? Chao Chingen didn't believe it. Do you think you can? Me? Even if I have amnesia, I definitely can't change my temper. Mu Kaiyan snorted coldly. But she is different. Although she has the same face as that trash, she gives a different feel. Xiao Ruabai said puzzledly. Could it be her amnesia that caused her to change dramatically? Look, anyways, we will be spending more time together. I don't think she can change her temperament. Her nature is still the same. Chao Chingen said. Surname Chao, do you know what makes a dog unable to spit out ivory? Sima Yu asked without looking back. How would I know? Chao Chingen did not expect Sima Yu to hear them talk and answered subconsciously. Then he reacted, crying out, you called me a dog? Did I? You are the one who took the title yourself. Sima Yu turned around. It's not a good habit to speak bad things about others behind their back. When did I talk behind your back? We are speaking honestly. Chao Chingen retorted. They said the same before. But because Murongshi had no spirit power, she couldn't hear it. He didn't expect her to hear it now. Did amnesia make people's hearing better? Sima Yu patted Blackie, motioning to stop. Then she turned to look at him. Are you sure that with me around Gongzi Yuan cannot beat you? Of course. I'm waiting for him to admit defeat and call me big brother. What if he wins? Then naturally he would be a big brother. Then you should be ready to be a little brother. Sima Yu smiled. You will be thoroughly convinced when you lose. TSK, now is not the time to speak big words. Only when we get to atavistic Orchid Mountain will you know that you have no advantage in this competition. Chao Chingen said smilingly. Really? Then let's wait and see. Sima Yu was very confident. She was almost always admired by others like this. But what happened next made everyone fall down. Gongzi Yuan, what is the competition about? Did she not know the content of the competition at all? She did not know anything but praised so highly. This was exactly the same as before. Not that they believed that she was still her. Even if she did lose her memory, her temperament had not changed at all. Gongzi Yuan was also speechless. She was really the same as Sheer. Why did he think the Sheer before was joking around while what she said now was being serious? Sheer, you don't need to care about the competition, just follow me by then. I will protect you. He said. I will bring you out and naturally send you back safely. Speaking of this, Murongshi, what happened to you last time? Why were you being chased down the cliff? Xiao Ruabai asked. How would I know? My father said that there have always been so many people envious of our family. They can't beat my father so they started from me. It's a pity that I don't remember what happened before or I can find clues to find out the killer. Sima Yu said distressedly. This amnesia is really annoying. Don't worry about this. Uncle Hui is really powerful. You can definitely find out who did it. Xiao Ruobai consoled. I think so as well. Who is my father? Who can defeat him? Sima Yu grinned. One day, my father will find these people and avenge me. Gongzi Yuan pursed her lips behind them. Didn't that guy say that she never had contact with Sheer? How did they sound the same? Sima Yu smiled at his speechless appearance. Wasn't it just imitating Murongxi's speech? She had never seen Murongxi, but there were so many people in the city Lord Manor. There was also Ting Shan and Ting Shui. Could she not know what she was like? By the way, you said atavistic Orchid Mountain has been very lively recently. What is it? Is it related to your competition? She asked. You don't know? My father was frightened by what happened last time and won't let me go out. He did not allow me to listen to outside news, so I don't know anything. Sima Yu shrugged. You actually stayed at home. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Don't be surprised, tell me what's going on. Sima Yu urged. In fact it's nothing, but underworld beasts of atavistic Orchid Mountain have been rampant. There is news that a treasure appeared. Many forces have rushed over after receiving news. Mu Kai-en explained. Treasure appeared? Why didn't my father respond? Your news is not fake. Sima Yu tilted her head and frowned. Is your news reliable? Previous chapter. We don't know if it's reliable, but there are a lot of people here. You haven't been out recently, so you don't know. A lot of people have been here in the city recently. Mu Kai-en replied. They are all after the treasure. It still feels unreliable. The people in our city hadn't responded. Why are these people far away more active? Sima Yu clapped her hands. However, since we are all here, let's find out. Murongxi, even though you have amnesia, you are still so bold. Are you not afraid of meeting a mishap again? Chao Cheng'en teased. What's there to be afraid of? If I am afraid, I am not my father's daughter. Sima Yu patted Blackie. Everyone continued moving forward. Those who looked down on Sima Yu like Gongzi Yuan, Chao Cheng'en, Mu Kai-en, and Xiao Ruobai maintained a good attitude toward Sima Yu. They did not dare to do anything more. In their eyes, Sima Yu had a city lord as a father. Otherwise she would be a trash in essence. But the other four people were different. They were young masters and geniuses in the strongest clans. These kinds of people were most admirable. If they ridiculed Sima Yu and aroused their resentment, it would not be worth the loss. After all, they were their followers and had to rely on them. The group of people traveled for a day before reaching atavistic Orchid Mountain. Because of the dangers in the mountain, they found an empty space to camp shortly after entering the mountain. Sima Yu had already prepared these things. She skillfully took out a tent and set it up. Everyone felt like they were seeing a ghost. Sheer, when did you learn to set up tents? Didn't your guards do them in the past? Xiao Ruobai's tent was right next to her. Before her tent was up, Sima Yu had already set her up. I haven't eaten pork, but I saw pigs run. Seeing them done so many times, I learned it myself. Sima Yu clapped her hands and opened her tent. She entered and began to arrange the inside. After a while, Gongzi Yuan's group of four came back and were speechless at her extremely luxurious decorations in her tent. Murongxi, this is camping. Why do you put out so many decorations? Is it not hard to clean up? Chao Cheng'en whispered. I did not come out to suffer, of course I have to make myself comfortable. As Sima Yu said this, she was also speechless in her heart. Because these were Murongxi's habits when she went out and as seen by others. Since she was pretending to be Murongxi, she naturally had to pay attention to these. Who knew if anyone who had harmed her was here? You and Ruobai are both eldest Mississippi. Why is her tent fresh, elegant, and you look secular? Mu Kai-en commented. I like to, what can you do? Alright, I'm going to sleep. You all go out. Sima Yu drove all those people out. Gongzi Yuan saw her impatient look and murmured, we didn't bring any guards, so don't go out at night. Beware of encountering underworld beasts. I know, get out, get out. Sima Yu pushed him out as well and closed the curtain. Huff, she let out a long breath and laid down on the big bed. She whispered in a low voice, I don't know how long I need to hold this identity. Alas, it is better to hurry up and cultivate and enter underworld fiend master rank earlier. Little spirit, get well soon. The revolution has not succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. She got up from the bed and began to cultivate. It continued until next morning. Gongzi Yuan tell her to get up. Sheer, why do I think your aura is stronger than yesterday? Gongzi Yuan looked at her suspiciously. Is there? You aren't awake yet. Sima Yu finished and went back to pack her things. She stored them all in the spatial ring. She found that atavistic Orchid Mountain had abundant soul power. Last night, while she was cultivating soul power, the effect was remarkable. She felt that she already touched the underworld fiend master's barrier. As long as she cultivated a little more, she would successfully advance. The more she walked into the atavistic Orchid Mountain, the more she realized that it was a good place for cultivation. The soul power here was abundant. She remembered that Ancestor used his last bit of his power to send her to Ghost Realm. Did Ancestor purposely choose this place? Sheer, what are you thinking? Gongzi Yuan shook his hand in front of her. Sima Yu recovered and looked at him. What are you doing? We're leaving. Gongzi Yuan said aggrievedly. After this guy came to the mountain, she was in a trance and didn't care about him at all. Where are we going? She asked. Have you listened to us at all? Chao Cheng'an said. There are 2 roads here. We will walk separately. We can meet at the foot of the mountain after dark. The one who finds more things wins. Is this your competition? Sima Yu questioned. This is the first day. There are still a few days to come. We're competing. This is too low skill. She thought these little guys would do something else. Don't look down on it. If one of us can get the rumored treasure, they win. Chao Cheng'an snorted coldly. In other words, no matter what else, if one get the treasure, they win? Sima Yu asked. That's right. What if there is no treasure? Then those who have the highest value of things win. Sima Yu nodded clearly and then said to Gongzi Yuan, let's go. Only she and Gongzi Yuan moved. The other 10 did not move. Only the 2 of us? She asked. They don't believe I will win. Gongzi Yuan said. However, I don't need their help. It's because of me? Sima Yu guessed immediately. Not really. Those people are their followers. My group of followers did not come. Gongzi Yuan smiled, as if not caring. Don't worry, we won't lose. Sima Yu patted Gongzi Yuan's shoulder and said affirmatively. Gongzi Yuan smiled more brilliantly, not because he thought he could win but because of her. Chao Cheng'e, since you have so many people here. I'll go with them. Xiao Ruobai greeted them and followed Sima Yu and Gongzi Yuan. You don't mind me joining you? Ruobai, you want to go with us? Gongzi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruobai in surprise. Among so many people, he and Ruobai's relationship was average. He did not expect her to choose him this time. I just don't like to be with a lot of boasters. Boasters. Xiao Ruobai shrugged as if this was really the reason. Sure, let's go. Gongzi Yuan agreed. Sima Yu naturally had no objection. Looking at Xiao Ruobai, she reminded her of Bei Gong Tang. But when she met Bei Gong Tang, she was even colder. She did not know how her friends were doing now. She felt that the people and things in the human realm were so far away from her. She missed them but couldn't see them. When she had the strength to save her mother, she would be able to go back. In the distance, Gongzi Yuan was pulling out his sword from the underworld beast. Then he put the underworld beast inside his spatial ring. Heh, you are really lucky. You have hunted another underworld beast. Xiao Ruobai stood aside and held her hands across her chest and did not plan to help. I also think so. We're just on the periphery. It's fortunate that I met so many underworld beasts. Gongzi Yuan captured several underworld beasts in a row and he was in a good mood. Although this is the periphery, there are also powerful underworld beasts. You can't be off guard. Xiao Ruobai warned. I know. However, why do I feel that these underworld beasts voluntarily ran over to die? Gongzi Yuan said confusedly. Speaking of it, it does seem to be. When these underworld beasts came over, they looked muddle-headed. Xiao Ruobai observed. Did you do something? No. I've been non-stop killing underworld beasts. Where do I have the time to do something? Gongzi Yuan denied. I want to ask if you did something. So it seems to not be you. Could it be? The 2 turned their gazes to Sima Yu at the same time. Sima Yu felt their gazes while playing with flowers in her hands. Leah Fiend flowers will attract low-level underworld beasts but have no effect on high-level underworld beasts. Did you use this to attract the underworld beasts? Gongzi Yuan asked in surprise. When did you start? Xiao Ruobai was also surprised. They didn't pay attention. She actually did something under their nose. I saw them on the side of the road on the way and thought they were good. So I picked a few. Sima Yu replied. This is not against the rules, right? It's nothing. It's just that you know herbs. Xiao Ruobai said. The last time I was injured, my father did not allow me to go out. I read a few books when I had nothing to do. Sima Yu lied. In fact, she did read some books about herbs not from City Lord Manor but what Deja brought. At that time, she thought she might come to the ghost realm in the future, so she understands some things here. Later, she took the time to read it several times and remembered the herbs listed. She didn't expect it to come to handy so quickly. I didn't expect you to have this talent. If you were willing to spend a little time on this, you would not be looked down upon for so many years. Xiao Ruobai said. Sima Yu shrugged non-committedly. Anyways, this had nothing to do with her. Sheer, did you already think of this method earlier? That's why you said with certainty that we would win? Gongzi Yuan said happily. No. I didn't know Leah Fiend flowers would be here. Sima Yu replied. Then why were you so certain? Did I? Sima Yu stared at them. She was a little confused. Did she do that? Yes. Xiao Ruobai and Gongzi Yuan nodded affirmatively. Alright. I just think since there are not many people, it is useful to use. We have less people. We can still win. Sima Yu said. She didn't know that her self-confidence was infectious, giving others confidence. even though she unconsciously revealed it. I just knew that sheer would definitely help. Gongzi Yuan said happily. Xiao Ruobai saw him smirking. She thought contempt of him, really hopeless. Then let's continue. Sima Yu said. I think your harvest today should not be less than that of them, just a little bit more will be enough. Yuan, are we going to grab the treasure? Xiao Ruobai asked. Grab the treasure? Gongzi Yuan thought about it. If we have the chance, we can try. Do you really think there is? Sima Yu asked. Do you think there isn't? Xiao Ruobai retorted. I don't think it is possible. Otherwise, would your family be indifferent? Sima Yu understood the pursuit of those forces too much. If there really were some treasure, they would pursue it. It was impossible for them not to participate. Then why do you think those people came? We haven't met anyone so far, indicating that this happened in the inner or inter regions. Normal things can't attract their attention. Xiao Ruobai didn't believe it. Maybe it's something else. If we encounter it, we'll automatically know. Sima Yu said. But I bet your family knows otherwise, you wouldn't get involved. If you are really curious, you can go back and ask them. Forget it. If we go out now, which is equivalent to giving up. This is about the status of me and Chao Cheng'an. Gongzi Yuan refused without thinking. If he was to call that kid big brother, he would rather die. Let's continue then. Sima Yu said. I have a hunch that we might actually encounter something. Is it dangerous? Don't you have someone secretly protecting you? You're not afraid of danger. After all, those people are not ordinary people. How do you know? Xiao Ruobai stared at her as if to read her. The more she looked, the more she felt that she couldn't understand her. Could amnesia really change someone that much? She was right. People born like them, even if they did not have guards, they would still be protected in secret. You forgot, so did I. Sima Yu raised her brows and climbed on Blacka's back. Then she went ahead. Xiao Ruobai was speechless. She thought Sima Yu had guessed the other part, but it seemed that she was thinking too much. By the way, how come young miss and young masters like you come to live in such a small place as Eternal Brilliant City? Sima Yu's voice floated back. Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai looked at each other in the eye. She really guessed it? What did you say? Although I have amnesia, it's not like I lose my intelligence. Sima Yu said. You two look different from Chao Cheng'an's temperament. You don't seem to come from a small place. In addition to what I said just now, with Ruobai's wary look, I knew I guessed right. Xiao Ruobai was startled. Her reaction was a little over the top. Why did you come here? Sima Yu asked casually. If you find it difficult to answer, don't say anything. Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai were both silent for a while. But Xiao Ruobai spoke first. You are right, we really did not grow up here. Then why did you come to Eternal Brilliant City? You also stayed for so many years? Sima Yu asked curiously. Although Eternal Brilliant City is small, its status is not low. Do you know your father's identity? Sima Yu was surprised. Could it be that Murong Hui guarding here had another purpose? Xiao Ruobai saw Sima Yu's puzzled look. You really don't know? Ruobai, she is not Sheer. So it's normal that she did not know Uncle Huey's status. Gongzi Yuan revealed. What? You are not Murongxi? Xiao Ruobai looked at Sima Yu in surprise. How is it possible? I asked Uncle Hui, Sheer has already. Speaking of Murongxi, Gongzi Yuan was sad. Was it the last time? Xiao Ruobai's face did not look well. Although her relationship with Murongxi was not good. She was still a life and a familiar person. Suddenly she heard that the person was gone, she felt a bit unspeakable. Yes. Gongzi Yuan nodded. Xiao Ruobai looked at Sima Yu. Why are you pretending to be Sheer? This is not that I want to impersonate. Sima Yu said. My cheap father insisted that I do this. Then who are you? How come you suddenly appeared after Sheer died? Me? My name is Sima Yu. I happened to come to Atavistic Orchid Mountain that day and ran into her being pursued. Of course, being a witness of it, I was to be killed too. So I along with her fell down the cliff. Then I was rescued by the cheap father. Sima Yu said. When I woke up, they insisted on treating me as her. I couldn't help it. What she said was half truth and half false. It sounded like it happened. Are you telling the truth? Xiao Ruobai still felt unbelievable about such a coincidence. Believe it or not. Sima Yu shrugged, not intending to explain too much. You can ask Gongzi Yuan. When he saw me, he said I was not Murongxi. Xiao Ruobai turned to Gongzi Yuan for verification, which he nodded. Alright, you haven't told me what the status of my cheap father. Sima Yu urged. How much do you know about our area? Xiao Ruobai asked. Sima Yu shook her head. So many things had happened when she first came to the ghost realm. In order to not be exposed that she was not from the ghost clan, she did not dare to inquire of the situation here. What do you know? Xiao Ruobai asked. I used to live in the mountains. This is my first time out. So I don't know anything. Sima Yu said. Now, Gongzi Yuan looked at her sympathetically. Then let's give you a general introduction of the situation here. Xiao Ruobai said. The ghost realm is divided into the ghost region, soul region and abyss of hell. Do you know this? Sima Yu nodded. She knew this, but it was just recently. Do you know who is the ruler of the Ghost region? Ghost King? That's right, it is the Ghost King. But you know the Ghost region is really vast. The Ghost King can't take care of everyone, so the region is divided into kingdoms. The princes of these kingdoms are all part of the royal family, which they report to the Ghost King regularly. There are dukes below princes. The dukes are people related to the prince. They may be a relative of the prince or a powerful subordinate. There are countless cities under the duke. Gongzi Yuan explained. Sima Yu was clear that this rank was going up. Then what is the status of my cheap father? She felt Murong Hui's status was not simple. Otherwise, they would not have said that before. Duke. He is a duke. Xiao Ruobai answered. My father used to be a duke? Sima Yu was surprised. Then how did you come here to be a city lord? Not before. He is also now. Gongzi Yuan said. Otherwise, why do you think Shir had so many kept men? How would a little city lord be able to hold so many people? Sima Yu was stunned. Thinking about it, if he was just a city lord, he might not have that many people. After all, those who robbed couldn't provoke this little city lord. So what? Sima Yu looked at the two of them. Why did you tell me this? Is it related to coming here? It's not related. It's identical. Identical? That's right. According to the legend, atavistic Orchid Mountain has a treasure, and the person who obtains it can affect the future of the entire of Ghost Realm. This is the prophecy of unification and 3 regions. So, naturally, everyone wants this treasure. Gongzi Yuan said. Throughout the ages, many princes and dukes have sent people to atavistic Orchid Mountain to hunt for the treasure. But none of them succeeded. So, my father came to find the treasure, and you as well? Sima Yu knew it, and even the two nodded. She continued, so, you're not here for competition but for that treasure. If that's the case, why are you telling me? Isn't it better for less people to know? This is selling you a favor. Xiao Ruobai replied. If you don't know it from us, you will know it from others. As long meet people, this thing can't be hidden. Sima Yu rubbed her chin and said quietly, I think whether it is my father or your clan, you have already turned this place upside down, right? That's why you're so calm when you see other people here. Or maybe, they have been secretly paying attention to this place. If there is an appearance of the treasure, a bloody storm would be set off immediately. Shir, did anyone tell you that you are smart? Gongzi Yuan asked. They just told her some information, and she had mostly guessed the situation here. Yes, people who have seen me say I am very smart. Sima Yu said narcissistically. However, there is one thing I don't understand. If this matter actually happened early on, why are people here recently? Sima Yu asked. Because some people received news that there were some strange happenings and that it is very likely the treasure appeared. In fact, the clan has sent someone to investigate in the past few days. There is nothing was found. The entire mountain is the same as before. Xiao Ruobai said. When did this happen? Just the 2 days where Shir met with an accident. Gongzi Yuan thought for a while. Because it was the time some people were pursuing Shir, the clans and City Lord Manor thought it was a ghost skill that the pursuers used and they didn't take any action. Sima Yu's heart moved. The 2 days of Shir accident? Wasn't that when she came to the ghost realm and appeared on the atavistic Orchid Mountain? Did the treasure actually mean her? She patted her face, telling herself to not be so narcissistic. There was rich soul power here. Maybe there really was a treasure here. If there really is, we can fight for it when the time comes. Let's hurry to the agreed place now. Otherwise, Chao Ching and that kid would be competing blindly again. The 3 of them were walking towards the meeting place, and as they were about to reach, Sima Yu said to the 2 of them, please keep the matters about Murongxi affairs a secret for me. She didn't know the identities of Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai before, so she didn't manage to get much information and she didn't expect Gongzi Yuan to divulge so much. Now, many of those people were locals from Eternal Brilliant City, and there may be collusion with others. So the less people who knew about this, the better. Alright. Gongzi Yuan's face turned red, annoyed by his previous behavior. Xiao Ruobai also nodded, which was not a big deal to her. By the time they arrived, Chao Ching'an and the rest had already reached the meeting place and set up camp. The group was sitting around the campfire and grilling food as they walked over. When Chao Ching'an saw the 3 of them, he waved his hands and said, you guys are really late. No gains at all? Alright, let's just speak less. Mu Kai-en poked him, fearing that Gongzi Yuan would be upset. Haha, little and kid, we've yet to determine who is the victor. Gongzi Yuan walked over with a smile, grabbed the barbecued meat from Chao Chang'an's hand, and took a bite by himself. Really? Then shall we compete? Let's do it. Sima Yu and Xiao Ruobai did not go with Gongzi Yuan, they were not interested in the result. Here. Mu Kai-en shared the barbecue in his hands with Xiao Ruobai and her. Sima Yu was startled. Mu Kai-en was not friendly to her before, so she did not expect him to share with her his barbecued meat this time round. Thank you. She took the barbecue from him. She did not eat anything today and she did feel a little hungry. But the taste of this barbecue was really lacking. On the contrary, Xiao Ruobai seemed to be used to it as she was munching it down with big bites. Seeing that she had only taken a bite and putting it down straight after, Xiao Ruobai turned to look at her and asked, what's the matter? Sima Yu touched her belly, and then looked at the unpalatable barbecue in her hand. Seeing that there was still unprocessed meat from the beast at the side, she decided not to wrong her belly. She put down the barbecue in her hand, got up and went to the carcass of the underworld beast, and asked, "Can you give this to me?" "Yes." Mu Kai-en nodded. Sima Yu cut off a piece of meat, found the creek at the foot of the mountain and washed it before she took out various items. She then used the knife and cut the meat into thin slices, before she took out various seasonings to marinate it, and then skewered it with an iron skewer. She then took out her barbecue grill, burned the charcoal, and when the temperature was about right, she took the meat and grilled it. When she smelled the familiar aroma, she felt very grateful. Fortunately, she didn't put this in the treasury pavilion, so she could still use it, otherwise she would have wronged her poor stomach. At first, the people around were talking and laughing, when suddenly, all was quiet. She raised her head and saw everyone staring at her in shock. "What is it?" "Murongshi, when did you learn to barbecue?" Chao Chingen then took in a deep whiff of the barbecue and started drooling uncontrollably. He could no longer hold back and ran over, looking at the barbecue before him with an undisguised greedy gleam in his eyes. "Sheer, when will this be ready? It smells really good." Xiao Ruobai also leaned to her side and asked. "It still needs a while more." Sima Yu took out the spice and brushed it on the meat with a special brush. The aroma was even more enticing. "Sheer, I want the first batch." Gongzi Yuan demanded. "All right." Sima Yu grilled the first batch and placed them on a plate and kept a few skewers for herself. She shared it with them, and started grilling the next batch while eating. With such an enticing aroma wafting in the air, the taste would naturally not be bad, so Gongzi Yuan, Xiao Ruobai, Chao Chingen and Mu Kai-en divided the skewers on the plate, and the others didn't even after any bits left. All they could do was to watch Sima Yu eagerly at what was being roasted in her hands. It's a pity that Sima Yu holds a grudge and she remembers clearly how these people treated her before. Therefore, this barbecue naturally did not have their share. If they were to blame, they could only blame that they did not have the identity of Chao Chingen nor did they establish a relationship like Gongzi Yuan. Mu Kai-en took a bite and instantly understood why Sima Yu had only taken a bite and wasn't able to eat what he gave her. This was a world of difference. But they became even more puzzled. When did this young miss have such good barbecue skills? Sima Yu didn't intend to continue cooking more after she made this last batch. Gongzi Yuan and the four ate a lot, but they still had some left. For the others, only in the last batch, each person finally got to taste them. They were still in a daze and savoring their treasured skewer, as if they had tasted the world's best delicacy, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye. Sima Yu watched them all looking at her, eating the last bit, and then began to clean up. Now that little spirit wasn't around, these had to be cleaned before they were placed back. She was now the young miss of the city lord manor, and she has no obligation to feed them. They also understand this truth, so they could only look at her wryly. When she came back from the stream, the group of people still had that expression. She ignored it, took out the tent and started to set up. "Sheer, I'll help you." After the delectable barbecue, Chao Chingen directly changed the manner he called her. Gongzi Yuan came over and glanced at him contemptuously. "Oh, little kitten, now you know how to flatter Sheer." "Well, I'm telling you, too late." "Tsk tisk, I'm here to help her in earnest." "Just you? Do you even know how to?" "Why can't I? Look at you, all rough and crude like a brute, you." Sima Yu picked up the tent and set it up by herself when the two were fighting. "Let me help you." "All right." After the tent was set up, she thanked Xiao Ruobai, then got into the tent and did not come out, spending the night in cultivation and continuing on the road the next day. Needless to say, Xiao Ruobai was naturally going to be with them, but as they were about to leave, Mu Kai-en ran over to beg them to bring him along, and tossed Chao Chingen aside, euphemistically stating the reason that they had too few people. Tsk, your mind is just filled with Sheer's delicious food, right? That's nothing shameful." Gongzi Yuan looked at Sima Yu and asked her for advice. Sima Yu shrugged, meaning that didn't care about it. Chao Chingen was envious of seeing them leave like this. But he was the one who had no right to follow them, otherwise the competition would not be possible. Fortunately, everyone will meet at night so he could still enjoy it a bit. Gongzi Yuan had Sima Yu who could help him attract the underworld beast while Chao Chingen had many people on his team. After a few days, there was not much difference between the results of the two, and they also worked hard to find the medicinal materials and underworld beasts. Xiao Ruobai and the others also gradually headed to the central region. They came to a valley. Sima Yu stopped suddenly and looked around with some doubts. "Sheer, what's the matter?" Gongzi Yuan was beside her, and immediately noticed her strangeness. Previous chapter.